Dragway. Historic place, beautiful place, and a challenging place.
Thunder Valley, amazing. I think there's a lot of our racers who have not been here before, and you can see the scenery here on the live feed. Once we go to action on the cars, it's stunning.
It really is. So let's talk a little bit about kind of the scene coming in. As those of you that are just tuning in this morning, if you've been following Drag Week, you know some of the big names, some of the big performances, but you've been poring over the results this morning. So give us a little bit of an update about who's leading, where, what are the major stories?
Well, what's interesting is I was going through the results. There's many classes that didn't even have a change in the top 3 podium positions yesterday. Notably, that Super Street, or rather Street Race Small Block Power Outer class that's like an 850 index, there are 5 cars that came in and they ran in the exact same order as they were yesterday, which is mind-blowing considering how many runs those guys made to try and hit that 8.500.
So there were 2 major questions when we left Rockingham yesterday. One of the first ones was the health and well-being of the Mountain Motor-powered Nova that has run down in the 780s. And as it turns out, what they thought might have been a major issue was a minor issue. The bolts had backed out of the torque converter, made some noise. They tightened the bolts up. They're off. They're here. The Viper that made that wild kind of full-lane 6-second run at 215 miles an hour, even bigger story there.
Yeah, that thing went 668, right? And the vibration dampener, the harmonic balancer on the front of the engine broke in half. Like the front of it came off and it broke all of the bolts. So they were solving that when we left. They made a plan to actually work on it all night long at the track, get here, and we do know that they are here, and they're planning on running in the 2nd session.
And it was the first 6-second pass that the driver of the Viper had ever made, and it kind of looked like it. But it was entertaining, and he pulled it off. And as David said, they said to us straight up when they were working in the pits that they have no designs on actually running the early session today. They're going to sleep in. They were here. God only knows what hour they got to Bristol at, but they're going to kind of sleep in this morning and then come in and run with that D group. So for those of you waiting to see what the Viper runs, you're going to be with us for the long haul today. The way it's going to work is the way it's worked the last couple of days here. We have our groups A and B stacking up in the staging lanes now. The track's been prepped, and Lonnie Grimm, who runs the staging lanes, will give them the go-ahead in just a moment.
And, of course, A and B are the quickest cars of Drag Week, so if you've got friends who need to be watching, we ask you on the live feed to go ahead and share the link and tell people, hey, man, this thing is going to go. You don't want to miss the first cars that are going to be on track. You know, the biggest bloodbath that we saw in the pits yesterday was Willis with the red C7 Corvette. They were working on the car, and they had broken an input shaft. And they had the entire rear suspension and, of course, the center section out of the thing, the whole torque tube, and they had broken the bell housing when they broke those parts. They are out this morning, but, man, that was a lot of work in order to give up.
At the moment we talked to him, he had 4, and this is actually a true story, he had 4 different guys, Uber drivers, that he had hired to go get parts, not fellow racers. He had actually got with Uber to go get parts brought to him, and they were going to give it the old college try, which they did, but there was just too much and too little time.
One of the things that Brian and I were really impressed by in the pits yesterday as we were leaving is this guy in that 40 Chevy. Real beater-looking black primer 40 Chevy. The thing is electric, but he put it all together with junkyard parts. It has Tesla motors in the back and center section combined with like late model GTO independent suspension. It's got a G-body front end on the thing. And what were they, Volt batteries? And this thing is cobbled, and I say that in the most courteous way. And he's living in it this week. His big fear was?
His big fear was the last 100 miles of the drive we made last night, and it was a long one. It was a 5-some-hour drive if you were just going to sit in your car and make it. And his problem was when he got to a certain point, whether it was Fayetteville or something like that, his charging options basically evaporated at that point. So he didn't get into exactly how much range the thing has, but he did talk to us about the fact that it is reasonably range limited. So these are the kind of longest drives he's ever made. Will be interesting to see if he makes it here. He also was having a mechanical problem. When we pulled up to it yesterday, he had the car parked at one of the camping spots at Rockingham Dragway, and there was a trickle charger parked into the camp where you plug in a 110 plug for the trickle charger, which was hooked to a battery that he has under the hood, which is kind of the starter battery for the whole thing. So I'm hoping to get it sorted out. Great guy to talk to. Certainly just a super smart dude. And the fact that he said he'd go to the junkyard and they'd say, okay, what are you coming for today? And he'd say, well.
Yeah. I won't know until I see it. Yeah. You know, one of the stories of the quickest, and I think the car that had a lot of focus on it yesterday was Matt Frost. He has the Hulk, which is that is it a 66 or 7 Nova that is green and black. He's a guy who runs Rocky Mountain Race Week. He showed up to Drag Week once again after a many-year hiatus. And day one, he blew up his supercharger, which was a snout drive pro charger. We think it backfired through the thing. He got a bigger blower on the car yesterday out of a lot of fabrication work. Unfortunately, when he was running down track yesterday, it sounded like the transmission was struggling. It sounded like it had a converter that was just getting blown through. Ultimately, he apologized to us yesterday. He's like, I want to put on a good show, but I just don't feel comfortable with it. So unfortunately, that car is out.
Yeah, and that's the nature of the business. And really, as this morning unfolds, that's kind of what we know. And we know that there are people out there in parking lots strewn across the greater Carolina area that in Bristol, Tennessee area that have not got their stuff fixed yet. So as the day goes on, we're going to find out exactly who may have also dropped out unexpectedly.
Of the cars that we know of, there are 22 out right now, which by Drag Week standards is really not bad. Generally, by the end of the week, we see at least a 20% attrition, and that is less than 10 at this point if we started with 290 cars and we're down to 22.
So we're just waiting on just the last couple of moments here, final couple of prep deals, functions being handled before we start sending cars down this racetrack. And great historic place. For those of you unaware, this place opened up in the middle 1960s. NHRA ran the Spring Nationals here for a couple of years, and then it went to AHRA and IHRA sanction for many years, came back into the fold. But the actual racetrack you're looking at now is built 20 feet on top of the original racetrack. When they redid this place in the late 90s, they kind of went and did some major league kind of reshaping of the earth that we're sitting in here. But the original track is quite literally 20 feet below us.
When we were talking last night, I told you if I could go back in time and go to any drag racing event that I could, I think it would be the 1965 Spring Nationals held right here when they opened the place up. It was like an NHRA super track at the time. They were really proud of it, and they put on a show. And especially if you think about 1965 time frame, there were some of those early funny cars, altered wheelbase cars, stock and super stock was going absolutely nuts, and of course there was the Top Fuel stories.
Yeah, so and the race almost didn't happen because of those funny cars. And Wally Parks, there was no class for them in NHRA drag racing at that point. Larry Carrier, who owned the racetrack, would ultimately go on to own the IHRA for many years, told Wally, we're having the match bash cars because everybody around here loves them. They're like the biggest thing. And Wally said, no, we're not having the match bash cars because there's no class. And it came down to the wire where the event was actually threatened, where Carrier was like, fine, don't come. If you're not going to allow these guys in, I don't want any of it. He relented. They had the match bash cars, and it was that great era where some of the guys were, well, they all had doors on them in 65, but you had the ones with the really crazy long extended noses. You had some guys running almost a stock wheelbase. Some guys had fiberglass. Some guys had steel, and it was a great show. And Connie Coletta was the runner-up. Now, didn't quite pull it off for the Top Fuel win, but he was the runner-up in the final of that first Spring Nationals.
You know, you remind me of Match Bash, which is what they called it at that time prior to Funny Car. And that's a thing that when I was the editor of Hot Rod, or actually just before I was the editor, Steve Mignante, who was on staff at the time, had come up with a scheme to bring back Match Bash. And he was all about the altered wheelbase cars. He built that fantastic 65 Nova, the Wilshire Shaker. And I remember at the time I came into that as like, you're going too deep on this, and it's, you know, not a mainstream thing. I'm going to say he kicked it off because it actually became a micro niche that people were into for the next few years. And so he was a little bit visionary on that. I bring up Mignante because we know that a lot of people are asking about him. Steve Mignante, who you do know from, well, I met him in 1989 at Chrysler Power Magazine. He worked at Hot Rod for a long time. He's been on our shows like Junkyard Gold on MotorTrend. He does his own YouTube channel, which is also Junkyard Crawls. He unfortunately has been in the hospital with a bad brain infection. He's going to have a long pull to get better from that. But the fantastic news from yesterday is that he is actually awake and sitting up in a chair and communicating. If you go to his YouTube channel, you'll see an update video on that. So I wanted to bring you all that news. And the other thing about that is people ask, what can I do? There is no GoFundMe or anything like that. The family doesn't want to do that. They've asked for privacy. However, they do encourage you to go to Steve Mignante's YouTube page or YouTube channel and subscribe and watch his stuff, because watching his stuff leads to money. So do that for Steve Mignante.
Total win. And, you know, one of my favorite Mignante stories, he's a Massachusetts guy. When he moved back to Massachusetts years ago, I went out and visited him at his house out in Brookfield. And he had the Rampage car, which was a altered wheelbase Dodge that he had built. Remember this thing?
Oh, yeah. It was a 66 Dart. Yes. Yeah.
So a 66 Dart that had like a 514 wedge stroker motor in it and all this other stuff. It was raining the day I went and visited him. And so we're farting around at his house. He says, all right, you want to go to lunch? I said, yeah, sure. So we get in this thing. It has basically no floor in it. It's on pie crust slicks, and we go out in the rain. And so we're driving through puddles, and it's like someone's throwing depth charges into the car. Every time we hit a puddle, the whole inside of the thing would fill up with water. But super great guy, and certainly all of us are breathing a sigh of relief and certainly a sigh of hope that his recovery is going to continue on the kind of path that it's going on right now. So whole universe of automotive gearheads has been pulling for Steve, and glad to see that some of that good stuff is starting to come to fruition. Yesterday, we ran the cars from about 8 o'clock to about 1:45. Our ending time tends to slide around a little bit if we have any delays or depending on when the start time is. So today, we'll likely run the cars a little bit later than 1:45, but it also is contingent on how busy the staging lanes are. So if people go out, make a good hit, and get out of here, the lanes will close basically when we run out of traffic. And as we've gone through, we have our A and B groups that we've called in. We have a dedicated impound lane, and we'll talk about impound in a second. And then we'll run our C and D groups. And then finally, there's a free skate session at the end for anybody who thinks they need another one or wants to get another one. Let's talk a little bit about impound and that impound lane, because that kind of throws a little wrinkle in for people watching, because all of a sudden out of nowhere, they might see a really fast car.
Yeah, the thing is, impound is so that the Drag Week staff can keep an eye on you and make sure that you are working on the car with the legal number of people rather than dogpiling it with all the crew that you've brought with you. The advantage to being in impound is that they do let you run basically at your convenience, because they tend to be the quicker cars, and the reason for that is that if you run 849 or quicker and you're top 3 in your class, then you've got to go to impound every day so that you can be supervised. That means the quicker cars get to run when they choose to run, with the exception of the D class. So we have A, B, C, D, which are run groups, not classes. A being the quickest, D being the slowest. They don't let impound cars run during the D group, but they can run during A, B, or C. Yesterday, we had a guy said, this is D. Why are you letting the fast cars run? Well, we might call D to lanes. That doesn't mean D is running. We could still be in the middle of C. So that's kind of how that works.
A little bit of overlap there, of course. And I think what else we should hit.
You should go back through just the very quick basics of what Drag Week is, because I'm surprised to discover we have new viewers every day who kind of don't know what's happening here. This is the race where we do 5 different time trials at 4 different tracks in 5 days, and we make the cars drive on the street about 1,000 miles from track to track as we go. The cars that win are the ones that have the lowest average ET over 5 days. And so what you'll see is every one of these cars going down the track to this point has driven from Darlington to Rockingham and now to Bristol, Tennessee.
And you'll see an incredible array of cars, everything from Tom Bailey and his Camaro known as SICK 1.0 that ran in the 650s yesterday, all the way to a 1977 Thunderbird, which were cranked off about a 20-second elapsed time. So there is an incredible range of stuff you're going to see, and that's one of the big attractions to this event for me, and it always has been. It's just the amazing range of things, as we mentioned. The Chevrolet Coupe that's been electrified. It's unique among automotive events for so many reasons, and the fact that everything you're going to see here today, the intention, of course, is to get it onto the racetrack and have it go as quickly as possible to the finish line. All right, we got safety folks getting themselves into position, and David, let's run through top threes in each category.
The reason why top 3 is important here, because those are the cars that will win the Gear Vendors guitars at the end of the week. The top 3 quickest cars, regardless of class, are
got
involved
me?
in that program. We have a big gear vendors party at the end of the week. They give away, of course, the iconic gear vendors trophy for the overall winner. There's also raffles. There's a number of prizes for cars in all sorts of different categories. But the quick 3, as it stands right now, which could change radically by the end of the week. Number 1 is Tom Bailey. Of course, you know who he is our 5-time winner. He's got the 6-second 1.0 69 Camaro with him. Day 1, he ran 675. Day 2, he went 652. His average is 664. 664. Now, number 2 is currently Bryant Goldstone. You can recognize that car as well. It's the 73 AMC Javelin that is black with red flames on the front of it. And he did struggle yesterday, but he did get a 6. So he is poised for an all 6-second week. His average right now, 691 to put him in second place. And remember I said, regardless of class, it's the quick 3? Our 3rd quickest car is all the way down in the modified power adder class on a dinky tire. It is the car of Devin Vanderhoof. The car's driven by Josh Davis. And he ran 7:02 on day 1, 7:07 on day 2, and 7:047 is his current average. And so, of course, we'll be looking for that car to dip into the 6s at some point and hopefully maintain his position. So that right now is the quick 3. There's a few classes that we will detail as we go on throughout the day where the top 3 cars have shifted around quite a bit, both from attrition and from mile an hour and speed over the past couple days. Actually, I mentioned mile an hour. That doesn't come into play at Drag Week unless there is a tie in overall average ET.
So we're making a quick microphone switch here, which should have us both on the live stream on the MotorTrend YouTube channel and coming across the wonderful public address system here at Bristol Dragway. We've been yapping to our public here via the live stream for a few minutes, but now you get to hear our voices over the PA. Lucky you.
This is going to be great. We can't promise no singing today. Usually we don't get quite that punchy. We had already gone to the delirium. And yesterday you did get serenaded with a little Johnny Horton.
Johnny Horton. We've got our ambulance folks parked right now, so I believe we're just moments away from firing up the first pair of cars and get ready to rock and roll here at Thunder Valley.
5,200 people already on the live feed. That is very solid.
That is very solid.
We started a little bit low. Perhaps the genius commentary influenced the West Coast to get up early to see our expert tutelage.
Or it caused them to try to drown their sorrows and drown their disappointments, and they have not gone to bed yet. Either way, we'll take it.
Maybe they fell asleep in front of the computer with the link open.
So we've been talking a little bit about what makes this place so interesting and unique, and obviously the visuals here for those of you that are visiting this drag strip for the very first time. Welcome to a unique experience in this sport. It truly is fantastic, and now that we have the racetrack set up to go and our personnel in place, just minutes away, and you know they scraped the racetrack last night. It's a beautiful shape, and right now we're looking at about 1,700 feet of density altitude. That's going to rise to somewhere about 3,000, 3,500 by the time the afternoon comes.
I think the actual observed elevation here is 1,496 feet, so that's a really solid DA. What's interesting is Brian was telling the people on the live feed earlier, which you missed here at the track, the original elevation of the surface was 1,445.
Yeah.
The surface is now 1,494, 96. And that is because they built the new track right on top of the old surface.
Yeah, it's really interesting. If you see the old videos, you'll notice that the shutdown area kind of curled around the corner of the mountain down there, and when they redid the place, they obviously straightened everything out. But it's that 65, we were talking a little bit about the 65 Spring Nationals, and one of the other things that happened there was the first public debut of the Hemi Under Glass Barracuda.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hot Rod Magazine's got some amazing photos of that. You know, I'm looking at the live feed camera
Yes.
right now. Right at the front of the line, we've got Jason Tabscott. He's got that silver second gen right there. Thanks, Josh, for swinging the camera over so we can have a look at that.
Brian Acton's right behind him as well.
Saw that, and you've also got Fisher in the hot rod right next to him. He's also a leader in class. The thing is, they're gonna absolutely nail their best numbers of the week at this DA and this temperature, getting the first pass on the track.
Yeah, it is, and especially for a naturally aspirated combination like Tabscott's, he is already working that thing as hard as it'll go. So getting out here when the air is nice and juicy is definitely going to be mission critical.
Yeah, there's no boost to add. There's no jet to go bigger. None of that. NA. You know, I think people on the live feed might not understand why I'm such a geek for the naturally aspirated cars. The reason is it's far more difficult to run NA than it is with a power adder. You got to have bigger camshafts mean more broken lifters, valve springs, bent push rods, more RPM, looser converters, more radical clutches, you know, deeper rear end gears. You know, these turbo cars, many of them are running with like a 325 rear gear or something like that because the turbo pushes them to such mile an hour at the big end that they don't need a super low gear, whereas a naturally aspirated deal is going to be seeing more RPM, and the power band is higher in the RPM, so they've got a lower rear gear, meaning a higher number.
So it'll be great to watch the Tabscott Mobile take to the racetrack here in just a couple of minutes. Talked to Brian Acton yesterday afternoon. They really hot lapped that thing, and finally he said by the time they made the last run, he said enough's enough. We've got this thing, its tongue's hanging out. You see the Honda Civic sitting back there in front of the yellow Nova, which pitched the hood off it yesterday. That Civic, all-wheel drive, brutally fast, and we saw it make kind of a one-and-done type of situation yesterday, and it was a successful run. So,
yeah, the Honda, Rob Courtney, he's running in modified power adder. The poor guy, I mean, we don't have classes for itty-bitty little four-cylinders, but look how impressive this is. I was mind-blown when it went 10:09 at 149 on day one. But then yesterday, 9:15 at 160 miles an hour. And on the live feed, you can see the Supra coming up, too. Glad to have a couple of genuine imports running this year.
it's no longer a drag race anymore in the world if there's not something powered by a 2JZ at it. There needs to be one 2JZ powered vehicle at every single drag race.
Whether it's a Fox body or not.
Right, it doesn't matter what it's in.
Yeah.
It's like my fellow compatriot on the NHRA on Fox team, Bruno Massel, runs a Comp Eliminator Cobalt with a twin-turbo 2JZ in the front of it.
Yeah, Damon Elf right there in that black Supra that you're looking at. It is a stick car as well. It ran 890 at 164 on day one. Yesterday slowing down a little bit to 9.0.
So if you have waste oil to get rid of, the waste oil dump is by the Bristol fuel station. So if you have waste oil to get rid of, that is where the oil will be disposed of, over by the fuel station. So we talked about Brian Acton a moment ago. We're going to talk about it again here, as he is in need of some help. So Acton is looking for either a 1,000-plus horsepower capable power glide, or if he can't get that, then he needs clutches and the know-how to rebuild the power glide that he has in the race car. Also, potentially a turbo spline converter. So he said the transmission was slipping a little bit on that last run he made yesterday, and apparently that is a situation that's gotten worse.
At Drag Week, the quote, need for a 1,000 horsepower capable power glide is a little different because, yes, he's trying to win class or get in the top three, but a lot of people in that situation, just to get to the end of Drag Week, would throw in a junkyard power glide or whatever it took. We've seen a lot of that type of stuff happen. As a matter of fact, there's a couple cars here that have progressed to Bristol, even though they took our 22nd penalty lap time the first 2 days, but they just want to finish the week for personal accomplishment.
And that 22nd time is given to you if you simply stage the car. That counts as participating that day. That counts as being on the racetrack. It is a default time.
However, we do have, let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 cars that would have gotten a quicker time had they only staged, broke the beams, and backed out. But no, they went ahead and drove down the quarter mile and were slower than 20 seconds.
Among them, the Velour Shaker, which we'll see later on.
That might be the case. No, I think he ran solidly in the 19s.
You're right. He did crack the 19s.
New bump spot for Street Machine Eliminator. This is the class where everybody's trying to get in this 32-car field for the bracket race on the end of the week. And it is now Dale Gebhardt in the Hellcat Red Eye wide body. He went 11:05 on day one, and he pulled out a 10.749 with a stock Hellcat yesterday.
Yeah, the 1074 was an impressive run for that car.
I didn't see it coming, but there we go. His average 10.8996. That is your new bump spot. It's interesting that the bump spot would slow down from yesterday. Brian's like, how does that happen? Well, because people who had a worse number, it ends up averaging down instead of averaging up.
Just kind of weird, but it is a drag week fact of life.
It is a phenomenon. People on the live feed heard this, but I will also tell those of you who are here on site, we have 22 cars known out right now.
As we get ready to fire up the action here, we certainly got to thank the sponsors that have been and continue to be a big part of making sure Drag Week is part of the hot rod world. Got to thank Gear Vendors, of course, Rick Johnson and Gear Vendors, the presenting sponsor of Drag Week 2023. Mickey Thompson Tires, the official tire. Summer Racing Equipment, the official pit and track sponsor. Molly Motorsports, the official Pistons of Drag Week. And Holly NOS, the official nitrous sponsor, along with VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel of Drag Week. And Edelbrock, who is a part of this event on the associate sponsor level. Great to have Edelbrock, Mark, and the entire crew involved with Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week.
And, of course, don't forget to have your support of Hot Rod Magazine by looking every day at their social media and also hotrod.com, where you can find stories about individual cars that are here. You can find photo galleries of the action that's going on, both at the track and on the road. And, importantly, you can also get complete and detailed results for every car in every class. You can download that as an Excel file, and it's posted usually a couple hours after the end of racing every single day. So see all that at hotrod.com. And, of course, there's also our parent company, MotorTrend, that we need to thank for allowing us to do this yet again. And you can support them by doing things like watching TV for free. You can go to MotorTrend app in a number of different online apps to see what's called Fast TV. We found a bunch of people don't know what that actually means. It's free ad-supported television. It is like turning on cable TV and just watching it. In other words, it's free, but you're not selecting what you're watching. It is actually fed to you. And you can do it absolutely for free on Samsung TV Plus, Zumo, Vizio Watch Free Plus, Amazon Freevee, Plex, Roku, or Google TV. You probably have those already through your television. All you need to do is log into those, search for MotorTrend, and you can watch shows for free. Shows like my own Roadkill and Roadkill Garage and Engine Masters. You can also see Hot Rod Garage, which is more closely associated with Hot Rod Magazine.
All kinds of good stuff there, and again, that is free to view, and all those different channels to check it out on. A note from Hot Rod Magazine's own Mike Galimi about the kind of scope and reach that's been going out this week as his staff has been cranking out content. We have incredible photos, videos, and the race coverage that they've been posting. Over 1 million unique views this week on the Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week stories, and nearly 7 million page views so far over the course of just a handful of days.
And keep in mind, that is just people who are looking at the Drag Week content. 1 million people, and we know that that's worldwide. A couple days ago, I did a call out of who on the live feed. It was from foreign countries, and it was kind of mind-blowing, all the different places people were watching from. So they're also doing that on hotrod.com.
So I believe we're positioning our safety people here, and once that happens, we will open the floodgates of the staging lanes. Racers, of course, chomping at the bit to get out here in the best air that they can get a hold of today to get their best runs in. Many of the cars you see here watching on the live streaming coverage as the camera wanders its way through the staging lanes, you're going to see one time. That is the majority of the action at Drag Week, is a single pass and then pack it up and go. That's kind of the ideal day for anybody at this event. The nightmare scenario is when you're here and we're announcing we're going to close the staging lanes in 5 minutes and you're thrashing to get your stuff back in.
I know at least one car who didn't make it in yesterday, which is why I will enforce the notion that you need to listen to us on the PA to find out when the track is going to close or when the staging lanes are going to close each day, because that is sort of a moving target. It is decided upon based on how many cars we have coming. If it's a steady line, we'll keep going. Lonnie Grimm will make the choice. I see Lonnie standing right out in front of me. If you haven't interacted with Lonnie just yet, he is the NHRA National Tech Director. A new position from him, what, about 2 years?
A couple years ago, yeah. It's aged him 25 years, but he's been in the position. He's been in the position for 2 years.
I remember one of his very first tasks was to bounce a top fuel car.
Very first day, he had to disqualify Doug Coletta for a very mild, very small infraction on nitro percentage, like a very small one, but there's no give or take on that. So he had been on the job for approximately 6 hours officially, and he had already made great friends with the top fuel pits.
You know, Connie's known to just be sort of laid back about that kind of situation, so I'm sure it wasn't an issue.
No, they're fine. Everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. Everything's fine.
And Brian, of course, who's announcing aside me here, is the NHRA on Fox anchor, and then lowers himself to this.
It keeps me humble. Man of the people.
Someone last night said, why don't you guys do a live feed of you driving in the vehicle from track to track? I'm going to say unpublishable, not fit for public consumption.
Tony and I always joke, there's two shows. There's the show that you see on TV, and then there's the real show, which you've seen, the behind the scenes.
Yeah.
We're up there BSing. And there's also two versions of this show, and the second one takes place in the car. Randy Seward sitting in the staging lanes down there. Saw an impressive day out of him, made a bunch of runs. He actually came up, was the very last car in the staging lanes yesterday afternoon, but decided not to make the run. Cruised off.
I think it was decided for him, actually.
No, he made the call. No, he was going to be allowed to run, and he decided that because he wanted to let the thing cool off a little bit, and that was going to be the deal. So he decided to pack it in and go, but he's in the thick of it in the small block power adder category.
Someone online's asking, Brian, what is your favorite MotorTrend show?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, the one I was on was pretty good, I thought. Not good enough to, stay on. No, listen.
By no choice of your own.
Yeah, no, that was not the option I took. But no, I don't know. Honestly, I think I like watching Roadkill. I mean, I've watched Roadkill since you guys kicked it off. Engine Masters is great. I think.
Okay, you do not watch Roadkill.
I watch it with my boys.
Oh, they watch it.
Yeah.
Everyone? Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm kind of surprised. This guy advises.
All right, so we're being told that drivers are being suited up.
I see cars moving in the lanes. I was telling you about the bump spot earlier in Street Machine Eliminator. They just panned across that wide body Hellcat. It's off to your right there, Josh. And there it is. That's a color there that was available, what, last year? I remember when they first came out of it, it was like called Contusion or something like that. They didn't end up sticking with that as a name.
Randy Bellahar, that's the guy that had that class swap in his Pontiac Firebird, as we're looking at on our live stream right now, and that class swap
ended up putting him on top.
Did wonders for him.
Didn't do wonders for the other guys in the class, but it did swap him right into the top position.
All right, engines are running. That is always a good sign. Lo and behold, there appears to be an automobile underneath the timing tower, and there is.
You want to handle this for me,
We
Brian?
have gone from the world of AccuTime timing systems back to the more comfortable world, if you will, of CompuLink, more familiar screen to stare at, which also reintroduces the announcer button, which also brings another level of fear to the heart of David Freiberger.
Yeah, it's like kryptonite to me.
It is a single button that you press to simply flip a screen back and forth, but he turns it into total soup sandwich. Race cars. Jeff Mole coming up right now. Mole, a guy who made the wise financial decision to buy an automobile from you.
That's always what you want to do,
Yes.
especially sight unseen. Yeah, it was a gold four-door 66 Chevelle to match his gold four-door 67 Nova.
And David Burke coming up. Burke, the 1979 Pontiac Le Mans, running in street race big block power adder. For Jeff Mole, Super Street big block power adder. In that four-door 67 Nova.
Folks on the live feed, now is the moment to spread that link. Say, hey, man, they're racing at Drag Week.
Mole's car is great in terms of the stance, the look. You get the nice steel wheels in the front, got a set of Caltrax bars on it, set of beadlocks with Mickey Thompson tires in the back of it, and the 79 Pontiac Le Mans of David Burke. And off they go, down Bristol Dragway. As they'd say up in Canada, side by each. They go down to the finish line. It is going to be Mall 964 at 142 as Burke runs 972 for it, 136.93.
And we've got a couple of naturally aspirated cars on the starting line right here. Jeff Sias on the left-hand side with a small block. Big block on the right-hand side with Kurt Johnson, our most winning Drag Week racer of all time. 10 overall class wins. He's clearly shooting for number 11. His average is 876. The guy behind him is 9-0. So you can expect this big block Chevy-powered Fox right here to attempt to go into the 8s.
Sias' car a little bit deeply staged there. Kurt Johnson's car moved around a little early, making a little wheel speed, but ultimately does a nice job keeping the car squared up. And he goes 876, but a lot of smoke down there at the finish line as he went across at 156 miles an hour. 965 at 142 for Sias.
Yeah, 156, a bigger mile an hour than we've seen before, but not a quicker ET.
Which, as we know, will be tough to come by here. Just when by the minute, this density altitude is going to be rising.
Look at John Puckett.
Multiple wheel stands out there as he let the clutch out. The thing stood up on the bumper. He grabbed second and came right back up again. And Mark Campbell, the 95 Ford Mustang, Mark of Edelbrock, goes 860 with a 4 at 157 miles an hour. Puckett, a bounding 1061.2.
Slowing him down by about 8/10. Here we go. Mark Cicino on the left-hand side. They had the transmission out of this car in the pits yesterday. This is normally a small block nitrous car. He's now got a Pro Charger on it and making an appearance back at Drag Week after a couple-year absence. Rick Steinke on the right-hand side, also not here last year. He's running that street race small block power adder class where you want to run 8.500 if you possibly can.
And sitting right behind Steinke is the current class leader in the form of Mr. Trance in his Mustang. So Steinke going to try to drive a spike in it here and go 850. Cicino also, of course, looking for that same performance window. Cicino's car was lazy early, might have spun the tire a little, but Steinke is on one. 557, he goes 861 at 161. He's a tenth and change off. Cicino way off the mark at 934.
Yeah, that 860 is a whiff in class. He's got to come up into at least 851 is how it's looking right now in that class. Trance, who you're about to see in the right-hand lane, is the only one who's averaging with an 850. Seward is right behind him with an 851.
And here comes Trance himself on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Dustin Trance, 2005 Mustang opposite Joel Burke, running in the same category, street race small block power adder, a 2011 model year car in red for Burke. No, Trance went out there and kind of wadded the tire up a little bit early. He had to pedal his way down there, so he's going to be off. And he will be back in line at 917 at 156. Joel Burke goes 10:05 at 143.86.
Next pair, there's Fisher in the left-hand side in his hot rod class leading 32 Ford pickup with a tunnel ram big block Chevy in it.
A and B groups, the lanes are open for you. A and B groups, the lanes are open, and we will have lane 1. Lane 1 is our impound lane today. That is lane 1 for impound.
Mike Delaney on the right-hand side out of Canada with the 540 big block Chevy in the Trans Am, naturally aspirated. We have not seen the hot rod go into the 8s yet this year. 9 O's are the best he's got.
You can see all the carbon being blown out of the exhaust of these cars as they've been driven all those hundreds of miles from place to place. 933, 144 miles an hour for Fisher. Delaney goes at 1086 at $1.25. The S10 pickup truck of Steve Brack rolling up on the Motor Mile side. Another street race small block power adder machine. And Kevin Parton, the 1967 butternut yellow Chevy Nova running in modified power adder. Brack gets it off the starting line, goes 549. He's going to be close to a 50. Goes 855 at 157. Of the cars that have run in street race small block power adder so far this morning, he's closest to the mark.
Next pair, right side. That Gasser Nova is your leader in the Gasser class of 2.
Wayne Baker, the high-riding blown engine in there, and Ryan Hargett, the 2011 Mustang across the racetrack, running in the Super Street small block power adder category. That car is a rocket ship.
The Novas run 9:006 yesterday.
Hargett is the class leader, having gone 744, 717, averaging a 730 so far. Biggest horsepower car we've seen on the racetrack so far with a small tire on it. And he is really having to work, and it spun the tires out there. By the 330 he had to lift. Meanwhile, Baker's way loose down there past 1,000 feet. Baker goes 941 forward, 117. Hargett goes 10.001 at 91 miles an hour.
Evan Erkowitz in that white Malibu right there. He is number 2 in Pro Street Power Adder. That should be a very low 8-second car. Rosenstengel on the right-hand side, also modified Power Adder.
Erkowitz has a big set of meats on the back of this car. He's had those same big tires on it all weekend, or all week rather. We'll see what he can do traction-wise here. He bumps in. You can see Rosenstengel having to pedal, but Erkowitz has to do no such thing, and he goes down at 827 at 167. Rosenstengel goes 785 at just shy of 200 miles an hour, 199.97.
So for Erkowitz in the white car, that was exactly on pace. Modified Power Adder Rosenstengel, he went 785. He's run quicker than that in the past. His best this week, 729.
Matt Tracy and Mike Ward get ready to leave. In Ward's car, you can hear that thing rev up as it breaks traction. Tracy's Corvette is hunting all over the place out there. And Ward is going to go to the finish line, 838 at 180 miles an hour, pulling the parachutes. Tracy, 1154 forward, $129.
You saw Hargett run a few minutes ago. He's number 1 in that car. Ward with the orange Nova's number 2. That's not going to improve him.
Now it's Randy Seward and Jake Buckert. Buckert comes up, the 1986 Buick T-Type, and Seward, of course, in his legendary turbocharged small block Mustang, both running in street race small block power adder. And Seward walked that thing off like a school bus off through the first 60 feet and then put the power to it. And Seward goes an 851.7 at 160. Buckert spun the tires, but Seward is playing chess and everybody else is playing checkers out there. Wow. 134 short time, and he still manages a 547 in the 8th at 130, and then he rolls it through just 17th thou over perfect at 160 miles an hour. That is high level. Randy Seward, good at drag racing. Tom Ressler and Alex Carella coming up. Of course, Carella's car, one of the more sneaky machines in this entire contest. You look at this thing, it's got the pony wheels on it. You think, oh, that's kind of a nice, clean little street car. And it's an 850 car for days. Tom Ressler, the 07 Chevy Colorado. Now, Carella was a 142 short time. How quick can he go to the 8th at 582? He's going to be off the pace by a couple of tenths. He goes a 902.9 at 154. Ressler goes 948.9 at 145.
Now remember, Brian Acton here in the left-hand side is the guy who was looking for a power glide. So we know he's a little bit hurt here. We'll find out what he can do. And on the right-hand side, we've got Tab Scott back.
This is going to be a very interesting test here. We know what Tab Scott's car can run in ideal conditions, so we'll find out if he can put another mid-8 second lap on the run. Wow, he got it off the starting line. He's going to be higher than a 60, though. Goes 894.4 at 153. Acton goes 1159.3 at 144, and that is a guy in desperate need of a transmission.
A lot of people have goals like, I want an all 8-second week. And Tab Scott is well ahead of his competition. So there's a possibility that 894 puts him on the road. But I'm guessing he'll come back and run quicker than that.
Agree. Mike Good comes up, and Rob Courtney in that all-wheel drive Honda. We talked about this thing. It's an all-wheel drive setup with a Honda CR-V transmission in it. It's 120 in the 8th, 929 at just shy of 160 miles an hour. It's along the same line to me, David, as the Chevy Coupe. Like, that thing is just cool because of how it's built and what it is. It may not be something I'd ever even think of doing in my own life, but man, 920s at 158.
Remember the CVT we had a few years ago that led to the legendary Nissan Anguish? It was horrible. Dale Gebhardt here on the left-hand side is the car that is now in the bump spot for Street Machine Eliminator. His stock Hellcat Red Eye has run into the 10s. Clyde Carlson in the right-hand side is Super Street Big Block Power Adder.
Carlson goes 834.6 at 168 miles an hour, and unlike yesterday, he didn't lose the hood because, well, he's lost the hood. It's not on the car anymore. Dale Gebhardt goes 1083.7 at 126. He went 83? That's awesome.
Well, it was quicker yesterday.
Yeah, but still,
still awesome.
Thing still ran 1080. He was only a tenth off what he ran yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's great. And Carlson just pulled his best number of the week. He ran a 56 yesterday, his previous best, more than 2 tenths quicker here at Bristol.
And here comes that stack-injected Nova, left-hand side of the racetrack, and it is Randy Bellahar on the right side. Bellahar and his Pontiac Firebird. For years, Bellahar ran the big Pontiac Grand Prix. Too much mustard on the hot dog there for Bellahar. Coming out the starting line, blew the tires off. Meanwhile, the Nova is going to go down through 10:14.9, 134 miles an hour in that all-motor small block.
The Firebird on the right-hand side had been misclassified up till yesterday. They changed that, and it ended up bumping him to the very top of Street Race Big Block Power Adder. That's really going to annoy, like, Mancini, Burke, and Ruppel, who are now bumped down.
How about Phil Tobin, the all-motor Big Block 1993 Chevy Corvette, which is running very well this week, and Taylor Hendrick. Hendrick coming up in the Super Street Small Block Power Adder 2002 Mustang, which is in that kind of sandstone color.
The naturally aspirated Corvette in the right-hand side is capable of 880s. Capable of 880s.
Yeah, he was way late leaving the starting line, which is fine out here. 907, 9170 for Hedrick. 970 at 153 for Tobin after a near 2-second 60-foot time where tire spin was the order of the day.
A couple things about that 2-second reaction time. We do have the rule here that you can't have more than a 1-second reaction time, or we add the overage to your ET. In this case, clearly he was having difficulty. They're not going to apply that rule. No one would care if they did because that's not an ET he's going to hand in anyway.
Mike Remen is coming up now, the 1989 Mustang, the all-motor big block car, and across the drag strip is Damon Elf. That 95 Toyota Supra that is stick shifted and of course powered by the turbocharged 2JZ engine. Brilliant job by Elf to get that thing off the starting line. And Elf goes 9:22, but there's a big kind of question mark down there, 128 miles an hour, and you heard that thud that came from the top end of the racetrack. I feel like that came from his car. Reminis goes 9:43 at 156.
Reminis, the leader in all-motor big block, ahead of that blue Corvette that ran in the prior run. Both 8-second cars, both running 9:40 today. It'll be interesting if they get together and do the math and decide to hit the road. I kind of don't think so.
I don't think so either, and that may be the decision-making here today. That for some of these guys, it's going to be a conservation of, or try to minimize the loss, so to speak, right?
The whole game of averages over 5 days here is really an eye-opener when you start to put it on a calculator and realize how one bad day means you got to recover twice as good. It's crazy. The red light there doesn't matter at drag week, and this pass is not going to matter for Jack Brooks. Meanwhile, Scott Miller on the left-hand side with his big FE-powered Cougar just went 9:30 at 145 miles an hour.
That Cougar runs in the street race big block NA category, and Jack Brooks has come to a stop at about 450, 500 feet down the racetrack. So we got our folks down there to give Jack Brooks a hand in whatever method they can. Safety guys stepping in there. Sun's coming up over the mountains here at Bristol Dragway. A lot of smoke inside that car as I've been handed breaking news. We have a racer in need. So the Nova, car number 27B, which belongs to Chris Engel. He lost the hood yesterday, which then took out the windshield. He is in need of a vacuum to get the glass vacuumed out of the car. So the 65 Nova at the end of the small grandstands, a blue 65 Nova, if you have a vacuum, shop vac, whatever you got to help him get the glass out of that thing, will be much appreciated so he can get down the racetrack today.
Guy on the live feed made an interesting comment, which is the really
well, that's
imagine
first.
that.
How many years has that taken?
Which is, he was noting that the specialized drag shocks on some of these cars are really taking a beating on the highway that they're not intended for, and that might end up eroding the chassis tune throughout the week. There's a lot of parts that get eroded throughout the week: valve springs, rockers, lifters. Shocks, I don't know.
He brings up a great point, but I'd also double back and tell you that anytime a race car is in a trailer getting towed down the road, guess
it's bouncing.
Yeah, the shocks.
Exactly. And some of them are, on foam blocks for that very reason.
Oh yeah, there are guys that will do that. So, well, I think it is adding a wear factor to that. I do not think 1 week on a road type of situation is going to cause lasting ill effect on a race shock.
We have seen lack of preparation with broken Heim joints and things like that on the trip.
That's a year in and year out thing for sure. Now Frank Romano of New York coming up in his pristine 1955 Chevrolet 509-inch big block Chevy engine, manual transmission. Jason DeShime will be across the racetrack in the white 1970 Mustang Fastback. Frank really punishes this 55 Chevy, drives it in the way only Frank Romano could, which is full throttle at all times, but been a staple car here at Drag Week for many years, and a great guy. He cruised this thing, of course, famously through Times Square with Glenn Hunter and his buddies back in the day.
He beats that stick like you beat me verbally.
Yes, I thought that was going to take a very dark and unfortunate turn, but you did not. You maintained a high level of professionalism there. Well done. Romano's in.
And look for the Mustang to run another 850.
Frank's way up by the center line down there in the 55, 870, 155 for Nisheim as Romano goes 979.1 as we start to see the repeat business of Group A and B. basically the Willies you're going to see out there is next to Tom Bailey. Now, Bailey is the overall event leader, having run down in the 650s yesterday in SICK 1.0. Of course, Steve Morris out there helping him get backed up. This car, what is it, 10 years since he first won Drag Week in this very car.
That is correct, and I like that he's not out there with like a crew of guys. He's got Steve Morris. They make it happen. In the right-hand side, Larry West in the Willys Coupe. He's currently number 2 in our hot rod class. He's behind that little 32 Ford pickup that I showed you earlier. And this thing has been in the deep 9s.
Kind of a wise strategy, it would seem, for Bailey and Morris to hang to the back of the pack, watch how things are playing out, kind of make a lane choice, and then 2, a tuning choice. Of course, what we've seen so far, more conservative up front, feeding the power in mid-course has been successful for a bunch of other racers.
Oh, he goes deep, which is why he red lit, and the red light doesn't matter. See a puff coming out of the thing up there.
He is still going to hammer to a 677 at 200.74 miles an hour. The car was going 172 in the 8th, only going 200 at the stripe. I do believe it got loose down there between the 8th mile and the finish line, and he kind of was breathing on the gas pedal. But otherwise, they really put, I mean, a 120-60 foot time was that conservative approach that got him there. And then from the 330 to the 8th mile, they really stood on it hard.
I did feel it nose just a little bit at like 1,300 feet, though, right?
No smoke or anything,
Yeah.
and I'm hoping it's just didn't feel the best in the seat of his pants that he decided to pull the pin on the run as Larry West goes to 1025 at 128.
Yeah, well off his pace.
So Jeff Mole and David Burke are back. I mentioned the repeat business. So now we're going to start to see the racers. It's like, I don't even know how you'd equate it, but now we're going to see the people who were not satisfied with their first effort trying to come back here and make something of themselves. Super Street Big Block power adder for Mole. He goes a 976.7 at 142 miles an hour. For Burke, a 1028 at 129. Dustin Trance coming up next. Trance, class leader in street race small block power adder. Joel Burke trying to do his best Justin Trance impersonation here and run this thing down right at a 50. Trance staying in the right lane.
Moving over a little. He didn't get a hold of the track in his first pass.
Trance's car actually kind of wadded the tire up, almost shook for a... That is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Conservative, but perfect. He goes a 554. He's got to be right there again. Trance goes at 866, only 156. Interesting. You have to, I mean, the question here for Dustin Trance is, obviously Randy Seward has enough power to be able to run a 134.60 and then make that time up to the 8th. Does Trance have the horsepower to use that strategy and actually run the number? That's kind of an interesting thing to watch. To me, if he's picking at it, which it seems like he is, it's like, okay, so my 132 short time, I know I'm going to be able to get out from there, and then I guess he starts to back his way into that 8th mile ET by trying to pile on power from 330 on or from 70 feet on.
John Mankia on the right-hand side. Weiser's back in the left-hand side.
Groups A and B, the lanes are open for you. All right, so Jim Weiser, the 1984 Monte Carlo SS.
After staging it a couple times.
Camaro's on a pretty decent pull here. And he finishes it under power, 10:29.2 at 129. Weiser goes at 10:53, 142. He spun early, 191, 60-foot time. Jason Burgesson and Mark Cecino. Cecino coming up for his second attempt of the morning. The freshly pro-charged machine for Cecino. For Burgesson launched, the cart spun, and he is going to back his way up.
Staging protocol does get a little bit lax at Drag Week, I must say. I've noticed that more this week than I have in recent memory. The Champagne Express on the right-hand side. Transmission out of it last night.
There's just no express part right now. This is the express. The express has left the building. Mark's out of New Jersey, runs at Island Dragway a lot. Of course, ATCO now having gone by the wayside, and crummy story that is. Burgesson manages to smoke the tires for the third time in the same run. Cecino launched clean, and Cecino goes at 879.7 at 159.68 miles an hour. I think with that new combination he's running, this is really a week of not necessarily showing up going, I'm going to run 50 every day. It's a week of I'm going to run in the 8s every day, and I'm going to work on this thing and get it right, so he can stick with it and kind of hone in on it for years to come. As we now see the next pair coming up, the Corvette of Matt Tracy and Aaron Gerke on the left side. Gerke's got this Ranger pickup truck with a stick in it and a face full of nitrous.
Yeah, apparently dentist office in 3 counties are out of the laughing gas.
That thing yanks the left front on the launch. It yanks the left front when he grabs second. It has not spit the bit yet. It's going to outrun the Corvette. He goes 977.1 at 138.23. Maybe having more fun than anybody out there is Tracy. Once again, a slip and slide 11.24.
Baker and Norris are both back. Baker on the left-hand side, your leader in the gasser category. And the gasser's off with a 1:33 short time.
Group C, the lanes are open. Group C, the lanes are open for you. Group C.
And 9:13 at 145 miles an hour for the Nova. Well, for the gasser Nova. The red Nova, 10:10 at 134 miles an hour.
Once again, Group C, lanes are open for you. Group C, lanes are open. Mike Reminis back up again in the Mustang. Randy Bellahar back up again in the Tin Indian here on the Motor Mile side, the Pontiac Firebird. Run Group C. Come on down. Decisions of how much do I want. Like even if he picks up another 10th, it's not going to move his average that much. It would be interesting to see if he takes another crack at it. Dale Gebhardt ran 1080 and change on the last run he made in his Hellcat Red Eye.
Apparently not good enough. Either that or he's just putting miles on it.
He's still in the break-in period. This may be a bit of a new record between the two of us as the macrosmatic creatures that we are. You have not once insulted me for causing the air to be polluted in our booth.
The live feed informed me that we weren't funny, so I wasn't going to go there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, he's right.
When you're right, you're right. He
But
said
we're
what he
just going
said.
to keep trying.
Yeah. The neat thing about the car on the right-hand side is that it is also a Hellcat wide body, but this one has gone into the 9s. Cody Walker, 968 on day 1, 946 on day 2.
So a quick check of the right lane before we fire up the next pair. This is why we can't have nice things, David. And we're going to fire up and roll these two ahead as Gebhardt and his fellow Hellcat Red-Eye compatriot here get ready to fire up and roll on. Typically with the NH race schedule, we run this race to run our national event here in the kind of Father's Day realm. But a couple years ago, we actually ran here in the fall. It was awesome. Ran here in the fall. It was part of the countdown to the championship. Totally different dynamic. When we're normally here in the kind of hot weather, we were here in the cool. The teams were pounding through it. Overstaging the car in the right lane, that driver's going to get no information. Gebhardt just absolutely roasted the tires off the back of his car. So there is no joy in Mudville on that pair. One guy who made a clean run gets no data. The one guy who smoked the tires is going to get all of it. And he's going to promptly throw in the trash. 18:23 at 67 miles an hour. Frank Romano's back up for another piece of the action here in the 55 Chevy. The Mustang on the left-hand side is Jeremy Howell running a modified power adder. Howell right now is sitting in the 3rd position, having run 773 and then 820. So this car, 820 on the first day, is 73 on day 2. Romano had a huge starting line advantage. You're going to get run around down there. 880 at 167 miles an hour. Frank Romano runs 973.4 at 140 miles an hour. That is within a tenth of what he's been running. So Romano a couple of 960s the last couple of days. So a 970 puts him right in the ballpark. The high riding off sideways 55 Chevy on the right-hand side, and Damon Elf back up in his 2JZ powered Supra.
It's Jamie Jarvis in the 55 Chevy. This thing's another car real violent, and our leader in B-Gas.
So Damon Elf, the inline 6, screaming to an 877.5, 163 mile an hour shot, 10:06, 133 for the gasser out there.
Oh, man, Gasser's actually a tight run. First place, 10:05 average. Second place, 10:06 average. So I'm thinking you're going to see Jamie Jarvis again. He tends to put laps on that thing anyway.
Elf just went a 77. If we look at what he ran a 90 and a 9:01. So that 77 is actually his best run of the week so far. Mark Campbell from Edelbrock back up here in his 95 Mustang. Janice Wicks in the GT350 as Campbell taking the slow boat here, 11:51 at 92 miles an hour. Wicks goes 12:51, 114.
Look at Campbell's light, 006.
Crushed the tree for a 006. He would trade the light for an 860 or a 50. Kevin Parton and Clyde Carlson now, the 1969 Nova in yellow. And Parton coming back up in his modified power adder Chevy 2 Nova. Carlson's on a nice pull here, 858.2 at 161, as Parton goes at 862 at 159. Clyde Carlson has gone 63 and 56 this week, and now we just backed it up with a 58. If I'm Clyde, punch your ticket, baby. That's within 200 of what you ran on day 2. Roll on. We have mentioned that C group lanes are open about 40 to 50 times. You were busy cleaning up the beverage that you spilled all over the place when I was making that announcement, but I wasn't going to say anything about that. But that's none of my business. Scott Miller and Rick Steinke.
You know, when I said that the guy commented that we weren't funny, all of a sudden there's a whole like pile of people going, oh, yeah, you guys are great. I'm going to have to disagree. Steinke, 134, 60 foot. That 8th mile, 5:59 means nope. 863 again. 933 on the left-hand side for the Big FE Cougar, 145 miles an hour.
I mean, Randy Seward's run is looking more impressive by the minute. As Scott Miller goes 933.5 at 145 miles an hour. Miller's been 939. He's been 925. So that 933 slots him very comfortably into the range that he's been competing on. A little bit of a starting line mop job on the left-hand side as Chris Murray and Brian Anders get ready to stage up. Anders, the 1977 Chevette, and Murray, 94 Mustang, running in the street race small block power adder category. Now we look at Murray, who is trying to achieve what we've seen a lot of cars out here trying to, again, get down to that 850 range. Murray has been 854, and he has been 851. So he's a player. We talked about how coming into this day, the top 5 runners in the street race small block power adder category didn't change yesterday. The top 5 cars, the tightest grouping of any top 5 cars of any category at this event, but they all maintain the same spot. There's no way, David, we leave here today without a change in that top 5, if not all the way at the top.
Yeah, these guys are struggling. I think we are going to see some swapping around. It'll be great. Right now, the DA 2110.
It's on the rise, and it's going to be, from this point forward, it's going to really kind of jump by leaps and bounds.
Which is what I bring up because it's going to get more and more difficult for these guys to hit that number. They're going to have to change their tune-up and sort of chase it as the day goes on.
And as the sun's now up over the mountain, the racetrack itself is going to start getting hotter too.
I hate it when guys figure out their leave and don't give me big wheel stands. Brian Anders in the Chevette used to do the big bumper draggers, not anymore. It used to be kind of quick, not on this pass. 1285 at 81 miles an hour. Chris Murray on the left-hand side went 1128 at 124.
Alex Carella going to be coming up next. Carella back in the very quick but unassuming looking 93 Ford Mustang. Tom Ressler is 07 Chevy Colorado truck. Going to roll on over there.
Someone online asking, what year is Scott Miller's Cougar? It is a 68. The tell on those is basically side marker lights. 67 has none, 68 does have them, which is also true of most American cars because I think that is where the law came in. It might be different for trucks. It's the same on Mustangs, same on, Mopars. Side marker lights came in 68.
Isn't there a very, a small wheelbase difference, too, between a Mustang and a Cougar of that era?
That is correct, Brian.
Yeah.
The leaf spring segment is longer on the front of the Cougar than it is on the Mustang.
Interesting.
The front segment, I should say, not the front leaf spring.
The front leaf.
We do have guys here with front leaf springs.
The ones that the Cougars you could get with a beam axle in
right,
the front. Yeah,
exactly.
That's a very rarely selected option. So the traction sprayer is going to come out after this pair. Looks like a little adjustment being made by Ressler's guy here as he's passenger side, closes the door. Mike Colpin, I remember back in the day, came with a very quick Colorado to Drag Week.
Many years ago.
Yeah.
LS7 it, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, flickering that second bulb is the right game. That leave is not the right game.
And Carella had to pedal at about 100 feet or so. So Carella up to the 8th mile, well off the pace he's looking to run. Goes 883 at 160. So Alex Carella will have more work to do as the traction sprayer hits the deck. We're going to dive off here for just a couple of minutes. Going to pay some bills, run some commercials, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes here. The continuation of this beautiful day of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors.
Every Molly Motorsports piston is backed by 95-plus years of racing heritage and technology innovation. Molly employs the most advanced piston design and machining being used today. When it comes to piston purchase, why choose anything but Molly Motorsports?
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here winning our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Classic car owners, make your headlights over twice as bright with Holley Retro Bright LED headlights. A plug-in replacement for those dim halogen seal beams, Retro Bright maintains that classic look and lasts 6 times longer. Stay safe and click the link below to learn more. Holley's 5-inch digital dash for Sniper EFI is now available at a lower price of $399. It's a direct upgrade for the standard Sniper touchscreen and packs all the same great tuning and data logging capabilities with expanded gauge screens and a GPS antenna. Get one while they're in stock at Holley.com.
Get your V8 back with Range Technology's AFM/DFM disabler. Simply plug the Range Technology module into your OBD2 port, instantly giving you full V8 power. Learn more at rangetechnology.com.
Ups to the production crew here. Paying some bills on the ads. They just pointed at us and said to start talking again. That's what happens. That's what we do. We get pointed at and we speak. Jay points. We talk. It's your turn now. It's your turn to say some stuff.
And people listen.
Well, here we go again.
You're the EF Hutton of drag racing, Brian.
Yes. Yeah, the EF Hutton. Wow. That's a great pull. For all of you septuagenarians watching, you totally just got the EF Hutton pull. Eugene Holderfield. I'm the Robert Loggia.
Missed that one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, blame me.
TV's Robert Loggia. Eugene Holderfield. Street Machine Eliminator machine. They're the Mustang 21 model year. Mach 1, actually. I've not seen many of these Mach 1s out there. It was an option package, and I think they still offer it in the new one. But it was, you know, motors warmed up a little bit, suspensions tweaked a little bit, but I've not actually seen a lot of them out on the road. Dustin Trance trying to run an 850 and maintain what is now a tenuous lead in the street race small block power adder category.
And that is the Mustang on the right-hand side. Yeah, see him just barely flicker the second bulb.
So he went from a 132 to a 128 short time. So he did pick it up there. He did pick it up at the 8th mile, and Trance goes 8:57.3 at 158. He is still not there yet, but he is on the path of the righteous man. He has started to close the gap. 10:52 with a 3 at 135 miles an hour for Holderfield. But Trance proving himself a very capable racer out here by getting this puzzle solved for himself. I do not believe he is going to want to hand that slip in because Seward, 51 the first day, 51 the second day, 51 today, may have something to say about that. If he hands in a 57, that's going to make his life difficult. Also, Trance was 002 in the tree, so let's just give him props on that as well. Clayton Hartman coming up, and Hartman's car is one of the most unique home-built machines on this entire event circuit. 1973 sports roof style Mustang that is just set way down in the weeds, has the massive side pipes on it, a turbocharged engine, and the 1967 Olds 442. Sideways as Hartman, he almost got that thing all the way across the drag strip. And Rovick in the Buick, or the Oldsmobile rather, goes 995.9. He busted in the nines. 995.9, 132. He's always flirting with that 9-second bracket. And Clayton Hartman was all over the place. Still goes 988 at 163. So Rovik gets it done. Be interesting to see how many runs he makes, but that 995 is good stuff. The man, he's from the Yukon.
Clayton is?
No. Rovik.
Oh, okay, Rovik.
Paul Llewellyn coming up, and this, again, a pretty good little sleeper of a car over there. Looks like your typical drive it to the golf course on Sunday Corvette, but it is very quick.
I think this is Cody again on the right-hand side in the 9-second Hellcat.
Looking a whole bunch better than the last time. He left when the tree was activated, so he will get a time slip to hand in. 969 at 142 miles an hour, just scooting through there. Llewellyn goes 1071.2 at 132.54. Dominic Laberge hit me up last night and said, hey, man, we're just limping this thing through. Now, I hope they got it fixed, but yesterday we saw them come up and basically run the thing down in about 16 or 17 seconds to get a time slip. We'll see if Laberge and crew have gotten that 91W 350 Cummins diesel-powered truck squared away. The slicks are on all four corners now, so he's going to go for it.
The right-hand side, Jeff Oppenheim. Not Oppenheimer. There's no movie about him. He's a past Spirit of Drag Week winner, and he goes 885 at 154 miles an hour. The truck, 1219 coasting.
Yeah, only 77. You saw the smoke clear up, and that either meant he started spraying it with nitrous or he lifted, and clearly he lifted at that point. But 885, 154 for Jeff. Again, you look at that El Camino. If you pat that El Camino parking lot and said, I'll bet you $10 that thing goes 880s, you'd take that action all day long.
And why does it smell like toast?
Right.
Because it did burn years ago.
The acrid odor of burned wiring insulation
remains.
It's an acquired taste. Drew Gluck will be coming up next. That's that 07 Mazda RX-8.
Glick has got a 440 cubic inch LS in that thing.
You're getting a look at the motor right now on the live stream. You can see the Pro Charger,
which just stopped spinning.
That hand-fabricated sheet metal style intake manifold on top of the engine. These cars, of course, came with rotary engines from Mazda. The rotary engine displaced roughly the same size as the Pro Charger does now.
This car not reaching potential yet here at Drag Week. They ended up having to thrash it together sort of at the last minute. It used to be powered by an LSA, and I think this unit went in last week.
Mike Higgins doing what we see a couple of different people typically do every year. This looks all the world like a bracket race car to me, that he got some exhaust pipes on, made the lights work, and put a couple of seats in.
And he's out here running Pro Street naturally aspirated.
It is a kind of rough and ready looking 1969 Chevelle. It is, to me, this style of drag week car is among my favorites. Every year we typically see, again, a couple of people that take their, weekend bomber race car and just kind of make it street legal enough to come out here and do this thing, and I kind of love that approach.
Well, and he's the guy who has played the game here, because this thing has run 1038, 1046. He's got a 10-second average in a class that's being led by a 780 car, and he's still number 3 in class. This is a car that could have competed in Street Machine Eliminator, where it's basically a bunch of 10-second cars fighting for a 32-car field. That's where it would belong. But he instead, legally, entered Pro Street naturally aspirated, and if things stand as they are now, he'll get a podium spot.
And what makes it even cooler is we just had a great walk around there on the Chevelle, is it has the tabs on it. This thing gets pulled around with a tow bar.
Yeah, flat-towed. Wonder if they flat-tow it with the slicks on it and everything.
That'd be doubly cool and probably kind of creepy, right? With no sidewall, those things kind of
exactly.
wandering back and forth. So quick check of the Motor Mile right-hand lane of the drag strip here as we wait to get a clean bill of health. Looks like we're going to send the flat drag out.
Hey, don't forget about the MotorTrend app, MotorTrend Plus. You can get it at the App Store or anywhere that you get apps. It is a subscription service where you can see every MotorTrend show that airs on MotorTrend cable TV. So you don't have to sign up for an entire cable package when you can just get the app. And you can watch Roadkill Garage, Hot Rod Garage, Engine Masters, 3K Hoopty Challenge starring the
Starring you
Brian
and I.
Loans. Yes, that is our show. You can find that on there. You can find a great old documentary called 200 Mile an Hour Club, which is the story of Keith Turk, your race director, and myself going down to Australia and getting in the 200 Mile an Hour Club on Lake Gardner, which is a salt lake similar to Bonneville down there. So that's the MotorTrend Plus app. The other thing that's very cool there is there are scans of every single page of Hot Rod Magazine since 1948. This is a huge tool for me. Brian is also a huge tool for me. I'm able to do research on the Hot Rod Magazine pages all of the time when I'm looking for stuff that happened way back in the day, including coverage of the 65 Spring Nationals that happened right here at Bristol. So the MotorTrend Plus app is where you want to go.
Yeah, the scans, too, are not like janky, weird scan. I mean, it's perfect. Really great way to go back and do some research if you need anything, or if you just want to go back and kind of relive some of those days. Very, very fun, and again, as David said, it's certainly a huge reference tool if you're in any sort of history. Big thanks to VP Racing Fuels, as VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP Fuel than any brand to deliver more power and consistent quality. Stay Frosty race-ready coolant is glycol-free and proven to reduce engine temperatures to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP Racing and engine and gear oil provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions. When results matter, trust VP. VP Racing Fuel is the official fuel of Drag Week.
It's hard to believe that next year will be the 20th year of Hot Rod Drag Week. There was an argument about that this morning. Do you or do you not include 2020 when we did not have an event? And the answer is, yeah, you include it because it's just like a rain out at another event.
Watching you and Galimi text back and forth was like watching two bald guys fight over a comb.
Well, that happened too.
The A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes. A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes.
We're getting a nice praise online for Warren and the team here at Drag Racer TV.
Fantastic
Thank you
work.
very much. We appreciate your work. They're doing a great job on the live feed, as well as the camera guys who are out there walking around showing you all the good stuff. Like right now, you're looking at the inside of the Divco milk truck, the wheel standing turbo big block Chevy milk truck.
Custom cup holders. They got the EFI controller right there in the center console. Big old tachometer.
Rack of autometer gauges.
And the wood flooring in the thing is awesome.
How does that not splinter when this thing twists up and leaves the line?
Pretty great. Pretty awesome, crowd-pleasing machine.
He's got his Roadkill Nights sticker on the front of that thing on the windshield. Roadkill Nights is the event that we do in Pontiac, Michigan, where we have racing on Woodward, on the street. Legally, we shut the place down, we rent the place, we destroy the surface with tire rubber. The drag strip this year was so much better than anything that we've
I
had.
moved it to a different spot on Woodward,
Yeah.
just watching the live feed, the live stream rather, whatever race I was at, maybe Topeka, Kansas or something. It was like, man, there's no railroad tracks. It was a beautiful, beautiful strip.
The guys were carrying wheels
Yeah.
like nearly all the way down. Those no prep guys just skittering the front end with all the big rise that you're seeing out of those cars these days. It was really fun to watch.
Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's best power adder, and everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of nitrous systems for weekend warriors to all-out race cars. Whether you're looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. So the rumbling, naturally aspirated big block of Mike Higgins comes back to life as Drew Glick completes his burnout in the RX-8. One of the fun design elements of the RX-8 is actually in the seats. The seat back, the cutout in the seat back is the shape of a rotor that you'd put in a rotary engine. If you ever
The
look at it.
Dorito? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat little Easter egg that they designed into those cars. Yep, you can see right through the windshield on the live feed.
Oh, I see it.
Yep, it's kinda cool.
That's cool. Thank you, Josh.
So Glick's going to back up and continue backing up. So they're going to apparently look at something here. His right-hand man's on the phone, maybe a consult of some sort. Either way, we're going to see Mike Higgins now on a solo.
Here's one thing we should mention, racers. You are not allowed to have a laptop in the car as you go down the track. No laptop. Deal with that later. Higgins gets out with a 1.58 60-foot. Quarter mile 10:49 at 129 miles an hour.
Jason Buckert of Street Race Small Block Power Adder is a racer in need. A 3-gallon fuel cell with 2 10AN sump outlets or aluminum welding rod or aluminum welding to repair. So this guy's got a fuel tank problem. Jason Buckert, Street Race Small Block Power Adder. It's car number 327, a 3-gallon fuel cell with the dash 10 AN sump outlets or aluminum welding to repair. Jake Buckert is the man in need. And John Puckett has just sent me a note. We saw that massive wheelie he did earlier. The oil pan has been smashed in that car. The oil pan is off the car, but it has been beat up some. He sent me a photo here of the work that's ongoing. Hopefully it is a situation he can continue with.
A and B will close in 10 minutes. A and B.
Probably about 5 now because I announced
5.
it 5 minutes ago.
It's a reminder.
Yeah. Okay. Racetrack is good. Young Mr. Cody Helger coming around the corner right now. Helger, the 55 Chevy with the sheet metal style grump lump scoop on it.
It's interesting, the 4 quickest cars in B gas are all 55 Chevys with sticks in them, and he is one of them. Brian Hargett back, the right-hand side, your Super Street Small Block Power Adder leader.
So Ryan Hargett on some relatively fresh prep here, maybe just what the doctor ordered. Helger's got a manual transmission in that car, and he is old school H-pattern style, so you'll be able to hear him kind of have the RPMs wing up as he just fans the clutch between gears. Krager Super Tricks on it, and he has the proper 55 two-lane blacktop plexi sliding window. I do believe the two-lane car had radius rear wheel wells, but I'm not deducting any points for that. I love that car.
This does too.
No, it doesn't. It's got the factory lip on it. Hargett completes his burnout, a dry hop for Helger, running in the B gas category. So it does have the radius wheel wells. They're just finished well. Normally guys just hack them open. Those actually are done nicely with a factory style finish to them.
Brian, having never before seen a 55 Chevy.
Yeah, I'm new to this planet.
You're new. He's like, that doesn't have radius rear wheel wells. Look at the lip on it. I had to break out Google Images and show him what a 55 Chevy looked like.
All right, beyond my own humiliation, Hargett's 128 short. He's 154 the 8th mile, and he's 7:41.1 at 194 miles an hour.
He ran 7:44 on day 1 and 7:17 yesterday.
Well, he's got one in his back pocket now, which is a good thing for him. We'll find out if he's going to try to bump that 41 down at all. For Helger, at 10:11.4 at 133 miles an hour in the 55 Chevy, that is also a nice run for that car.
Yeah, he's run 10:32, 10:17. That's his quickest run of the week. Yeah.
Marianne Young and Taylor Hendrick coming up now. Hendrick having to pedal his race car multiple times through the first 330 feet. You watch the car sit up and down on the suspension a couple of times. 856, 173.78 miles an hour for Hendrick, as Young goes 10.907 at 127.
Hendrick having chosen to make his life difficult with a 4.62 valve in that car.
Now it is Chris Nelson, the 2011 Corvette, and Dave Deal.
Dave Deal was number 2 in class, Super Street Small Block Power Adder, and he had a bad day yesterday. It's an 8.0 capable car that turned in a 12.24, knocked
Nice.
him way down in class. So he wants to get back into a deep 8.
And for Chris Nelson, the Street Machine Eliminator Corvette, the option or the object of the game here through the first 3/4 of this event is to simply run quicker than the bump spot, qualify yourself for the 32-car Eliminator on Friday.
So if the vet goes quicker than 1089, that helps him out. Dave Deal's not going to get that low 8 that he's looking for.
Good to see Jim Greenleaf from Summer Racing Equipment hanging out with us here at Bristol Dragway. And it's 867 at 151, better than yesterday. Nelson goes 1161, 5117. But as you mentioned for Deal, that thing was all crossed up early.
Summit Racing, of course, celebrating their 55th anniversary, and they are a supporter of Drag Week. You can see them here in the pits. They'll help you out with parts they may have on hand. They can also assist you with an online order. They also are giving away special gift certificates. You can get that, or you can apply for that if you are a driver or passenger at Drag Week. You got to get them in before Friday morning.
Yeah, if you've not gotten that in yet, get it in today. Clark Rosenstengel, Chris McNeely. McNeely, the 1964 Chevelle Street Race Big Block NA, and Rosenstengel, the modified Power Adder entry. Rosenstengel's car, just a literal failure to launch there, just went nowhere when he stepped on the gas. McNeely goes 9:14.3 at 145.
He's been 9-0 the past 2 days. Brian, have you announced that A and B lanes are closed? I know you've got a monopoly on that.
A and B lanes are officially closed. The 10 minutes that we mentioned have run out. Speaking of run out, look at the mop going here on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Rosenstengel's car was leaking something up there. Let's hope it was water or fuel. Judging by the way that the guys are managing the spill, it does appear that it was one of those two things.
Brian mentions that because they have the power of evaporation, which oil does not.
No.
Nor does antifreeze. And that's a risk here at Drag Week. I think there's a lot of cars here running antifreeze, and that is just one of the worst things you can get on a track.
Yeah, yesterday we had the big transmission failure. I believe it was Rob Senker had the transmission come out of that Pontiac. And big props to the crew at Rockingham for basically an 1/8 mile to the turnout cleanup that they had to complete, which they did. Chris Thompson's going to be next on the racetrack, this 1968 Dart. Another member of the Everything's Going Awesome and You Guys Run a Great Event Club.
Yeah, yesterday they were struggling. They got one pass in, and he wanted to go for another one. And unfortunately, we had closed lanes, which, by the way, is prone to happen. If we don't have cars in lanes, we will close a little bit early. I don't think we've given a firm estimate of stop time yet today.
We won't for a while.
And we will not. We will hold off until we get closer to our actual lane closure time for the entire event. That'll happen much later in the day. So Thompson not getting the pass that he wanted yesterday.
Just waiting for that traction compound, left-hand side of the track to set up. It'll be Matt Bunel and his 67 Camaro running next to Thompson in the Dart.
Traction compound reminds me of VP, which reminds me that they are the official fuel of Hot Rod Drag Week, and we appreciate their support as well.
For people who want more power, more longevity, and winning performance from their vehicle's engine, Molly Motorsports makes the highest quality forged piston kits backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that consistently give the greatest levels of proven performance. Power Pack, build something great. Molly Motorsport is the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2023, offering a complete line of forged Power Pack piston kits to take your engine to the next level. Proven to win. Find your Power Pack at mollymotorsport.com. That's mollymotorsport.com.
You know, Molly is an OE piston supplier, and it's really kind of stunning how many weird engine combos for old V8s that they offer. You can get, I don't know, small block Mopar, big block Mopar, FE stuff. They have all kinds of pistons. Really high quality stuff. Nice ring packages. narrower ring packages than we used to run back in the day. You know, like 5/64ths is what you would find in an OE application in the 60s. And those were like the self-boring like rings. That's what you use. Then the 16th was a big deal for a long time, and now we're down even below an 043. We got like the 1 millimeter ring. Yeah.
All right, so a battery-powered ratchet was found. You can pick that up at the MotorTrend trailer. If you lost your battery-powered ratchet, we have it, and I have no idea how we're going to make you identify that, rather than walking up going, oh, yeah, you guys found my $300 battery-powered ratchet. Secondly, we need a cartridge-style fuel filter, a 440-micron cartridge-style fuel filter for Bill Heath, the 1971 Plum Crazy Purple Duster by the scoreboard in the pit area. Hashtag not Eddie Miller. That's pretty good. Once again, Bill Heath, the 1971 Plum Crazy Purple Duster. He needs a cartridge-style fuel filter. 40-micron filtration is what he's looking for. I know Jeff Stacy from Automotive is listening. Jeff, get on it.
40 is a really tight filter.
Well, sure, I could say a lot of things that would end my career following that. Read all those ads already. Not that one, though. And so the high sign given to fire up Matt Bunel and Chris Thompson. A great shot here on the live stream. We know, David, this car has been 7.0s this week, the Mustang we were just looking at on our streaming coverage here. I'm not sure if you got it yet, but Brian Acton is in the mood for a 1,000 horsepower capable power glide. If he can't get the transmission, he needs clutches and the know-how to rebuild it. Potentially may need a turbo spline to converter as well.
As a tech tip, I would go see Rick Johnson with Gear Vendors for any transmission need that you've got here at Drag Week, and he'll probably be able to help you out. And of course, set you up with a Gear Vendors Overdrive that'll bolt on the back of your existing transmission, let you grab another gear.
So Chris Thompson, Pro Street Power Adder 68 Dart, really neat car, huge slicks on the back of this thing, sits right, very well finished. What's the engine combination?
It is a big inch small block Mopar turbo.
With an aftermarket block and the whole works, right?
Yep.
Nice. We had a great launch in that car. Came out with a front end up, goes through the 8th mile at 123, and he is going to go 890 with a 9 at 154.67 miles an hour. Bunel goes 1094.6 at 123. So for Chris Thompson, that 890 is in the ballpark. He went 72 and 81, so that's right where he needs to be.
This Grand Cherokee was a real eye-opener for me the first time I saw it run at Drag Week. Look at that, 1098, and I think that's off pace for him, 126 miles an hour. Matt Tracy in the right-hand side in the Corvette, 996 at 136.
Clark Lamb coming up on the left-hand side of the drag strip. Closest car to your screen if you're watching from home. That is the Street Machine Eliminator 68 fuel-injected Barracuda. And Brian Anders, the Ultimate Iron 1977 Chevette. Lamb has run this car for years at Drag Week, making improvements and tweaks along the way, and it is continuing to run very well. Nice wheel-standing launch. Goes 1062, 124 for Anders. A 1034.8 at 130 still has not found the secret recipe to get that car moving quickly enough.
And we do have some radical cars pulling into the burnout box. You're going to want to share the link for the live feed because you don't want to miss this. Couple 7-second cars side by side. But currently, Erkowitz, and it looks like we got Seward back. We ran that 851 earlier, apparently not good enough. He's going to seek an 850.
He's going to do it with his car aimed almost directly at the center of the racetrack. Very odd setup here for Seward. Has the car staged in a very crooked manner. Now he's maybe realizing that, and he's going to back up and square it up here.
He's probably got the live feed in his ear. I mean, why would you want to miss Brian Lone's brilliance?
Well, actually, he was on the trans brake. That's why the reverse lights came on. 134 short, 545 of the 8th, and he goes 849.3. Wow.
Too quick. Yeah, with a soft leave. That car's also driven just thousands, tens of thousands of miles. You know, it's a question I see occasionally about why do the reverse lights come on? Frequently you'll see that when they are on the trans brake, which does engage first and reverse at the same time. You'll often see that.
Erkowitz runs a 17. He ran 14 yesterday. He may be happy with that. Now it is Rich Trunkett. Trunkett coming up, the turbocharged 1972 Duster and Devin Vanderhoof's car.
The third quickest car on the property, judging by performance thus far. Josh Davis is driving that thing. The Mustang convertible has been 7.0. Trunkett, 790s.
I would be shocked if both of these guys got down in a representative fashion in their first attempt. I think by the end of the day they find it, but man, if you can come out here and like you said, these are two of the biggest power cars on the property. If you can get it right the first time, you are genius level. Ain't happening. Vanderhoof's going to go down, and he will go 924 at 102. Trunkett will coast his way to a 1352. Trunkett's lap was done before he even launched. I mean, 163, knew that was over. Vanderhoof's car actually did get out, but when they fed the power to it, spun the tires.
Jesse Harris, a.k.a. Black Lung.
Yeah, we had to, I think we had to send that guy's family a notice yesterday, the guy that was standing to the right of the thing. Yeah.
Rick Callahan on the left-hand side, Street Machine Eliminator 2020 Challenger. People in the chat asking about Matt Sweet in that NA Nova.
Haven't seen him yet.
We understand he was at the hotel. Oh, Jesse Harris gets out. That thing's just fun to watch launch. It's all twisted up, a 139 short time.
Wes Allison just ran for cover. He got the photo and turned heel quick. 932, 9144 as Callahan goes 1053.3 at 131.50.
Wes Allison, one of our photographers with HOTROD.com. You can see all his stuff at HOTROD.com each evening. Bergeson's making laps over here on the left-hand side. Chris Mary in the 94 Ford Mustang.
And Bergeson was it Bergeson that was looking for the fuel tank stuff? No, it was Jake that was looking for it. This is Jason. Jake was looking for it.
I think they're going to give him a bye on the Monte Carlo.
Yeah, Chris Murray's going to do another burnout, it looks like. His guy's going palms up out there. His guy's going palms up. Yeah. Drag racing can at times be a study in how human beings can complicate the most simple of things. Literally the most simple of things. For instance, like if a guy's staged, just send him down a racetrack. I don't know. What do I know? Just up here doing stuff. I do not believe Bergeson sat up on the converter for a bunch of time, so that's good. Man, Perry's car is like he hit an afterburner out there, 138 to 60, and after that it was gone pretty quick. Throws the shoots out, 871.9 at 156 miles an hour. Bergeson goes 806.8 at 172.19.
A couple of street race small block power adder cars on the line. Mike Norkovich and Jason Rousseau. Jason Rousseau is in the Malibu.
Norkovich not messing around. He just went in there and turned both bulbs on. Russo took his time in stage, as he should. Well, Russo's in a much better spot here. Not necessarily on pace for an 850, but he is on pace for a 921, 121 miles an hour. So, yeah, we've kind of been consistently clearing people out from directly in front of the timing tower, and that has nothing to do with David and I. More it has something to do with the bad idea of standing directly behind cars doing burnouts. I have actually seen a guy get his leg broken standing in that similar position. It was at Columbus, Ohio, where a guy was doing a burnout and chucked a big rock off the back of a tire, and it snapped the guy's leg like a twig. So if you're standing directly behind cars doing burnouts, you shouldn't be there. That's why we're moving you. If you left a jacket right in front of the tower,
Bellahar coming back, going strong, 868 at 158 with the nitrous oxide Pontiac power on the right-hand side. Michael Ward went 772, 182 in the Orange Nova.
That 868 is good news for Bellahar because it is well ahead of the average of his number 2 racer, Nick Mancini. And while it's a 10th off of what he's been doing, it would be a nice run for him to turn in terms of maintaining his number 1 position. John Powell, 1987 Chevy S10 truck, and our beautiful injected Nova.
Josh Norris.
And Josh Norris Sr. 975 and 968 first couple of days for Norris Sr.
That car always identifiable by the stack fuel injection coming out of the hood. 989 at 135 miles an hour. And the little truck, 1099, 114. Back on the line in the left-hand lane is Mike Reimers. And he is in the Street Machine Eliminator category, and he is now number 1 in Street Machine Eliminator. This is the class where you cannot go quicker than 10.0, and he has run 10.0. There was a big mix-up in the cars at the top of that field. Lynette Jankuski is right behind him now.
I feel like Reimers has been a number 1 qualifier.
Yes, he won.
Previously, yeah. Man, big move to the left for good as that car, the Malibu, came off the starting line. Well under control, but it wanted to be at the center line real bad. He did not let it get there. Mike Good goes 10.26, 133. Reimers goes 10.10.6 at 129. So we start to see the pressure exerted by the performance of other people in a class here with Dustin Trance. Randy Stewart's 851.7 has Trance making more runs in this day than we've probably seen him make in 2 years over the course of an event. Brian Kelly, the 1985 Corvette, will be on the opposite side of the drag strip, but for Trance, need that 850. And a closer to an 850 with a 0, even better. Quick touch up at the starting line, and we're going to be firing off Dustin Trance here momentarily. Seen some great performances so far as we have another piece of news here. Racer in need. Phil Greatorex, the green 70 CUDA, needs a set of push rods. Big block push rods, cup and ball, 3/8, 8.6 inches long. He is in the middle of the pits. He needs big block push rods, cup and ball, 3/8, 8.6 inches long. That is for Phil Greatorex in the green 1970 CUDA.
Got to wonder how many of those he needs and why.
Yeah.
That's tough to get a precise length push rod on the fly. You know, those big block Mopars, which is what I think he's got in there, they tend to push the push rod through a stock rocker arm. Not saying that's what happened, but it does happen. So do small blocks.
Great look here at the live stream. The Corvette. competing in a street race small block NA. That's Monique Allen's car with the velocity stacks all polished up. Got the skull and crossbones plate in the front of it. Nice looking late C3 style Corvette. We have announced it. We'll remind you A and B lanes are closed. Of course, if you are a quarantine participant, you will be in lane 1. But C group is what our concentration is right now.
Now we're looking at Merrick's Nova here. I believe that's who that is. It's got the Kraken coming out of the back. Look at the vinyl top on the quarter panels on the other side. You know, it's got all the octopus arms.
And they were looking for parts yesterday, which apparently they got.
Yeah?
Yeah, we had made a parts call for them.
There we go. What's it say on the trunk? A piece of my heart is in heaven. Jen, 2022.
And we have gotten the sign to fire cars on the starting line. So Dustin Trance.
Brian, we got the sign to fire your co-host here, too.
Oh, man. At some point during this exercise today, we will dive into the dysfunctional collection of personalities that is the chat section. We just haven't got there yet. Brian Kelly and Dustin Trance.
Kelly's Corvette running an all-motor small block. All motor is our class for, guess what? Naturally aspirated vehicles. See what I did there?
How about you? Laying it out clean and crisp. All right, Dustin Trance now a 126 short time, and now he goes a 543. He may be going a little too quick for his own good.
Oh, there it is!
159.99 for Trance. Brilliant, brilliant,
Bam!
brilliant. Man. And you know that's what Seward had to have been thinking about. He had to have been thinking, you know what, he's going to do it, and he did it. That is amazing.
Nailed it. As I get a kind text from your friend of mine, David Kennedy from NHRA, congratulating us on a drag week win.
Brian Kelly running in the mid-12s. Thanks for David Kennedy tuning in. Merrick O'Grady leaves the starting line of that 1968 Nova. Monique Allen, the 1977 Corvette, going down as an armload of potato chips delivered to yours truly, David Freiberg.
No, those are mine.
512. That's why I said they're delivered to you. Merrick O'Grady, 986.5, 137.37. Let's talk about the culinary adventure you took at dinner last night. When you tried
Actual sushi?
You tried actual sushi.
I ingested dead fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, first time.
It only took, what, 60 years?
Yeah, that's about right.
Tommy Dupree from Summit Racing Equipment in his 4th Gen Trans Am, and Phil Tobin in the 93 Big Block Corvette. And Tobin's got all kinds of trouble out there. Something's going desperately wrong with that car. It's just got some weird kind of herky-jerky situation going. Meanwhile, Bob Ruppel was getting a way too big a windshield of Corvette there. We're going to see if Tobin's going to try to run again or what the story is.
Herky Jerky, also your nickname in high school.
That was the name of my band. Tommy Dupree, 10.901 at 124.46. Brian Eaton and Bob Ruppel coming up. So Eaton, the Street Machine Eliminator SRT Hellcat Charger entry, and Ruppel, the Winter Mint 1972 Nova.
Ruppel having held 3rd in class until we went ahead and stabbed Randy Bellahar into his class.
Yeah, we stabbed him all right.
Bumping him down. And Ruppel's now in 4th position.
Bob's on the gas to the stripe. He goes 1061, 128.
Yeah, that slowest pass of his week is not going to help his program.
Brian Eaton goes 1230 with a 4 at 115, comfortably outside the bump spot of Street Machine Eliminator. He's got a long way to go to get there into the 10s. Dennis Rayleigh and Jason DeSheim coming up.
If you're watching the live feed, you might as well open up another window and go to hotrod.com and call up the results. Therefore, when you see these cars, what's wrong with you, Brian?
I thought you were
He's cackling.
You said open up a window, and I thought and scream into the ether about how much you hate this thing.
I don't take it anymore. Yeah, so you can go through the results and follow along as we call these names. You can find them. If you open up the Excel file online, you can do a find, and every time we mention a name, you can go see what's up. Brian, do you see the red Corvette that just pulled into the burnout box?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll tell you the story about
that's
that in a
not the
minute.
one
Is
we
it
were
not
talking
the
about
same
yesterday.
one?
Not the same one.
Ah,
He's out.
fail.
I believe the guy we saw yesterday is out. That is.
Yeah.
55 doing the 55 things, leaves a little cockeyed. Nice piece of driving. And the lay body runs down 1067.6, 123 on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 55 left before the trues activated. New data. Steve Lemieux, the 1970 GTO. I love Lemieux's car. This thing is great. You can see the unique looking hood scoop coming up through the top of the hood. It's got the TikTok tack on the hood as well.
TikTok tack is a Mopar item that is a clock with a tack around the outside. Hence the name.
What do they call the Pontiac?
Tack.
What do they call the Pontiac hood tack?
A tack on the hood.
I thought it had its own catchy name.
It probably does.
Randy Hammonds goes 1099 132. Lemieux in the Pontiac, not with a TikTok tack, goes 1076.9 at 132.
Yeah, Wangers wouldn't have missed that opportunity to name that something or other. We need to look that up. Hey, Pontiac guys, tell us, what is the hood tack called? Trunket is back on the left-hand side. He is running Super Street Big Block Power Adder with that Duster. It is, however, a small block in it with turbos. And the deal is, if you're over 430 cubic inches with a small block, you do get shoved into the big block category. However, if you've got a 396 big block Chevy, sorry, you're also in the big block category because you're a big block engine family. Ooh, Trunket. Leaving real soft, laying into it, getting very sideways. That's not going to be the 7-second run that he needs. Derek Motley's in the right-hand side in the 89 Camaro, and that car runs 1164 at 123.
Yeah, it doesn't appear it had any snappy name. Offered as a dealer option first at 67.
This guy is suggesting Tiger Tack.
Okay, maybe that's where I got spun
right?
out, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything in a quick search that gives off any sort of a fun option name. Kevin Wells and Jake Grabiak lead the starting line. Grabiak, absolutely pristine, 67. Whoa, man! We got a guy just spun a donut in the burnout box here. Kevin Wells goes 11-14 at 120.
What are they doing giving this guy, to the roof, to the walls? Like, I'm not sure I've ever seen that. This white little notch Fox just did a 180 in the burnout box.
Wow. And that is Lynette Jankowski will be on a solo. And that is Brad Berry in a 91 Mustang that is being pushed off the starting line where it must have busted a rear end or something, or an axle.
They said the throttle hung.
Wow.
We're getting news from race control that the throttle hung, because I'm looking at the marks on the ground. It doesn't look to me like it was missing traction on either tire.
So he hit the brakes and it just pinwheeled itself around.
Yep. That was a first for me. As Lynette goes down in her Monte Carlo that is currently number 2 on the charts for Street Machine Eliminator. She's looking for 10.0. She gets 10.09. Perfect.
It's a throwback moment to a degree. I mean, Justin Burcham, if you remember the very first drag week, on the very first day, KCR spun a donut at about 330 feet unintentionally. But I don't think I've ever seen somebody pull the full rotation in the burnout box and not hit anything.
Right.
Lonnie Andazola and Dave Workman coming up. Workman, the diesel 57 Ford F100. There's a common rail Cummins diesel in the nose of that truck. So Workman and Andazola heading down the racetrack. Andazola had a 4/10 of a second advantage on the lead, goes 10:54 at 128 miles an hour. Workman goes 10:59.6 at 124. So this a 7.3 liter engine, a Godzilla motor here for Jody Koyman in the 65 Falcon. Steve McNair, the jokes write themselves, the 2016 Cadillac ATS-V.
The Godzilla being the late model Ford heavy-duty truck engine that is making such big noise these days. I was happy personally to see Ford come out with a pushrod big block V8, sort of unexpected. People are making big steam with those things these days.
And obviously, it's as big as it is, it's compact enough in size to fit the relatively tight confines of the nose of a 65 Falcon. 1081, 122 miles an hour, and you guarantee there's nothing exotic going on there, right? I mean, literally a camshaft and an intake manifold.
And that's what it does, yeah. You know, the jam on those things is to get rid of the shock towers, then you can shove kind of any motor that you want in there. Oh man, Armentrout getting kind of sideways out of the box as well.
Mark White is on the other side of the racetrack, but yeah, that's Dave Armentrout, the 67 Chevy 2 running in the unlimited category.
Armentrout currently second in the unlimited category. It's run 750 and 724 with its twin turbo big block Chevy. I think it's a 540.
His liner-upper guy, at least on Armentrout's side, the liner-upper guy was being very aggressive with the hand signals, but Armentrout was being very non-aggressive with the steering wheel movements. And they end up lining up the car pointing to the wall. How does that happen, right? Look at it. It's aimed to the right. It's going to go to the right. Oh, my God. It went to the right.
What came out of it? A piece of paper or something like that? Yeah, it's fluttering in the wind. Maybe they're hoping it would get through the finish line before they did. They still ran 798 at 191 for Armentrout. The left-hand side, Mark White, 1052, 129.
779. Yeah, it's 779.8. You said 798. All good. Just want to give him credit. 779, 191 with the paper flying and a lot of driving early. I mean, the thing, he hit the gas and went to the right, and lucky it didn't blow the tires off. But Mark White, 1052, 129. Alan Muji, 1972 Camaro Z28. And Jim White coming up, 1963 Tempest, the AFX lettering on the side of it, out of New Hampshire. Sunapee Auto Works lettering on the side. You can see he ran this car at Dragway a couple years ago. It's got a 428 Pontiac in it, the big car engine.
And a twin turbo LS in Muji's Camaro. Brian appealing to our Canadian office with, or Canadian brothers with Z28.
Yeah.
814, 171. And on the left-hand side, 1226 at 111.
Dan Dinan and Charlie Krause coming up. Krause, it's a big crimson-colored 1972 Monte Carlo. Dinan, the 1979 Malibu. The more kind of sculpted cowl here, not the typical ski ramp style.
Yeah, those have become hip in the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years.
Dinah got that baby fattened up going down the racetrack. See the black smoke coming out of the exhaust. 1039, 131 is Krause, a big Monte Carlo romping to a 1067, 126. In the pantheon of Drag Week Monte Carlos, does George Gallimore's reign supreme, or does Mike Roy's reign supreme? We've had a load of good ones.
I think you and I both go Gallimore, honestly.
I think so too.
Yeah, small tire car running real fast.
Mike Turner and Ricky Dorn. And George was either a physician or a dentist, or he's a medical guy. I can't remember. But it was kind of cool. Like, just great guy, and him and Jeff with that big Monte Carlo, just killer car.
They went out to Bonneville and did really strong as well. Ricky Dorn, right-hand side, 1073 at 130 miles an hour, and Turner on the left-hand side in the 70 Dodge Dart, 1128, 118.
Got Bobby Admire and a Pontiac GTO rolling up right next to Jeff Lingenfelter. Lingenfelter, the street race big block naturally aspirated 70 Duster, and Admire, his 05 Pontiac GTO. This is at least his second drag and drive event of the year, having run the Southeast Street and Yeet earlier and winning his Dial Your Own category.
And Admire currently third in street race small block NA. That's the GTO.
Lingenfelter's car, those leaf springs working real good as you saw the body and tire kind of separate itself there, driving the axle into the ground and making traction. 10:36.6, 1:31 for Admire as Lingenfelter goes 11:06 at 1:20. And just when he thought it was safe to go outside, the throttle hanging Mustang is back for another attempt at a burnout. Clear the first 3 rows of the stands and get away from the fence.
Hey, he might be coming all the way back to the tower. You don't know. Hey, that Limelight Duster that just went down is 440 powered, and he's actually been in the 10, so that's another car we might see back. Herbert White on the right-hand side, 11:28, 1:23 on the left-hand side, 13:88.99.
Clay Milliken has literally entered the chat.
Oh, has he?
He texted us and he says, George, Bucky Gallimore is a radiologist.
Okay, thanks, Clay.
Yep. 13:88.6 at 99 miles an hour for White of the Scott variety, and of the Herb variety, 11:28.1 at 1:23.
I sent him a photo earlier of Bristol, and I said, yeah, we're at Drag Week. He said, this is not breaking news. I've been watching the live feed.
So Brad Berry, I'm not blaming him, not very aggressive burnout. He breathed on the gas pedal this time rather than trying to send it through the floorboard. And Carol Barhorst, the 1974 GTO. Barhorst passed the 8th mile at 101 and goes 10:78.7, 125 with Berry going 11:53.9, 117. Resident Drag Weeker Pontiac expert Jeremy has said with the mocking laughter, it's just a Pontiac hood tech.
So I was correct, right?
Of course you were correct.
Right.
I mean, I was totally out to lunch.
Yes.
Once a day it happens. Move on. Steve Calloway and Rob Barhorst after we saw Carol run down. Now it's Rob's turn. .1086 forward, 128 miles an hour as Barhorst goes 12:37.2 at 109. You know, you look down this racetrack, the top end, you see the kind of uphill shutdown area. They got the big catch net and sand trap. I was down there when a few years ago, Mark Caruso made a 250-some mile an hour run in a Pro Mod, lost the parachutes and all the brakes, had nothing. He went into that thing at 180 miles an hour, according to the race pack. It was, wow. And I was standing down there. It was the scariest thing I ever seen. He walked out of the car. It was nuts. Dave Morahan and Ray Hageman. Hageman goes 12:96.7 at 106. Morahan left before the tree was activated. The thing hit the catch net so hard it ripped basically the whole front of the car off, and the fuel tank was thrown about 25 to 30 feet up the hill. And so when all the dust was settling, we thought it tore the engine out. We thought the engine had been thrown up the hill. Everything was on fire and everything. It was insane.
That's gnarly.
It was a full-on cataclysm up there. Robert Filger and Doug Kistler. Filger goes 11:13.3 at 121. Kistler goes 10:609 at 130.
You know, I'd like to start keeping a tally of wrongness from you, but I realize that would be poking the bear, and I would lose that fight.
We can play this any way you want, man. We can do this the easy way. We can do this the hard way. Pretty cool as well to see the legends of Thunder Valley up there this year. Don Pernome and Tony Schumacher were inducted during the national event. It's a great Hall of Fame list of names for sure. As Cliff Olson and Dave Gallimore get ready to take the starting line. Olson's car always goes down a racetrack with the brake lights on. No comprende. Did it yesterday too. I mean, he goes 12:13, 116 miles an hour. He's making runs. Gallimore goes 10:91, 122.93. When did you first come to this place? Power Tour or something years ago, or?
Yeah, Power Tour, Drag Week. How many times have we been here? I can't advise.
Riley Grabiak absolutely gorgeous 37 Chevy Coupe, a car that for years was run as kind of a ratty-looking hot rod, and now has been turned into an absolute showpiece in that beautiful emerald green. Small block for power as Jason Sharp goes past the 8th mile at 100 and completes the Malibu's pass at 12:26.
We have only been to Bristol with Drag Week in 2018, so only one time. I had been here long before that, I suspect, for Power Tour.
Okay. Grabiak in 11:09 at 1:19. Kyle Buntley and Bill Heath.
You know what? I was here for NHRA one time as well. Yep.
Heath, the 71 Duster. Buntley, the 88 Mustang.
We were talking about Clay. Remember he had that spectacular win here on Father's Day?
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was one of the more memorable, I think, moments. Anybody that was witness to that, it was amazing
huge.
day. So Bill Heath was the guy that was looking for something or other, right? We announced something. He was looking for parts earlier. He must have got his act together. Kyle Buntley, 88 Mustang, trying to go an 850 out here. Walks it off the starting line with a 161 short time. Goes through the 8th mile at 6:42. It is going to be well off the mark. Goes 9:92, 139 as Heath goes 11:31.7 at 121 miles an hour. The V10 stick shifted short bed standard cab Ram. And Zach Wicks coming up. Wicks, the 2013 Ford Mustang. That's pretty great. As we look at the hood of the Ram, he's got his work list like you guys always have on Roadkill. He's got the various tasks wiped off of it. Defrost system, question mark. Is one of he did not complete a defroster in the thing.
We have been defrosted at Drag Week, however.
It's true. That's true. A little chilly earlier in the week. Warren Evans goes cruising across majestically in the starting line area. And so just drying off a spot here at the starting line. Andy Savakinas inside that truck as we get a peek at the, I'm going to call it a dashboard.
Oh, he's got the inside of that thing gutted.
Yeah.
I like to relive your wrongness. I remember when you stated that you couldn't get the Viper pickup truck in a regular cab.
And as it turns out, this was the only way they came for the first couple of years.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I have a good story about that, actually.
Oh, yeah?
About the Viper truck, yeah.
Hold on. Not to rob the audience of anything, but we need a front pump for a 4L80E. Nick Mancini, the 85 Black Olds Cutlass, pitted between pole 5 and 6, needs a front pump for a 4L80E transmission. Find him if you got one. So as Andy Savakinas roars through the gears, he was looking for transmission parts for that thing yesterday. Maybe looking for him again as Zach Wicks goes 11:86 and Savakinas goes 13:72.7. Now, please.
Yeah, he was looking for a throat shim. I'm debating if I'm telling the story or not. Maybe I'll hold back. I'll tell you in the car later.
How long ago did it happen?
When those trucks were new.
So this is decades ago.
Okay, so at Hot Rod Magazine, we were doing a pitch to Dodge in order to do a project vehicle.
Okay.
And so we had the idea, let's build a Viper truck. And I had, Chris Hickman was an artist at the time. We had him draw it up. Dodge ended up not biting the deal on the thing. But, about a year later, we saw the news that Dodge was going to be making a Viper truck that was remarkably similar to the drawing that we had printed at Hot Rod. I'm not saying A equals B. I'm saying the coincidence was there.
Chad Garud has major smoke coming out of that car. The left-hand side of the racetrack, the Mustang smoking its way through the shutdown area. Went 10:37 at 132. We're going to check the racetrack. And Tracy Holzclaw goes 11:14.6 at 117. Now, you guys did, I remember, you put that Hemi, was it a 426 Hemi and a half-ton? Remember that project?
Yes, that 426 Hemi that was in a half-ton, that was flamed, that drove on Power Tour, got removed from the truck. The truck went to the crusher because it was a pre-production model. That 426 Hemi was in my Hemi Gremmy, and that 426 Hemi will be installed in my 69 Belvedere in a junkyard on the Roadkill episode that I will be shooting in 2 weeks.
So that same engine has continued to live that life. That's pretty wild.
That is correct.
And I think I know we've gone through this in the past, but my understanding is that project was kind of a nightmare, that original pickup truck build.
Putting a 426 Hemi into a late model Dodge truck at the time was not a fantastic operation. I had the headers for that thing for the longest time, and I finally sold them at a swap meet somewhere because, I mean, they fit nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, these things looked like a bowl of spaghetti. They were just everywhere. The guy's like, what does this fit? I go, 426 Hemi. So we bought them.
And he's still trying to get them to fit the Belvedere E-body or whatever he's putting them in. Yeah.
He only needed to change everything but the flange.
Right. Yeah. He bought a pair of flanges. Yeah. We have to give a big shout out to Gear Vendors, the presenting sponsor of Drag Week. Rick Johnson of Gear Vendors have been behind the drag and drive movement since its inception, back when Drag Week was first created in the early 2000s, and he continues to be a driving force in it today. His Gear Vendors Overdrives can be found in many, many, many different cars through many different classes of drag and drive competition, especially out here at Drag Week. You can use these things to help increase your efficiency on the highway by lowering the RPM when you're cruising down the road. You can even use them to increase the performance of your car on the drag strip by splitting gear changes as the car is going down the track. I think Eddie Miller was one of the first guys back in the day to actually actively punch the button at full throttle on the drag strip and prove that he could pick up performance. So thank you, Rick Johnson. Visit him at gearvendors.com, and if you're building a hot rod or you have a drag and drive car, owe it to yourself to put a great transmission in it and back it up with the Gear Vendors to get the best of both worlds. Also, don't forget to buy your Hot Rod Drag Week merchandise in the Vendor Midway. We got a merch trailer set up over there. You can get your t-shirts, your Drag Week merchandise. Zach Muji and Kerry Nisheim going down the racetrack. Muji's car was blowing a bunch of carbon out early, and then manages 11:16, 121. Nisheim goes 12:47, 9 at 110. Eric Grillo of Molly Pistons in the 1972 Chevy Nova, and Greg Dufek, 21 Ford Mustang for Dufek.
Molly Pistons, another supporter of Drag Week. They are here on site.
Eric banging gears in that little Chevy Nova on the left-hand side of the racetrack, trying to keep his nose out ahead of Dufek, which he has now done by about a car length and a half. Goes 10.99.1 at 123.20 is Dufek. 11.26.3 at a $123.27.
Speaking of Molly Pistons, we should also mention that your friend of mine, Rob Canan, is now at Molly. He is a past editor of Hot Rod Magazine. You can find him walking around here somewhere.
He's I believe, under his tent. They got a Molly tent set up by the starting line here. So if you got piston questions, if you're getting ready to build an engine or you're considering a build, go over and talk to Rob and Eric when he's not running his car. They can answer your questions. Here comes Rovick, the 1967 Olds 442, went 995 earlier, and Paul Llewellyn in the 2001 Chevy Corvette.
Rovick's first 9 of the week, right?
I thought he did it yesterday, too.
Did he?
I thought and again, these are 990s. He's dipping his toe in there, but he's getting there, and that's all that counts. 10.05, 132 this time for the Oldsmobile. Llewellyn goes 10.29.4 at 131.
No, in fact, he had run 10.10 and then 10.02 the first 2 days with the Old. So today was his first 9-second run. 10.05 on this pass.
Nick Cryer coming up in the Divco. Mike Halfeld, the 1966 Chevelle.
Your former holder of the #1 spot in Street Machine Eliminator. Now watch the div go.
Perfect.
I love it.
Love it.
That thing went 150 to 60 feet.
And man, Kelfeld was all over the racetrack. You can see that car. He was way left of the groove. The car was spinning the tires at the 8th mile. He goes 10.86.2 with a handful of steering wheel. Cryer goes 10.77.7 at 123 miles an hour in the flying Etch-a-Sketch down there.
Man, with the aerodynamics of the Empire State Building.
Well, we're hearing that one of the premier cars of the event we've been following is having trouble as Frank Veneziano goes 10.88.6, 129. Arnold, David Arnold, in the 93 Mustang goes 11.905 at 113 miles an hour. So the idea here, we understand the Mountain Motor Nova is having a major issue, and they're going to be coming over. They're hoping to make one run just to keep themselves in the competition. The Viper made it to the hotel at 5 a.m. Good gravy.
Bradshaw goes down, 10.99 at 134 miles an hour, and Vanderwalker on the left-hand side with the Hellcat, 11.12 at 124. As we swing back to the starting line and witness the blown big block Malibu wagon.
Blown wagon is great. Clean and good. Travis Clark, the 86 Mustang.
Not that clean, but very good.
Yes, yeah, we two different approaches here aesthetically for sure. So we'll find out what the wagon can do. Is a great shot of that polished supercharger. The black anodized carburetors go along certainly with the paint scheme of the race car. Or the wagon, as I should say. Wagon was way late to lead behind Travis Clark, but the blown big block is going to carry him around the outside. 10.30 at 123 to Clark's 10.66 at 127. .302. About a tenth off what he was running. Ran at 19 on the first day, so 30's almost a perfect tenth behind where he was at sea level.
Jamie Jarvis is back with that 55 Chevy, leading the B gas class, but man, he's got 3 more 55 Chevys right behind him.
And Timmy Baptista going down the left-hand side on Massachusetts, 10.91.7, 125 for Baptista, 10.37.9 at 132 on the right-hand side for the gasser. Cody Helger's back up, the 55 Chevy 150. 1973 Charger for Brian Gebhardt.
440 in the Charger. Small block. Is this small block or big block in Helger's car? Might be a big block, like the two-lane blacktop car.
I'm pretty sure it's a big block.
Yeah,
yes.
It would be shameful to have a car that accurate on two-lane blacktop and then have a small block in it. Did you know? Everyone knows, I think, that the two-lane blacktop car was also the car in American
Bob
Graffiti.
Falfa's car.
But did you know that it is also in an episode of Adam 12?
Yes, you told me about that one.
It's the only trivia I've got. I got to repeat it.
The other one, again, some people know, some people don't. Bob Falfa crashes that car in American Graffiti, right? Crashes the 55 Chevy. That was supposed to be the ending of two-lane blacktop. The ending of two-lane blacktop was supposed to be that car barrel rolling down the runway when they were racing that El Camino. Except Monty Hellman, who made the film, didn't want it to end that way. That's why the film terminates with the tape burning up on the projector. 10.12.8, 132 for Helger. Gebhardt goes 11.85.1, 109. So the flip car is not the actual on-camera car. The flip car is, you know, designed to do what it did. Carl Copia lost the windshield yesterday, or rather the hood yesterday, but it appears he's got that squared away. Jason Stanford goes 10.36 at 132, and Copia shifting his own gears goes at 10.54, 8 at 127. It's funny to me because, like, I think the 32 from American Graffiti is like a cool car or whatever, but
nah,
the 55 is the car.
Way.
Yeah.
Now, the 32 is awkward
Put the motorcycle fenders on it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So you put the race smart modes in.
There's that.
Marianne Young and Chris Nelson.
Wow.
The Grand Cherokee's not making the donut out there.
No, he's not catching up to Fox guy.
Young goes 11.64, 4.123. Nelson, left before the tree was activated. No data. You'll get nothing and like it.
It happens unusually often on Drag Week.
No idea why, but could guess. No, I'm not going to do that publicly.
Hey, if you berate the people on the live feed, you might as well berate the people standing here in person. What are you, scared?
Scott Thompson and Ken Senko. I'm not taking the bait. Thompson, the 1978 C10. Senko, the 19 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
Ken Senko in the Grand Cherokee, right-hand side, 698 to the 8th and 1091.26 at the 1320. On the left-hand side, 964 at 140 miles an hour. David Fontaine in the Monte Carlo on the left-hand side, and Sandra Fontaine in the Mustang in the right-hand side. Sandra's running all motor small block. He's running in Street Machine Eliminator. Her car has been running in the 12s. His car goes 11.29, not quite good enough to make the field. She goes 12.63 at 113 once again. It's amazing how many families have been showing up at Drag Week. You'll recognize a lot of names that we're repeating over and over because there's multiple people here. The Gebhardts being a standout example of that. Bringing 4 cars this year. I think there's 3 Gebhardts here. The Challenger on the right. 1039 at 132 miles an hour, and the left-hand lane Camaro 1091 with a 923. Here comes the RX-8 again, Drew Glick. Big inch LS with a Pro Charger. John Powell is on the left-hand side, returning in his little S10 truck. The rule is here, you can make as many laps as you want to make, depending on the time allotted. You can hot lap this thing and get back and run 3, 4, or 5 times. That is just fine. We've seen guys run 8 or 9. Remember the guy in the little T that would like set in a lap record? Might as well put him on an oval track on the return road. Drew Glick on the right, another 11-second pass out of that Pro Charge deal. John Powell, 11.99 at 114 in the S10.
And that car was not chopped, right? Didn't that thing have no roof chop to it?
Yeah, it was tall T.
Yep.
Reimer's on the right-hand side, your current low ET, #1 qualifier for Street Machine Eliminator. He's got the backup lights on. Now they're off. Monique Allen on the left-hand side in the Corvette. I think that was the Vette we were looking at earlier that had the tunnel ram on it. He goes 10-10 in the right-hand side. He's going to want a 10-0, so we'll see that orange GT500 again. Monique's Corvette, 1085 at 120 miles an hour.
That's going to roll up Kimball Hodge, the 1969 Camaro, in green, and Brian Eaton. Eaton running consistent 12s in this 13 model year Charger Hellcat.
Brian, is there nothing you can't do to offend the audience? This guy says that Milner's 32 Ford is his favorite movie car of all time.
And that's cool. I mean, all of his taste is in his mouth. Right?
Am I right? Am I right?
Am I right? No, hey, listen, everybody, this is a matter of opinion. It could be your favorite. I don't have to love it. You don't have to love what I like, so it's fine. I respect your opinion in enjoying that car. 10.15 to 136. Brian Eaton goes 12:58 at 122.82. Dennis Rayleigh and Steve Lemieux. Lemieux's back and it's hard leaving. 70 GTO nose up, gear banging transmission, bobbing and weaving as he heaves the shifter through the gears. And the Pontiac goes 10:30 with an 8, 134 miles an hour. Rayleigh goes 10:67.7 at a $127. Kevin Wells. Chevelle on the left side.
Corey Pant on the right.
I'm going to be really interested to see when we get to the afternoon session. And really, we have not seen many of the impound cars swinging through lately. 1091.71.22. And Pant goes 10.702.124. So that tells me two things. One or two things. That one, people are deciding to make the move and on to the next track. Or two, people are simply going to wait till the open session late in the afternoon to give it a shot.
I'm looking at the Camaro on the starting line right now. Look at the hood scoop. This is something people ask me about all the time. I've got a similar scoop on my Crusher Camaro, and I'm just bringing this up because I get the question constantly. I got that from Cool Superchargers. That's where that comes from.
Like Mike Cool?
Yes,
OHL?
correct.
Cool and Olson Top Fuel.
All that.
10:57.8.127. Jody Koyman, 10:81.1.122. Speaking of cool, I got KJ Jones in here. What's going on, man?
Man, I tell you what, this is one heck of a day of drag week right now, dude. This is awesome.
Okay, so you've been following your small block power adder category down there. Randy Stewart runs a 51, and we're both like, he's probably going to park it and go. But he comes back up again. And then Dustin Trance comes up and runs a 502. Like, I have to believe Seward, in the back of his mind, thought Trance is going to get one. I mean, he did.
I just left Randy Seward.
Okay.
And I asked him, you going to try to tighten it up or are you getting out of here? I'm going to try to tighten it up.
Okay, there you go. But when Trance was like methodical. We watched him make 3 or 4 runs, and it was like he was working with the front half of it, and then wham.
The key is, per his tuner, and I don't know his tuner's name, but the key is just taking a swing, man. And the deal is, as you know, Brian, this is a track that has the trickiest altitude in the country.
Yep.
And you go out there and you make your early hits, and they're slow.
Yep.
And that's based on conditions. It was nice and cool, but the air was up there. Took a swing at it and put about 30 pounds on the hat.
Wow. Hey, now.
That's going to, at a sea level track, that should be like in the 20s somewhere.
Yeah.
So here, dead on with a 2.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's really fun to watch, and we've seen a couple of the other big hitters in that category I think are still going to hang out. I'd have to guess. I mean, if you want to stick around and actually be able to compete with Trance, you cannot leave here with anything better worse than like a 51.
Not to interrupt, even though I'm interrupting, I want to let you know Charlie Group, C Group will close at 10:45. You got about 10 minutes. C Group closes at 10:45. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Well, what's really interesting, Brian, is the strategy now. We're at Wednesday. We're at the middle of drag week, and you see that the players, and I've been watching the street race small block power adder 850 index group, basically. You see especially that cluster that wants to, at this point, remain in the top 5. You know what I mean? Trance is in another space, and you have guys out there saying that now. I talked to a few drivers that are his competitors, and they're saying he's just in another zone right now. So, I don't want to say that they're resigned to second, third, fourth, and fifth and everything, but they are chattering about it a little bit. And the strategy is, like you said, do I stay? You saw a lot of hot laps in that first session. A lot of hot laps. 2 days ago, we didn't see anything like that.
No, it is that. Then that's always to me. That's always the big sign of the pressure starting to mount. Is Scott White and Herb White go back down the racetrack. Herb White goes 11:47.123. Scott White goes 12:08.3 at 112. Any other notable thrashing you've seen, or any other notable stuff you've seen out there?
Yeah, there is thrashing going on. Staying again in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, the T-Type Buick ripped the fuel cell.
Oh, okay. So yes, we had a note there that he was looking for a 3-gallon cell, or he was looking for a welder to come to fix his thing.
They found the welder. The fuel cell is now in the hands of the welder, who is also welding Tom Bailey's wheelie bar. So, local guy to the rescue.
Wow.
Who's coming through and getting 2 jobs courtesy of Dragway.
So did Tom break the bars on the first run?
I imagine so. He only made one, right?
Yeah, he only made the one hit?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty crazy, man. And then you see a lot of other hoods up, of course. Another street race small block power adder, Brian Acton with the 70 Nova.
Oh yeah, transmission
yeah,
problems.
looks like a
big time.
drivetrain concern, transmission, and not saying it's over yet. Don't know that or at all, but we hope that he can get that together. And
Acton is going to be part of our exhibition that's going to be run at ZMAX as part of the NHRA Betway Carolina Nationals on Saturday, and they brought a spare engine. They left it at their pit area when they don't. Nobody freak out. The spare engine is in their truck at Darlington Dragway, but they brought a spare engine in case they blew this one up. They were not going to miss the Saturday deal, but the engine's not their problem.
They didn't bring a spare transmission.
That may be the hook.
And
But
you had to bring up that exhibition that I can't attend, and now I'm just pissed off.
we'll figure it out. We'll get you to the next one. We'll get you on the flip side. But no, it's so yeah, those guys. Hopefully, listen, it's a Power Glide. There's got to be people out here, A, with the parts and B, with the acumen.
Absolutely.
Or you got a drag strip here. There's a local Power Glide guy that can get you fixed.
Yes, I hope so. That's a good car, and it's in the hunt. It's still in the hunt, let's just say, and we'll see how things shake out there. But outside of just that class, man, there's just been some really, really good dragons.
Yeah.
This is a stellar, legendary, historic track. Pontiac Tempest getting itself down.
It gets down. I think it's got water coming out of the bottom of it, too. As you can see, the steam coming off that. He left the starting line, and there was something coming out of the bottom of that car. That's Jim Wade out of New Hampshire driving that Tempest.
Have you guys pegged your coolest car of Drag Week yet?
Ooh, coolest car. I got a couple in the running, honestly.
I can't believe David's silent right now.
Cliff Olson, 1184.5, 116. I mean, to me, I always like the unique and odd stuff here. I think it's like when people that just do stuff out of the norm. The electric 40 Chevy, because of how it's built and the reasoning behind it and how it's done, I love that thing. I love the all-wheel drive Civic that runs low 10s, high 9s. That thing's ridiculous.
Yes, sir.
9-0. Yeah, Jeff Dugopolsky goes 1033, 2 at 128 miles an hour. Andy Savakinas coming up in the pickup truck now. What about you?
Man, it's a toss-up. You start the week and you see something that's like, okay, man, that's the coolest car at Drag Week. And then you get to Wednesday and it's like, well, it's a really cool car at Drag Week, but not necessarily the coolest. One of the cars I haven't seen since we left Darlington is long roof cars. Pontiac Safari Wagon, LS engine.
We had two of them, but we definitely lost one.
I thought that was pretty cool.
That thing was neat.
That was really, really cool. It had the rustic finish on it.
It did.
For sheer entertainment value, I can't overlook the Divco.
Yeah.
That is extremely cool. But also Vanderhoof's Mustang, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Next level.
Yeah, that's a dude, and as a Fox Mustang guy, it's a very, very sweet car. Very nicely done. Clean through and through, man.
As we get a moment here, what's the update on your project? Tell people what the project is, and we want the latest and greatest on your Mustang rejuvenation.
Rejuvenation after 10 years, Project T-Top Coupe, 1986 Mustang LX Coupe with T-Tops is it's coming back. It's on a resurgence plan. We're very close now. When I get back, actually Tuesday, the 26th of this month, going to do some final bolting on and putting together and stuff, and I have an appointment out at Horsepower Connection in Lake Havasu, Arizona, to get on a dyno with Brian Macy for 3 days. So we hope to dial in.
Man, Brian Macy's a great guy too. He's a Drag Week guy.
He's a Drag Week guy. I've done Drag Week with him, in the same group.
Yes.
But we're going to get on a dyno for 3 days and try to get drivability together, try to get, of course, horsepower together, horsepower and torque and glory hit and all that kind of stuff, man. Just try to get that all nailed out and come back and HRG Day. That's been the goal, Hot Rod Garage Day, which is the TV show's final episode where they bring their project cars out and run all their project cars. They've invited us to come be a part of that. So that's been the pie in the sky, and we're destined to make it.
Delta lanes, the D group lanes are open. D group competitors, your lanes are open. Once again, Delta lanes are open. Well, that's cool, man. It's been fun to watch. People should be following along on HOTROD.com.
HOTROD.com, and I do share on my social media. That's Big Cage, BIGGKAJE on Instagram. So please follow it, and if you have input for me or ideas for me, let me know. And crossing fingers that it's going to be as good as it was 10 years ago.
Hey, listen, what I can tell you over the last 3 days is we've got a lot of input and suggestions from the chat area. Completely useless. So I wouldn't. No, I'm kidding. We get a lot of great people.
How's it go,
hanging out
David?
there.
Don't read the comments.
Yeah.
Don't take it to heart.
I always get great fan mail from the NHRA fan base, and so this person Monday, this insufferable person, whose real name was not Karen, but who absolutely is Karen, wrote to me, "Do you even read the comments?" Question mark.
Did you type emphatic no? That's emphatic no.
Yeah, it was an emphatic no, because people like you write things in them. That's why I don't read them, ma'am. Yeah.
Karen. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I got to go work.
All right, man. Be good. Swing back. You know where to find us. KJ
And the work
Jones.
that KJ is going to do is, of course, creating content for Hot Rod Magazine. KJ having been a forever friend and co-worker, you know, working at 5.0 Mustang, briefly at Muscle Mustang, very briefly. Also Diesel Power Magazine, who is the editor of that. And now he's on the staff of Hot Rod.
Greg Dufek and Paul Llewellyn coming up right now. A couple of these Street Machine Eliminator runners. We have open Delta Group. The D Group is invited to the lanes. D Group lanes are open.
Multiple questions coming in the live feed about whether Bailey has run. He did. We just got the news from KJ that they're having a wheelie bar welded on that thing. Perhaps you'll see it again. I kind of don't think so. Lone sipping that haterade.
I'm funneling it. I'm shotgunning the haterade.
Mainlining it.
Yeah. I got a haterade drip going on right now. So Dufek ran previously. Rovick in his big 67 Oldsmobile. And Mike Kaltfeld in his 1966 Chevelle.
Trying real hard to gain his spot back as top qualifier. 10:16, no, he needs to run a 10:0. He did go 136 miles an hour. The Oldsmobile, 10:11 at 132.
That thing's kind of backing itself down. We saw it go 995, and then it ran 10:0 some, and now it's gone 10:11, so hopefully that's not a sign of issues. But it's still pulling along at 132 miles an hour, so the motor seems to be happy. Frank Veneziano and Tim Bradshaw. 21 Ford Mustang GT500, 760 factory horsepower rating in those cars. And Veneziano goes 1093.2 at 128. Bradshaw goes 1084.5, 126.
All right, Brian, I was trying to, wait you out on the chips, but I'm just going to have to go there.
Well, let the record show it's Lay's Barbecue hit leadoff today, folks.
Brian, can you actually call the chip eating?
Not only can I will. We have packages that have arrived. Robert Ripp, you have a package. Josh Chichak, you have a package. Steve Lemieux and Jerry Sweet, all these packages are in the towers. Ripp, Chichak, Lemieux, and Sweet, packages in the tower. And so, as John Powell and Eric Grillo get ready to stage, Freiberger has seized the chip bag. Now, exerting pretty much all the strength he can muster out of his forearms, has separated the top of the bag. He has gone in with two fingers, and it is now the look of joy washing over his face as those Lay's barbecue chips begin to tickle his taste buds here in the timing tower. Letting out a slight as he's consumed the first couple of chicks. Eric Grillo and John Powell make it past the 8th mile. And Grillo gets to the stripe, goes 11:32.1 at 101. The pace of the chip eating has considerably picked up. The first chip was savored. Now these are now being just shoved down his craw. 14:11.6 at 108.86 for John Powell as Mike Reimers and Mike Turner come up. Multiple chips now entering at the same time. We've gone from the single chip style of eating to now the multiple chip frantic style chewing. Reimers looking to go 10-0 out there. Mike Turner in his 70 dart swinger looking to hang on his bumper, but he's watching Reimers drive away from him. Reimers goes 10.06.9. He'll take it 134 miles an hour. 11.44.0 at 115 miles an hour. Let the record show the first swiping of the barbecue-stained fingers to his shorts has just occurred. Not a finger licker, but more of a short wiper to maintain some basic form of hand cleanliness. Scott White and Herb White once again side by side on the racetrack. Herb White goes 11.38.8 at 121 miles an hour. Scott White a 12.14.2 at 111. A critical decision about to be made as David peered into the bag to see if now was the moment that he was going to tip that thing into his mouth like a feed bag or not, or whether he would continue to fish around and soil his fingers, which subtly he's trying to wipe them on his pants so I don't notice. Unfortunately, I've caught him in that act. Bobby Admire and Tim Baptista. The 05 GTO with LS 6-liter power under the hood, and Tim Baptista, the 1967 Chevelle. Tim has raced everything from Pro Modified to drag and drive action here in this Chevelle. 10.94.1, 125 for Baptista as Admire goes 10.56.6 at 122.38 miles. And there it is, folks. There it is. The bag has been tipped. The contents dumped straight past any sort of obstruction in his esophagus. The potato has landed. And a final successful, satisfying wipe of the fingers for David Freiberger. That was something I wish to never see again. Nope, he's not done quite yet. He has to wash the remnants down with a little smart water as Bobby Admire goes 10.56.6, 122. Baptista 10.94.1. Ken Walther and Craig Carlo coming up, the 1964 Galaxy 500. Folks, he's back.
Was it during the pandemic that you did that series of loans calls,
Yes.
day-to-day life?
Yes.
What was the hilarious one? It's like a lawn mowing or something
The
like
guys
that.
mowing their lawn.
Right.
And they set it up like a drag race. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it was great.
Ken Walther will be the second of these two cars as Carlo in that 64 Galaxy 500 goes 12.406 at 108 miles an hour. Ken Walther goes 13.68.3 at 104.
By the way, during my gastronomic delicacy there, as I was shoveling them down, I did see that it in fact says Galaxy on the back of that 64 Ford.
It does.
So all our curiosity about that has been squelched.
Steve Tilley and Wesley Kawaja coming up now. Kawaja driving that roof rack equipped 07 Chevy Corvette. Steve Tilley and his 70 C10 truck. We once again have opened the D group. D group lanes are open. D group lanes are open. People have kindly received the chip consumption commentary. Jeff Pagano and Ralph Rugg coming up now. Rugg, that beautiful 86 Dodge D150, the old tin grill Dodge, as I believe they refer to those trucks. And Pagano, the 72 El Camino. Pagano, the tailgate down. You can see the massive wheel tubs that thing has. 11.78.2, 115 as Rugg goes 12.24 at 109.
In your tally of incorrectness, let me just go ahead and check off Tin Grill Dodge. That is an 86.
So when does the tin grill era stop?
Tin Grill is going to be like 1972, and I am going to pull in 1980.
Okay. 72.
Maybe 81.
So then what would they call that era then of 86 Dodge trucks?
Dodge truck.
Every era of everything has
I know, I don't
a
know
name.
that one.
Adam Lohorn, 69 Chevy Camaro, has the Grumpy Jenkins tribute livery on it. Thanks to Doug Gregory for letting me know. They pulled this car out as a barn find, has a bolt-in 3-point roll bar in it. It's got a lot of cool period stuff. It was a silver car with black stripes when they found it. They added, with real paint, the Grumpy Jenkins tribute stuff. Goes 12.26, 109. I think it's kind of neat. Rob Schmidt goes 12.61.7 in the Impaler.
And here comes our favorite axle wrapper.
Oh, man, yes. Paul Fleury, the 1987 Chevy truck, which in every way, shape, and form is wrong for drag racing, but it's so right to watch.
So I did get a note from my dietary coach. Why are you eating potato chips?
Ben Hunter goes 12.22.5 at 112. Paul Fleury goes down in a 16.49.5 at 84 miles an hour. I will refrain from revealing to the dietary coach that you have consumed potatoes in various forms in volumes over the last 24 to 48 hours.
Was there a fry feast that I missed?
Those French fries never stood a chance. The ones you had in the car and the ones you had with your dinner.
Yeah.
They never stood a chance. Cody Lippick and Bob Levens, which is exactly what the dietary coach is about to do to David. He Levens him. 65 Chevy 2 with a blower on it. Rather, no, this is the gasser style. This is not the blown car. This is the Wildfire.
Let me just check that off. Hold on.
5 at 109 as Cody Lippick goes 12:28.8, 113.47 miles an hour.
Once again, the battle of the mid-70s economy cars. The Hornet on the left, the Monza on the right. Monza's basically a Vega. Do you know the body designation of the Monza and Vega?
Are they the X cars?
Why?
Y cars.
The Monza 1324 at 106 miles an hour, and the small block Chevy AMC 1299 at 103.
So Mike Bogardus completed his run. Nick Kurzak and Brian Wibbenmeyer now. A couple of Street Machine Eliminator hitters.
Okay, great question in the background here in the tower. I heard somebody say, so what are the purses and the prizes?
Yes.
And our producer Michelle goes, a jacket.
Accurate.
Yeah. A windbreaker.
Yes. Buttons optional. But no, there has never been a cash payout at Drag Week. There have been, prize packages. Obviously, Rick Johnson, the guitars, the various accoutrements you can win from sponsors and stuff. But it has been an event for people to compete in of their own volition and to be more of a test of themselves than a profitable enterprise for themselves.
The live feed showed you a close-up on the small block Ford, that it is in the 32 Ford Coupe, and eventually it might leave the line. Kevin Dunn decided to go ahead and take the trip. He goes to the 8th mile, 793. The quarter mile, 1233 at 111. Kevin Jackson still hanging out on the starting line. Might have to set up a Zoom call with him and go ahead and invite him to leave.
Kevin, we can't miss you if you won't go.
Yeah. There he goes. You can see he's got a stick in that thing. That's an awesome car. Hot rod category car.
Grabs high gear just before 1,000 feet. 1271.8, 104. Like, as far as a car to get in, have fun around town, like a mid 12-second car with a stick in it, like beating around as a cruiser, that's killer. Killer.
And it looks so much better than the American Graffiti car.
See? Finally,
Right.
something we've agreed on today. So did anybody answer the actual question, which I'm not questioning the tin grill deal. I'm just wondering what the era of Dodge trucks was called from, like, let's call 80 to push. They got restyled. The modern era of Dodge trucks, what, 94 when they came in with the grill redesign?
Yeah, the semi-truck looking one. Yeah, I don't know what the plastic grill Dodges are called. Somebody will school us here. Oh, he's right. Corvettes are Y-body. That's right. What is the Monza body?
I thought those were the X cars.
I was wrong. No, an X car is a Nova.
Okay.
Nova Ventura Omega.
The J body stuff was in the 80s was like the Cavalier and everything, right?
Yeah. He's right. Okay. You can tick one off on the wrongness on my list. Yeah. Hold on. All right, I came up with it too late. It is the H body.
Okay.
Yeah, the Monza Vega's an H body, so I failed you on that one. So stack that with the Bruce Dickinson not having a PhD.
Jim Dressler and John Cazile. To be fair, we are the most self-fact-checked pair of morons that do this. Yeah. So we do not hide from our glaring mistakes.
Someone asked, is the blown S10 out? The orange one that
Yes.
looked like a Pro Stock truck. Yes, that one's gonzo.
Jim Dressler, that 99 Chevrolet Camaro. 1235 won 111 miles an hour. The timing of the LS introduction is always interesting to me, right? Because I believe it was 97 in the Corvette, and I believe the Camaro got the LS in 98 for the model year the LS won.
I'd wholeheartedly agree with that, but that would be at the risk of being wrong, and I'll just let you stand alone in that. No, I think that's right.
By my own petard here as Brian Clark and Austin Mathias go down the racetrack. 66 GMC C15 model. As Brian Clark goes 13.407.110, Mathias, the 66 GMC, goes 13.58.1 at 102 miles an hour.
This guy obviously has carefully coordinated hand signals with his buddy.
Jody Ames and Marcus Clark coming up now. Jody Ames goes 12.45 at 112. Clark goes 12.008 at 101.
I think the Jag pulled out an 11 yesterday, didn't it?
I think it actually might have, yeah.
The Jaguar did, in fact, run 1181 yesterday. Brian.
Oh, it is the velour shaker, baby.
The moment has come.
Here's what you came. Here's what you spent the money for. Here's what you're investing your time for in the live feed. That right there.
Drew Smithereen. Oh, wait, Smitherman.
4,420 pounds of twisted steel and sex appeal in the right lane. That's a 1977 Thunderbird.
Oh, look at that thing. You know, this thing could have the 302. It could have the 351. Could have the 400M.
It could have a 2-liter Pinto motor in it.
Look at the 3-second 60-foot time.
Who knew this many shades of brown existed between the interior and exterior? It's working just hard enough. Drew Smitherman, 1962 at 74 miles an hour. The altitude clearly slowing the car down by a couple tenths. You might want to change the jetting in the carburetor, pick that thing right back up again. 3.13 seconds, 60-foot time.
Yeah.
I mean, it has like 180 gears in it. I mean, what is the rear end ratio?
It's incredibly bad. I mean,
it's like 221 or something.
yeah, I guess you don't want to interrupt your easy listening as you.
Right. The Yacht Rock channel, Christopher Cross just filling his ears as he went down the racetrack. Run like the wind or run like a 19-second Thunderbird, whatever.
Break like the wind.
Saunter.
The
Saunter.
blunderbird. That meander.
And the best part of that is he has to change the tires back, right? I mean,
That's right, because you have to have drag tires on there, yeah. Wow, that's got to hurt. Yeah, does he mosey? Does he meander? Does he saunter? It doesn't meander. It goes in a fairly straight line, but it may saunter or mosey. Hey, racers, don't forget to turn in your time slips. I can't believe it's the first time we've reminded you today, but that is numero uno on your to-do list. Turn in your time slip before you hit the road.
Nate Bender and Charlie Dale. Dale's car pretty aggressive there, spun early. Bender in a nice clean third gen 91 Pontiac Firebird. Once again, if you have waste oil that you need to dump, the oil dump is by the fuel station. The oil dump is by the fuel station. If you're making an oil change in the pit area and you have waste oil, the oil dump is by the Bristol fuel station.
People online asking if the VWs are still here. They have not. They have all turned turtle. The VWs.
Yes, they were broken yesterday. They remain broken today.
Their event has ended.
Ryan Majkrowski going on down the racetrack right now. That is Street Race Small Block NA in the Pontiac. And Randy Giuliani, this 1968 Dodge Super Bee, 12.067 at 98 miles an hour.
And here comes Neil Jenks, a little dart with the Gen 3 Hemi in it and the 68 Super Stock Hemi hood scoop. Billy Gebhardt's in the right-hand side in his Challenger.
Decent little matchup here. Gebhardt goes 12:47.4 at 110. Jenks goes 12:56.2 at 110. You know, we saw that 66 GMC truck a little while ago. That is like I personally really like that era of GM truck, but those are the most underappreciated of the time. Like, you got the Cameo trucks, like the late 50s stuff. Then everybody loves the 67 to 72 stuff, and then the 73 to 87 OBS. But that little window, that little, 60 to 66 window is just forgotten.
I would say not anymore. I'd say every vintage pickup truck is quickly skyrocketing in value. As evidence, you know, the GMC used to be like, I mean, no one wanted it. It was the Brian Loans of pickup trucks. But now the GMC is absolutely on the list.
It had a poor design. The execution was lacking. But it was there. It was not desirable. John Sally and Adam Green, 11:51 for Sally, 13:11 for Green. Colin Andrews and Steve Hurlbut coming up now. Hurlbut, the 1976 Duster with his whip antenna on the trunk lid. Colin Andrews, the 1967 Chevy Nova. Both of these guys are real skinny little slicks in the back of these cars. I don't think you can own a shoebox Nova of this style and not have your Jenkins competition license plate on the front of it.
It's not allowed.
Mandatory.
Yeah, might have been factory.
What was the name? Little Grumpy Jenkins trivia here. Now you throw me under the bus 50,000 times.
Yeah, I won't
today.
get this.
What was the name of Grumpy's his first Chrysler Stalker, and why was it named that?
I know this and can't come up with it. Go ahead.
What was his nickname before Grumpy Jenkins?
I don't have that one.
Where did he go to college?
Pennsylvania.
Colin Andrews, 12:89.9 Hurlbut goes 14:03 at 97. So Jiggs, Jiggs, was his nickname before Grumpy. Bill Jiggs Jenkins.
I don't have that.
The name of the race car was the Black Arrow.
I didn't have that either. Got nothing.
Named after a little toy racing sailboat he had as a kid that was called Black Arrow.
Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat.
Jeff Kurzik and Kevin Douglas go down the racetrack. A few Moparians out there. Of course, Bill Jenkins, well known as a Chevy guru, but it was his Chrysler work early that got him going. He and Dave Strickler were very good during those Mopar days. 12:75.4, 111 for Douglas. Kurzik goes 14:52.9 at 97.
Strickler having also driven a Chevy for him before Strickler went back to the Mopar.
The old reliable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kevin Wimmer and Matt Backus. Oof.
The Buick here has a 455 with a little nitrous plate on it under a Holly Sniper EFI. Backus on the right-hand side's got a small block in the 55 that just went 12:05 at 112, and the Buick 1479 at 92.
Nitro Joe Jackson, of the great drag racing statistician, was on the gas with the Black Arrow answer. He was messaged me. Kyle Wimmer and Matt Backus completing their runs. Corey Rusick and Isabella Segredo coming up right now. Isabella coming up, that 86 Chevy C10. And this is a pretty great story. So she saw Eric Yost and Rye Klemp win Super Street years ago, or actually at Sick Week, and asked if she could come along on a drag and drive. So Rye and Isabella bought this truck as a roller, rewired the whole thing, brakes, threw the whole truck together in 2.5 weeks. It's got a mild turbo LS motor in it. Yesterday was her first trip down the drag strip ever, and she did it at Drag Week.
Awesome.
How killer is that?
I just can't believe that there's a vehicle here that was only assembled 2 weeks ago. That's unheard of.
That never happens. Mike Costello throwing down correctly. Grumpy did go to Cornell University.
I was about to bring that up.
Yeah. Corey Rusick, the 14 model year Chevy Caprice, the cop car, goes 12.804 at 108 miles an hour. Segredo, 14.74.1, 94 miles an hour. That is a great, great story. Talk about an introduction to drag racing and the drag racing vibe and community. Nobody does it better than the drag and drive world. Is Andy Holloman and John Chimura coming up. It is Chimura in the nitrous Chevy Beretta. And home in that 71 Nova, very clean.
Yeah, watch this thing boogie. I mean, NOS is here as a Drag Week sponsor, and I'm thinking that this guy's got a whole lot of it in this thing. Look at this.
Yes.
1201, 113.
Awesome.
Yeah. And in the other lane in the Nova, 1264 at 110. And
The Escape.
the Escape.
The Escape on spray this year. Tyrus Cobb, the 09 Ford Escape. Last year was the bolt-off Escape because they had stripped everything out of it to make it light. They have done the same thing this year. They've upgraded the wheel program, and they are spraying nitrous to it.
It's on the hose. It's on the squeeze.
It's on the hose. Little vitamin N going into its veins. I'm guessing this thing, and it does have I'm sure it has the, about a 3-liter V6, 1192.6 at 113 for Helms is Cobb, 1424.6 at 98. That might have been NA because I think it ran a high 13 yesterday, but 1424.6 at 98 for the Escape.
The Escape, 1390 yesterday.
Got one right from once in my life. Yeah. Craig White and Frank Porco coming up now. Porco, the 78 Chevy Malibu, and White, 02 Silverado. Both machines grinding their way down the quarter mile as Frank Porco takes the Malibu to a 1377 at 101. Don't forget to get your Drag Week gear for sale in the pit area. We got our merchandise down there. We got shirts, we got hats, we got all the stuff. So get your Drag Week gear right here in the pits at Bristol Dragway. 1604 at 87 for Craig White in the truck.
Brian, I'm going to step out for just a minute. You do have the cordless mic if you want to come along for the play-by-play.
You know what? You've offered this before, and I've declined respectfully, and I will do the same now. Chris Wozniak and Bree Brewer. Bree Brewer's got that 17 model year Mustang. Chris Wozniak has just left the starting line. Unfortunately, will get no time. Bree Brewer in the Mustang goes 15:49.2 at 85 miles an hour, and Wozniak slowly making his way past the 8th mile. You will see no data, but you will see an Olds Vista Cruiser coming up next. The Vista Cruiser, faster shades of slow is what is written on the back window. That is Chris Hosner. 1972 model year Olds Vista Cruiser, hoping there's 455 power under the hood. And Trevor Hawkins, a 1965 Plymouth Valiant. The Valiant in green with a Gen 3 Hemi in it. Really, really nice, clean car and a nice swap. But if you're watching the live feed, you can see the faster shades of slow, unlike the 50 shades of primer, right? And all that excellent add-on glass for the Olds Vista Cruiser. That leading glass panel, the two big side windows, and of course the formed glass panels along the roof. Well, we have great news here. Jay Hollinger, of course, part of our production team, a guy whose family has been ensconced in the sport of drag racing for a half century, is a grandfather, a great-grandfather. His first great-grandchild arrived this morning. So, Jay Hollinger, on behalf of all of us and on behalf of the drag racing community that loves you very much, congratulations on being a great-grandfather. Trevor Hawkins goes 12:29.4 at 109 miles an hour. Chris Hosner goes 15:55.3 at 86. And Jay, if you have any questions about the role of being a great-grandfather, David Freiberger can answer them. Any questions you want. He is now multitudes into the great-grandfatherly thing, so if you have any double G questions, David's your boy. Steve French and Matt Sixt, the 96 S10 truck for Sixt. Steve French, the 95 S10, or rather Z28, I should say. 60 man in the pickup truck. French goes 13:92.8 at 98 miles an hour for Matt Sixt, 14:45.7.
You know, as I was 10-1, I was...
bio break, I believe they call it these days.
I was, yeah,
bio break?
Yeah, I was reflecting on our history together. where I met Brian, 2005, the very first Hot Rod Drag Week, where he was a mere scrub. And shortly thereafter, I basically handed him a livelihood by hiring him on freelance work where he otherwise would have been, on the street. And now you've clearly eclipsed me as a human being.
13:36.1 at 106 for Dan Miller. Mark counts 13:37.4 at 104. So the first drag week was such a small blip on the radar that when we were at National Trail Raceway, they had professional cars testing that day, if you remember this.
I don't.
The very first conversation we ever had was the two of us are standing there watching a, let's call him large-boned pro stock driver weave his way into his car, and he said, is he even going to fit? And I said, well, there's a bucket of Crisco right next to the thing. And a friendship was born at that moment.
Yeah.
Jay Kretschmar goes 12:67 at 110. Ed Dalavos goes 11:95.4 at 113.52.
Well, and then near the end of that trip at 1:31, I remember there was an issue with the lights. And here you are, like, the scrub from Comp Plus, and you're like, I can handle this. And I'm like, really? And you're like, yeah, let me at it. And he fixed the CompuLink for us right there on the fly on the very last day. And the other thing I remember specifically about that trip is Ben Brown goes 12:45 in his wagon, and Bobby Rip runs 12:66 in the right-hand lane. The other thing I remember is when that thing was all over, I think you, me, Wes Allison, we were sitting at a table going, something just happened. I mean, something just got started. People ask, did you know it would be this big?
Yeah.
And at the time it was yes.
It was the night before the last day because I had to leave on the last day because we had that rain delay and I had to get to the airport to fly home. But it was on that Thursday night. It was, you, me, Wes Allison, Rob Canan, a couple other people around that table at the hotel.
Canan, who's standing over here with Molly Pistons now.
And we're like, well, how many cars could you possibly do it with? And I think we're like, you could only ever do this with like 100 cars. You could never do it with more than that. And obviously, that's been proven wrong. But CB Gilbert and Jeff Sixt going down.
Yeah, we had limited it for a while. I think it might have had a cap of 100 cars at one time, then 200. Now, of course, it's 4. And we get about 300 showing up.
Jeff Sixt goes 16:03.8 at 83 miles an hour, and Gilbert goes 14:83.5 at 95 miles an hour. It's never a question at a race. People think, oh, there's too many cars here, there's too many this. To me, that's never the thing that derails a race. You can have loads more cars than you expect, but it's how you manage that traffic flow. It's why we have the people in place we do here. Lonnie Griffin, the staging lanes, Keith Turk down there doing everything he's doing with the impound area. We got a great track staff here at Bristol. That's what keeps the flow going.
And a couple of LS Volvo wagons going down the right-hand side. Spencer Moorfield, 12:00.117, and Michael Hennessy on the other side, 17:89, coasting to 60, having a failure up there, of course, as I am having in here. There are only 2 conscious humans on the planet who have been to every single drag week. One of which is Tanya Turk, who is managing the time slip booth as you hand in your times every single day. And the other one is our producer, Michelle Turzin, who's helping us out with the live feed and who also caters to Brian and I as she chauffeurs us from track to track in our luxury implement of transportation.
Jim Forbes and Travis Beach. Forbes jumped the tree, gets no info. Travis Beach goes 13:19.1 at 96 miles an hour in his 1970 Ford F100. George Wright and George Hill. Hill is in the 2002 BMW 325i station wagon, and George Wright, the 1973 Duster.
So it's a toss-up in the reaction time. I'm kind of curious who's going to get there first, and I'm calling BMW. And, of course, I'm right because I'm staring at the screen that shows me who's getting there first. The BMW 1318 at 105 and the Duster 1460 at 93. Now, here's a fantastic story on the starting line. This appears to me to be a it says 62 Falcon. I guess so. 60 and 61 were sort of the fuselage nose. This is 63. Here come a couple other wagons. So these guys, Josh Jablonski, built this thing over a period of about 7 weeks, 347 small block in it. They had everything go wrong that could possibly go wrong with a vehicle between Darlington and Rockingham. They got to Rockingham at the very, very, very last second and ran their best time of the day, which they may have done just now, but they're not going to get a time.
Left before the tree was activated, no time. Jablonski and his co-pilot sat in an O'Reilly's parking lot for 14 hours. They arrived at the store. The manager was walking out. They pled their case, and the guy basically flipped him the bird, got in his car, and drove away. So they stayed in the parking lot overnight. When it opened, they bought the parts and stuff they needed to keep going, but it was one thing after the next. 4 push rods for a Chrysler B motor, 8.7 inches long. Phil Greater-X is still looking for these things. The Sublime 70 CUDA by lamppost number 6. If you have 4 Chrysler B motor 8.7-inch push rods, Phil Greater-X needs them. He is parked by lamppost number 6.
And here is the marquee matchup you've all been waiting for, the 64 Pontiac Tempest versus the 65.
The 64 is a 3-on-the-tree car.
I wondered what the gyrations you were going through trying to convey the message to me in here. 3 on the tree, 1847 at 75 miles an hour, whereas the 6-liter powered car goes 1476 at 89. Brent Webb on the left-hand side.
Just going to stage it and back it up, which is what he did yesterday, I believe, too. I believe Webb did this yesterday as well, so maybe dealing with some issues up there, but stage it, got the 22nd, and backed it up. All right, we're going to have the racetrack checked and touched up, I do believe. We are in the middle of D group action here.
Webb actually in that Mustang that just backed out, he ran 13:29 the first day, and he took a 21 second time yesterday, and now he backed out of the beams to get a 20-second time, which would have been quicker than had he actually made a pass.
So Rye Klemp has a desperate racer in need call here. Absolutely desperate. We saw the pickup truck go down. Car 50 is in need of 1 trim ring for a 1986 Chevy C10. That was a good one. That is a good callback right there. That was the I read that when the initial one of those was handed to me a year or two ago. I remember reading it breathlessly because it's just you get these parts calls. Now this guy needs this, and now this guy needs it, and it's a trim ring, and I'm like, I'm going to go strangle you. Yeah. Mike Galimi of Hot Rod Magazine has joined us. Step forward and be counted. What's happening, man?
Not much. A little drag race out here.
There is a little drag race going on. So, first things first, your first visit to Bristol. Impressions?
I think it might be my favorite track now.
It's amazing, right?
Oh, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
It has been a great morning so far. We're going to see some action going on. We talked to KJ earlier. What have been the kind of storylines you've been following out there?
Oh, just keeping up with some of the leaders, like Brian Goldstone. They've had a late night. They had some issues with the rear end, pinion, seal leak. Yeah,
right?
Working on that. Got in about 2:30 in the morning, and now they're in the staging lanes, ready to go. So it'll be interesting. They still got an opportunity to not only win their class, but also chase the record if they got plenty of power to do it, and I think I think it might be pretty good odds.
In terms of what you've seen in the pits, as far as people who made a hit this morning and are going to move on, it's a pretty long drive today. So, how should I phrase this? More people stay than you expected, or the same average number of people you think made something and got going?
I think this year, compared to other years, it was like a lot of one and dones in previous years.
Yeah.
And this year, I feel like people are making a lot more passes to get on the road.
Yeah, I can buy that. Oh, hey, look. They've placed us on camera. Now we get to stand close to each other. Thanks, Warren Evans. No, so it's been going really well today. It's a fun place to go drag racing. It's certainly unique with the environment. We talked to KJ about watching the guys in the street race small block power adder category back their way into those 850s. It's been really good. What's going on with our Mount Motor Nova friends?
They had a very long night. I think they might have the record for the longest night. Last night it was 5:30 in the morning. They pulled into the hotel and just little things, right? I don't have the exact report as to what they fought, but they slept in. I don't know if they made it here yet, but
I see it over in the pits over there.
Okay, so they're here. And whether they're going to make a hit or just stay in the game is I don't know. We haven't had a chance to talk to them yet, but we had an air tag on them to track it, and we got up this morning. It was like, oh, they're at the hotel, awesome. And then the story comes out of how late it was. So
Viper guys too were 5 a.m. arrival, right?
They were a 5 a.m. arrival as well. I guess they got really close to the hotel last night and broke a rocker on. Yeah, so they got that fixed, and they're going to be coming out here making a hit as well.
And they had planned, David and I had spoke to them before we left Rockingham yesterday. They had planned, because they had the balancer come off the thing and shear the bolts off. They knew it was going to be a late night, so they had not actually had the idea of even getting here for the first run session. So they're, despite the fact that it's gone a lot slower than they planned, they're still on the program, so to speak.
Yes, and it's impressive. First time he's doing drag week. I think he's done a bunch of standing mile stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of roll racing, and it's great to see some variety in the class, especially a Viper. It's like you just look at the car; it makes such a great race
carbon
car.
fiber and all the fabric on it and everything is really pretty spectacular. So KJ asked us, I'm going to throw it out there, what are the cars that have landed hardest for you so far this week as far as coolness factor?
Oh gosh, how could you not like the Mountain Motor Nova?
Yeah. That is pretty
total
awesome.
old school looking, and
it is the one that you, me, and Freiberger have talked the most about. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Alex Carella's car, a good friend of mine.
Yes.
Friends for many, many years, but the car continues to impress me. On the drive yesterday up to checkpoint 1, we couldn't keep up in the SUV,
Right.
and here's an 850 car that
Burning corners.
is just killing us in the corners, and Kevin Diassi's in the backseat getting flopped all around. I thought the cooler was going to get tossed over, and we get out, and he's like, oh, man, the 17-inch pony wheels are fantastic. I love taking the turns. It's like, oh, this car should not be doing this. It's a lot of fun. Very, very understated Mustang. I say it all the time. It is, the car everybody wants to build but doesn't.
So we have Brian Goldstone. Give us a lineup here, Mike. As we're looking at our live feed screen, we can see Goldstone and, of course, maybe one of your singular favorite cars.
Yeah,
as well.
Devin Vanderhoof's convertible. That is just, done so well. I mean, every little bit, every detail is done the right way, and then obviously it runs really great. Leaves really soft going 7.0s. I think they're just in survival mode in terms of, we'll just stay ahead of the competition. Yep. Nobody's pushing them hard. They're not taking a lot of risks and making sure they can finish the week.
Yeah, and that's the car, as we've seen so many times, guys play it smart. They do what they need to do to win the race, and then on the last day they make their one hit that they need, and then it's game on from there. Now we can really let it eat. Always fun to watch.
Right, yeah. No, it's some big hitters coming up. I know Tom Bailey's hitting the road. They swapped that thing over to street tires, and they're, it's the longest drive today, I think.
Yeah.
So get out there. It probably, I don't want to jinx it for the guy, but definitely
it's
one of his less drama compared to previous years for him. I remember last year walking into your buddy's shop at 1 in the morning and swapping pistons and working on the car.
Yep. So as always, we're just touching up the racetrack, keeping the traction consistent as we work our way through the day here. We are in the D group. The next thing that happens post-D group is going to be the free skate kind of open session for everybody, and that's when we really start to see the tension rise for those racers that are in contention that haven't necessarily made a full pull yet. It's we get a lot of parts requests here as the days go on, and to me what's fun is we usually get them, and within 20 minutes, Turs is grabbing the paper like they got their stuff, they got what they need. People 100% bind together at this event.
Yeah, I think Brian Acton is one of the players looking at it. They're having some transmission issues, and they're trying to find find parts locally and get the car back in action.
So the track crew here at Bristol doing a great job as always, keeping things prim and proper and prepped. And once again, we advise strongly against and do not allow you to sit in front of the timing tower. Man, this thing is great. This is the Nitrous Nova. David and I were climbing over this thing in the pit area at Rockingham. It is Graham Hayes' car.
Yeah, he's the one who had the Gene Fulton delivery service airdrop his rocker arm the other night.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like when you get rewards for different things. Like when you achieve X amount of points, you can have a free steak. When you get this many points working with Gene Fulton, he'll fly you parts. I imagine that's probably a large number of accumulated points and investment.
Yeah, I think the great part of that story is they wanted to airdrop the parts in a field in a red bag, and they could go run and get it, so he didn't have to land. But they thought, well, what if it breaks when it hits the ground? So Gene said, well, there's an airport down the road. I'll land there and get the parts over to you.
That is awesome. Mike Lehman, thanks so much for taking some time to pop in here in the broadcast booth as we go back to racing on the drag strip, continuing on with our menagerie of Group D machines.
Like the Overland Corvette right here.
Yes.
Next up he's going to go to the rooftop tent.
Well, they had the Safari Porsches back in the day, right?
Those are cool.
Yeah, those are cool.
Maybe this guy's got some khaki pants, maybe a multi-tool on his zip.
He's got a Leatherman.
He's got to. Well. Yeah, maybe a Pendleton.
A Pendleton?
Oh, yeah, you got to wear the Pendleton shirt when you're overlanding.
It's all about the look. For Wesley Kawaja, the performance, 1272, 110 of the Corvette. Jen Reynolds, 12902 at 99 miles an hour.
Once
Delta.
again,
Delta lanes are closed. I'm sorry, Delta lanes are closed.
Galimi talking to us from Hot Rod Magazine. I'm blown away by that stat. 1 million unique visitors on Drag Week content and 7 million page views.
So far.
Yeah, and that doesn't even count what's going on social media.
Dallas Shelton and Paul Fleury. Fleury is our guy in that stick-shifted, lifted, axle-wrapping pickup truck the size of a small home.
15-second running. 1541, 88 miles an hour. 1196 in the right-hand lane, 112 from the 446 pack Super B.
Cody Lippick, the 95 Chevy C2500, and Jeff Straska coming up. Straska, the 1964 Ford Fairlane. Shades of Thunderbolt action here, at least visually. Does not necessarily pack in the high-riser 427 under the hood. Cody Lippick goes down. We have packages. They need to be picked up. 1224 Lippick. Straska goes 1423.8. These are in the timing tower. Robert Ripp, Josh Chichak, Jerry Sweet, Rich Steinke, Jason Pollard, Chris Thompson, Mark Fisher, and Lonnie Andazola. These are all people that have packages that need to be picked up. Darren Keck is up with a 7-cylinder 84 Ford LTD. He has on his back window that cylinder 3 is dead on arrival. He is just going to stage it and back up. He has the word onward written in all caps with an exclamation point.
Brian, I'm going to throw you a softball.
Fox platform.
Why is a Ford Fairlane called a Fairlane?
Well, Henry Ford's mansion was called Fairlane.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What was the name of the Dodge Brothers wagon? Or Dodge Brothers mansion, rather?
Henry's Money?
Yes.
Fordlandia?
Is it not Meadowbrook?
Might be. I'm not sure.
Let me look.
Oh, that's probably why they had a Dodge Meadowbrook car. Yeah. Nick Kurzak and Nathaniel Mahoy. You know, the brothers died of Spanish flu. You know what event they were attending when they got Spanish flu? Generally speaking. Not, you don't have to give me a year or anything like that, but you know what event did those guys go to and then get the Spanish flu?
Somewhere in Barcelona?
The New York Auto Show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Interesting. Yes, in fact, the Dodge Brothers mansion is Meadowbrook.
And if I'm remembering right, the Dodge Meadowbrook is one of the more ugly cars of all time with that massive kind of bustle in the back. The shape of it is not good.
Was it a Virgil Exner car? Because those were actually...
the Exner cars were designed by, like, that guy was like on acid. This was like just...
Meadowbrook was earlier than that.
Yeah.
Paul Nichols on the line right now with a 55 Chevy Nomad. People on the live feed were going, that's not a Nomad, that is a two-door wagon. Fact check, wrong. This is, in fact, a Chevy Nomad. Dug out of the woods several years ago and turned into a gasser for Drag Week. Yeah, Brian is digging up the Google images of the Meadowbrook. Yeah, it's 4950, things like that. Yeah, it's not fantastic.
1321, 102 miles an hour for Bogardus. Nichols goes 1420 with a 3 at 92. So here's a good one. What is the Plymouth brand of cars? Why was it named Plymouth? Chrysler established the brand. Why is it named Plymouth?
Well, way back in the day, one of the most reliable brands in the United States was actually a twine that was used by farmers frequently, and it was Plymouth twine.
Kevin Kovacs, 13,705, 103 miles an hour, 1194.1 at 91.45 miles an hour. And yes, the early Plymouth logo has the ships on it, but that is simply...
Yeah, they have the Mayflower
reference
on there because they realized this might not have been a good call.
A piece of string on the logo would not have landed.
D lanes are closed. Delta group is closed. Delta group is closed. I think we already said that. We've got that again. Guess that's what we were supposed to say. We've been instructed to say.
You have a celebrity appearance to make. Jim Dressler and Sarah Johnston. Sarah Johnston, 12:88.8 at 110. Dressler goes 12:04.7 at 112 miles an hour. Brian Clark going to line up in his 21 model year Mustang, and that ultra clean Gen 3 Camaro has ultra big problems coming out the starting line. That car is beautiful, but not accelerating at all, really, as Brian Clark goes past 1,000 feet, a 13:44.5 at 109.91. There's that 1966 Chevrolet. Talk about a vehicle that has not a single compound curve on it and one that doesn't have a straight line on it. Jody Ames in the Jag XKR. Austin Mathias in the 66 GMC C15. Stylistically, you cannot get any further apart here. And you can see the Jag is the quicker of the two entrants here. Just about 90 in the 8th mile at 12:31 at 111 for the Jaguar. Austin Mathias goes 13:59.0 at 96 miles an hour. Tony McDonald and Marcus Clark coming up now. McDonald in the 98, rather in the 37 Dodge pickup. Clark in the Chevrolet Camaro. And so Marcus Clark goes 11:81.7 at 105 miles an hour as McDonald in the truck running in the hot rod category. 12:16 with a 9 at 105.14 miles an hour. As mentioned, the staging lanes are closed for Delta Group cars. Delta Group cars, D cars, lanes are closed. John Kazeel in the pickup truck and Nate Bender, the 91 Pontiac Firebird. Kazeel goes 11:69.128. Bender goes 14:21.7 at 98.68. Ryan Mechkowski coming up right now. Mechkowski, the 69 GTO with LSX power. And Randy Giuliani, the 1968 Super Bee with a 4-speed in it. A Uniroyal tire arrived, but the name got torn off. So if you ordered a Uniroyal tire, it's here. Come claim it. It's like a lost child. We have a lost tire. Please. It's crying. It's very disturbed. Its name is Uniroyal, and if it's yours, come get it. John Sally and Brett Seswick. Seswick, the 98 Trans Am, Sally, the 17 model year Charger, 1196.2 at 120. Seswick goes 1190 with a 6 at 118.67. Jeff Kurzak and Colin Andrews. So it is a 19 Charger RT, so that would put a 5.7 Hemi in the front of it. Colin Andrews, a 67 Chevy Nova, with those itty-bitty, teeny-weeny, tiny little narrow slicks. But it's hooking and booking. The 67 Nova's quick. Finish line stripe, 12:83.3 at 104.23. Jeff Kurzak goes 14:21.9 at 98.95. So John Chimura and Corey Rusak going down the racetrack right now. Jack Brooks in the Dirty Nasty Nova is looking for an M10 1.5 millimeter Allen head bolt, 2 inches long. An M10 1.5 millimeter Allen head bolt, 2 inches long for Jack Brooks in the Dirty Nasty Nova. If you got it, either find him or come up to the tower. We'll get you hooked up via phone. Tyrus Cobb and Trevor Slusser. Cobb goes down 14:10.5 at 98. Slusser 12:67.5 121. So Craig White and Frank Porco ripping through our D group cars here, and we are shrinking that number mighty quick. The 02 Silverado goes 15:82.2. Porco goes 13:66 at 101.62. Now it is Chris Wozniak and Bree Brewer. So Andy Holman and Chris Hosner coming up right now. It is Hosner, the Faster Shades of Slow 72 Olds Vista wagon, and Andy Holman, the 1971 Nova. The wagon emitting a little bit of smoke down there. 12:61 110 for Holloman. 15:48.6 at 84 miles an hour for Hosner.
Disappointing after his 14-second run yesterday. I think it went 14s.
Bobby Ripp, who has a package to pick up in the tower. Bobby Ripp, get your package. And Ben Brown, the 81 Pontiac wagon. Uses a multitude of different body panels. Looks like it's got an Oldsmobile grill in it.
It does, yeah.
Yeah. We'll take it. The middle of it's a Pontiac. The bumper, the taillights and the bumper, like the pickup trucks, the marker lights in the front end of the pickup trucks of that era. 12:75.9, 107 miles an hour for Bobby Ripp. Jim Forbes, 1962 Corvette. As always, Jim always does it his own way. It's a very cool little car over here. Spencer Moorfield, 90 Volvo 240 wagon. All right, what Brown-educated, famed American race car driver first began racing cars in college in one of these Corvettes?
Jim Forbes.
Mark Donahue.
Mark Donahue.
Began running hill climbs around New England.
I was thinking drag racer.
Oh, well, you were thinking wrong.
Yeah.
Spencer Moorfield, the Wagoon, goes 12:18.4 at 116 as Forbes goes 15:21.1 at 92.83 in the Corvette.
We're back here with the BMW and with the Falcon that put on that just heroic thrash yesterday to stay in drag week with their car that ran 15-something on day one, 14.0 yesterday. These guys are just doing whatever it takes to stick with it. You know, we have a Spirit of Drag Week award, and these guys are showing quite a bit of spirit.
They got to be in the conversation.
Josh Jablonski.
This is the second time he's left before the tree's activated.
So no time.
Just wait, bro. Just wait till it's green.
If you showed up at Drag Week and left before the tree was activated, were you really at Drag Week? Because the data will not show.
Twice in a row is uncanny.
Yeah.
13:30 at 103 miles an hour for Hill, but once again, Jablonski will get no data.
Yeah, not everyone can pull that off.
No.
Actually, everyone could if they really put their mind to it.
He has brought the art of premature acceleration to the next level. He's bringing it to the masses.
Yep. There's a cream for that now.
Joey Nichols and Mark Zagagian. Mark in his 88 S10 truck. Or is it Zadagian? Zadagian, likely. Zadagian 15:32.5 at 101. Nichols 18:10.5 at 71.97.
Now the battle of the Mopar A bodies here. You got the 69 Valiant, you got the 67 Dart. I don't know what powers the Valiant, unfortunately. I know it's a Gen 3 Hemi in the Dart.
It's a Gen 3 Hemi in the Valley, too. It is.
That's probably why they lined up.
Yeah, I would guess so. It's a little bit of a scrap out here, but the Hemi swapped.
I can't figure out why the next guys have lined up, though.
Well, we'll get to that when we get there. Trevor Hawkins, 12.19.3 at 111 miles an hour, as Jenks goes 12.68.4 at 111. So the pair of... See, isn't one of these listed as a 65?
Yeah,
They're
that's
both 64s.
That's exactly what I was just
They're both
looking at. They're both
64s.
64s.
Unless one of them is a 65
Or 60.
from the cowl back and just has 64 sheet metal in the front of it.
Yeah, those are both 64s, at least judging by the front clip.
Because the 65 GTO, even the tail light panel is the same as the 64.
I think so.
All lanes open. Free skate time as a dude walks over the Smokin' Mocan Dragway t-shirt. Carl Blanton, awesome dude, awesome racetrack. All groups are open. Not all the lanes are open. We'll direct the traffic. All groups, you're invited to the lanes. It's John Snyder and Garrett Bowles. Once again, it is a race to the finish line for Bowles. His 14:45 at 94 beats the manually 3 on the tree shifted 19:27 of John Snyder.
So, Brian, the Ford Fairlane is named for Henry Ford's house.
Yep.
The Dodge Meadowbrook is named for
Yep.
the Dodge brothers' house. What is a car or two named for a hotel?
Okay, as Paul Fleury bangs through the gears in his 87 Chevy truck, Wesley Kajawa goes down in his Corvette. Cars named after hotels.
Speaking of hotel, the truck the size of one, 1627 at 85 miles an hour. Cars named for hotels.
Okay.
New York hotels.
I know there was a Pierpont, and I don't think there is a Pierpont Hotel, so I don't think that's an accurate one. I'm going to talk my way through this now. As much as I know, there's never been a Waldorf or an Astoria automobile. What other notable hotels are there in New York?
Would you like me to save the audience from yourself?
No.
Look at Jay next door. He looks like dumbfounded. There's drool running down his face with this question.
The Lincoln, it's not the Lincoln Continental. Yeah, go for it.
It is the Plymouth Plaza and the Plymouth Savoy.
Oh, the Savoy Hotel. Very cool.
Yeah. Now here's another one. The Plymouth Cambridge, Concord, and Cranbrook. Yeah, easy for me to say. The Plymouth, Cambridge, Concord, and Cranbrook are named for
Cambridge, Cranbrook, and what's the third one?
Cambridge, Concord, Cranbrook.
Well, Cambridge and Concord are both cities in Massachusetts. I guess there must be a Cranbrook, Massachusetts as well then.
Nope, they were all named for streets around Bloomfield Hills where the executives
Jeez.
lived in Michigan.
I told the story on my Instagram a couple of weeks ago about the Rockney automobile, which is kind of an interesting story. Newt Rockney, one of the most famous football coaches of all time, won 3 national championships with Notre Dame in the 1920s, his last coming in 1930. And as he gained national fame as a football coach, he started to work with Studebaker, which was also based in South Bend, Indiana, where the University of Notre Dame is. So in 1931, he decides that he's going to quit Notre Dame and go to work full-time as a promotions manager, kind of a marketing guy for Chrysler. And at the same time, Chrysler is buying the designs of a car that 2 engineers are trying to sell to Willys Overland. Willys didn't have the money to buy it. So he presents it to the Studebaker president. Studebaker guy wants it. It's going to be a big surprise. They're going to name the car after Newt Rockney, and he's going to promote it. It's going to be a big thing. Rockney takes a job. 2 weeks later, gets killed in a plane crash. They never even told him. I mean, they end up making the Rockney automobile. 1932 and 33, they made about 30,000 of them, and that was the end of the Rockney. But the only car that I know of that I could ever find that was named after a personality in the sport of football. I think there was plans for a Butkus, but there was never.
The marketing test didn't pass on that one.
The Butkus was never produced.
They're going to spray the entire track at this point, so you'll have a little bit in order to throw us some questions on the live feed that we can answer. Yeah, we're going to go into some commercial spots here, and we'll come right back with more brilliance.
Primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
Did you know there's over 7 decades of hot rod history sitting right in your pocket? Read over 900 issues of Hot Rod magazine for free, all on MotorTrend Plus. Just open up the app, scroll over to stories, and read the Hot Rod digital archives. The best part? It's all free. Go ahead, discover the Hot Rod archives on MotorTrend Plus. Go to motortrend.com/HotRod75. Celebrate 75 years of Hot Rod magazine.
3, 2, 1. Let's go! No seatbelts, let's go do wheelies. Bro, this thing handles pretty nice. Wait till you see what we're driving. Hit it! Let's go! 3, 2, 1, go!
No such thing as status quo around here.
Somewhere in there's a bolt that I'm undoing, I swear.
That's a lot of motor.
It's got to be clean, classy, yet custom.
Holy cow! Dude! We got a long way to go.
That thing's badass.
It's so ridiculous.
We're not messing around.
Sky's the limit.
Child's play.
He's got to have an extra loud horn.
That's the first win. We did a burnout.
To these guys,
All we're focusing on is horsepower.
speed is the rule of law.
Go!
That's a good start.
And rules are meant to be broken.
A lot of boosty boost. The stuff that'll break, I didn't put any money into. Oh, what is going on? That won't stop.
And we are back here, of course, at Thunder Valley Dragway. We are in now to the open session of the afternoon, and we have a racer in need. This is a relatively easy request to fill. Fred Sermon has his 64 F100 truck. He is the guy with the mailbox scoop. He needs a small battery for one pass. The current battery in the truck is effectively too large for the battery tray. He is pitted basically down to the last light pole, so that would be light pole 10 at the end of the pits. If you'd be so kind just to loan this guy a small battery for one run, he will give it back to you with interest.
And I'm sure it won't bounce out of the tray and into the fan. You'll get it back in one piece.
Yeah, it will not be. It will
not be fan checked.
Ginsu knived by the fans. Hey, let's go to the chat, David. What's going on in there?
You're so rude to the audience.
I'm interested to find out what's going on. What is the hive mind of the Drag Week fan base saying?
I was mentioning how Turk and I had gone to Australia to race at Lake Gardner, and somebody said, "What did you think of Adelaide?" Adelaide's actually cool. We had a fun time downtown there. Got a couple friends from there, actually. Michael Deere, who used to run this event for us.
Michael Deere.
Yep. He's still down there running, I think, soccer, right? He's doing soccer events.
Either soccer, rugby, something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines. And, of course, Richie Crampton, also from Adelaide. Someone said, Freiberger, the engine in your Model A. This guy's doing one of those shots for his kid with the stuffed doll in front of me, as opposed to the stuffed Brian. The guy said,
overstuffed.
Right. My 31 Model A that you've seen on Roadkill Garage is a 1931 fenderless Model A, and my whole goal with the thing is I wanted to run 850 naturally aspirated as absolutely simply as possible. So I've got this Model A, weighs 2450, has a 572 big block, makes 950 horsepower, has a mechanical fuel pump, has an MSD 6A. And they're like, would that engine survive Drag Week? And yeah, 950 horsepower, big block, conventional heads on it. It uses the Comp Cam's, what do they call it, low shock lobes in it, so that it doesn't abuse the valve train too hard. It's actually a pretty tame combo that you could drive here pretty easily, and you can see that on an episode of Engine Masters on the MotorTrend Plus app, which you can download essentially right now and pick which episode you want to see. If you don't need to pick your individual episode, you can see MotorTrend TV on fast channels on a number of apps like Samsung, Vimeo, etc. We're back to racing.
We are back on the drag strip. Tony Hayes, the 1966 Nova. And folks, this is the part of the afternoon where we literally don't know what's rolling around the corner next. We could see some Street Machine Eliminator entries. We could see some unlimited cars and the likes of Brian Goldstone coming right now underneath the timing tower.
Tony Hayes on the line right now, 66 Nova. He is a leading Pro Street power adder. You saw him purging just now. Brian and I were both really stoked to see a couple of these Novas with big nitrous on them, 3 units on them. It's been a while since we saw class-winning cars outside of Dave Schroeder and outside of some of the slower classes that were using nitrous, so these are back.
Fresh Prep Racetrack, straight down the gut. He goes 836.7 at 143.44.
His slowest run of the week by a lot. He went 8.0 yesterday, 7.89 on the first run, as we have a real heavy-breathing pair coming into the box.
Brian Goldstone, right-hand side of the drag strip, the 1973 AMC Javelin. They arrived at some 2:30 in the morning for this part of the event. They had a leaking pinion seal that they had gear oil all over everything that is stop and repair, and the Mustang that is owned by Devin Vanderhoof and built by Devin Vanderhoof is my understanding.
And driven by Josh Davis. Bryant Goldstone on the right-hand side is your leader in Ultimate Iron, also the second quickest car of the meet overall. He went 683 day one, struggled a lot in Rockingham yesterday, pulled out a 699 eventually. You've also got a class leader in the Mustang on the left-hand side in Modified Power Adder. That car has run 702 and 707. We'd love to see that thing break into the 6s before the week is over. Look at the small tire under that car. It's a 281050 radial.
So both cars going to be brought into the water box now. Turbocharged entries on both sides. Goldstone making his crew guy do a little jig up there to prevent being run over. Vanderhoof just being guided back, or I should say Vanderhoof guiding his own car back. Josh in the seat. Two very different ways to skin this proverbial cat. The big wide tires, the wheelie bars, and the turbocharged conventional big block Chevy. For Goldstone, no wheelie bars, the minuscule rear tires. Much smaller wrapper in the form of that 93 Mustang, just area-wise for Davis and Vanderhoof. Something coming out of that thing, it looks like, for Goldstone. Some haze down the racetrack. He goes 668.5 at 216. And that car was riding up near the center line. When he left the starting line, David, I saw what looked like steam almost when he started to spool the turbos up, and he had that kind of fog behind the car. It didn't seem to hurt the performance at all, but a 668.5 at 216.
His quickest run of the week.
Vanderhoof goes 765.1 at 172.
Yeah, 65 off what he should run. 0.6 off.
I am fully expecting that we will see Davis and Vanderhoof back up here. I am fully expecting that Brian Goldstone is going to pack his goods and wares and get the heck out of town. Tim Bradshaw and Alan Muji. So for Goldstone, a great run in the 60s. As mentioned, his best performance of the week so far. And Bradshaw, Street Machine Eliminator entry, not going to be able to hang wheel to wheel with Muji here, who's running in Pro Street Power Adder. Muji's car is a little odd the way it left, 137 in the 8th mile, and Muji goes 822.3 in that Camaro. By doing so, car was running 70s, 870. Make sure I'm looking at that right. So we have that 72 Chevy having run 911 and 807. So the 822 is a fight and run, competitive run. Graham Hayes, another giant Gene Fulton nitrous engine here. Another 3 stages of spray on this engine. Graham Hayes passed the 8th mile at 146.65, a 764.4 at 183, which I believe is the area that thing's been living in too.
Brian, let's go to the Wayback Machine here for a moment. Goldstone's run, he went 668, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
I think that's what it was. His best pass ever at Drag Week last year was a 663.9.
Yep.
So he's right on target.
Yeah, right on target. And doing it here at Thunder Valley. So Graham Hayes, 764.4, 183. Rich Trunkett and Jeremy Howell. Howell, the modified Power Adder entry, the 91 Mustang. Trunkett, the small tire equipped, turbocharged 72 Plymouth Duster. Zips the tire again. He was 132 short, ramped the power in, zipped the tire. He's still going to go down and go to 863, 163. Jeremy Howell goes 802.3 at 186, just shy of 187 miles an hour. So Howell Trunker will likely be back again. He has just not been able to get that car stuck through a full run as Scott Thompson and Jim Weiser come up. Weiser, the 84 Monte Carlo SS. Thompson, the 1978 C10 square-bodied pickup truck. And this is looking pretty good for both sides here, especially for Weiser. 948.7, 138 for Weiser. Thompson goes 974.4 at 131.99. Steve Chichak Jr. and Sr. Side-by-side family battle here. The 07 Colorado and the 80 Pontiac Firebird. It is the Bird that's going to outrun the truck here. 873.5, 162. 1041.7, 140 for the pickup truck. Here comes Rich Steinke. Rick in the 1967 Honka Parts Fall Off Chevelle, and Josh Chichak of the Fightin' Chichak family coming up on the opposite side, the 87 Buick Grand National. And Rick now. Tap of the brakes as Chichak's all the way in. Steinke's halfway home. He bumps it in, flickering the ball. All right, he's got her hooked up. 133 short time. What does the 8th mile look like at 5:47? He is in the wheelhouse, and he goes an 8:51.5 at 161 miles an hour. That has been hours on end coming, and the guys are high-fiving on the starting line, so that would assume that that's what they're going to park as far as their entry for the day. It is, of course, that impossibly difficult street race small block power adder class, 51.7, 51.4, and he goes 51.5 here. I would say that that's where they're going to land on the day. Phil Tobin and Chris Murray. Murray, the 94 Mustang, trying to do exactly what Steinke just did. Tobin in the Corvette that came up earlier and had a very strange, awkward style launch, enough that they basically backed the car off the starting line. Tobin, very, very gentle, 1.9 second 60-foot time. Just soft shoot the thing off the starting line, goes 10.065, 141. It's a run, but it's certainly not the run they wanted. Chris Murray goes 860 at 159.55. And we're going to have to go out there in a shutdown area here momentarily. Josh Jablonski, who has twice left before the tree was activated in his Ford Falcon, is hoping to see green, any shade of it. Chartreuse, emerald, garnet. Is garnet's green? Garnet's maybe
Garnet's
blue.
red.
Yeah, garnet's red. Yeah, so I guess emerald's the only thing you can go in there. Hunter green.
Olive.
Yeah, olive.
Lime, apple.
Yep. Any of those, any variation on that is exactly what Josh needs to see.
You want to explain what this actually means? You call it so much, leaving before the tree is activated. I mean, it should be self-evident. But
So basically, you can only red light up to a certain point. So if you leave, you know, both cars are basically sitting in stage and you just leave, the tree actually doesn't even know you're there because the sequence of events has not begun to fire yet. It hasn't flashed the yellows. It hasn't counted down. So you can actually leave early enough where you get no physical record of even being on the racetrack.
Basically, in rudimentary terms, the starter hasn't hit the button to make it start to count down.
Even if they have.
Oh, before the first amber?
Yeah, even if they have, there's still the delay that happens. There's that randomizer in there that when they start firing the ambers. So for those of you drag weekers that are heading out of the gate right now, and there's a big line of you, good luck on the drive to Carolina Dragway, which will be the next stop tomorrow on Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors 2023.
Where we will also have a live feed coming at you with myself and Loans. So once again, on the MotorTrend channel,
Don't let that
YouTube.
stop you from coming. All right, Josh Jablonski, I believe in you. You can do this. Just wait. Don't go anywhere. Rovic's going to go in, let him do his thing. Okay, that, he let the clutch out and the car died. Rovic goes 10.18.7 at 132 miles an hour, and that thing continues to lose ET run after run after run.
We get slower and slower as the week goes on as well. Coming to a near stop Friday morning.
Jablonski is going to stage this again, the Running Rust 347 Ford-powered 62 Falcon.
Now, to be fair, he has never drag raced before.
Are you kidding?
This is his very first deal.
Huh.
You didn't see that?
No, that didn't show itself here at all.
I couldn't have guessed.
Yeah, baby. Got him. That's the move. And Jablonski, 13.54.7 at 101 miles an hour. Ran the 14s yesterday, right? Or did you run a 13? Yeah. Yeah, so a 13.54 is nice. Doing it their own way. And again, Spirit of Drag Week nominees, they'll be part of that discussion, the kind of the huddle up that happens at the end of the week. And man, Steve Winningham came off. You heard the motor just way up as the car was spinning the tires. Lots of great cars in the staging lanes, including some very hard-hitting, fast stuff that we have not seen run yet.
Star in the left-hand lane in that 56 Chevy Pro Street car. 9.75 at 139.56. And Mike Reimar is continuing to try and stay on the top of the Street Machine Eliminator ladder, and the 10.067 is going to help that program. He went 135.27 miles an hour. We come back to Michael Bogardus in the AMC and Brian Clark in the Mustang. Bogardus is another one that's playing the game of running in a class, this one being Street Race Small Block, instead of running in Street Machine Eliminator. And even though the car is slower than your typical Street Race Small Block car, he might end up on the podium. He just went 13.04 in a car that has run in the 12s, 103 miles an hour. The right-hand side, Clark, went 13.23 at 109. Chris Engel on the left-hand side has got the blue Nova. That car has run mid-8s every single day in Ultimate Iron. Dominic on the right-hand side is in B Gas, fighting to stay on top of the 4 different 55 Chevys that are running out here with 4-speeds in them. It's fun to watch this one launch. It has appropriate violence, banging gears down the track. Ingles obviously going to be the much quicker car, 5:48 to the 8th. That puts him at 8:53, 160. Oh, and Dominic on the right-hand side, 10:001, 134 miles an hour. Was just looking up and confirming that was Dominic's quickest run of the week. It's a 5:55 big block in that 55 that just went down. Now, we've got Gary Dufik in the right-hand side, Kevin Adams in the left. A 94 and a 21 Mustang. The 2021 Mustang goes 11:34 at 119. The older car, 11:61 at 116. Rob Senker in the left-hand lane in the burnout box. He came into this day third in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. That car needs to go in the mid-sixes to maintain that position. Live feed people are asking the question, do you have to meet a certain ET cutoff to be able to perform at Drag Week? No. All cars are available to run. We do not say, hey, if your car is too slow, you can't show up here. Any ET can run, especially in that street machine eliminator class. So we do have a lot of slower cars running. They do it for the experience and for personal goals. There are two more packages in the timing tower. Josh Chichak, we've got your package, and Chris Thompson. Chichak and Thompson, we do have packages for you here in the tower. Come on up. Senker's out with a 1.45 60 foot. Think he has issues. Yep. 1247, 71 miles an hour. Trans Am on the right-hand side, 1202, 109. We're looking at Dave Deal's New Edge Mustang there, the orange one. He is running in Super Street Small Block Power Adder, an 800 car on day one. He suffered a 1224 yesterday, but he's sticking with the competition, and he's going to see if he can run back in the 8s here at Bristol. Trevor Slusser's Crew Cab Chevelle on the right-hand side in a Street Machine Eliminator. Yeah, Dave Deal, that's got to hurt. Yesterday, he was third in class, and then he ran that 12-second time that just knocked the knees out of him. Basically, it's going to be impossible to recover unless there's a lot of attrition, a lot of breakage in the class that takes other competitors out.
You'll never financially recover from this.
That too.
Ran into Brady Basner of Excess Power Batteries. He's hanging out. They're only like an hour and a half from here, and so he's like, we've been watching this for 2 days. We're coming.
Cool.
And so they're just hanging out and taking in the events.
Maybe they have a battery for Fred Cernan.
Fred Cernan,
It looked real good in that truck.
We have not seen the Postal Express show up yet.
Nope.
So Trevor Slusser, the 1965 Chevelle, he's been not necessarily hot lapping this thing, but he's been up and back with some frequency here this afternoon. And let's make a Dave deal over there in the left side.
Nope.
I don't necessarily think it's topping out the shocks, but it might be topping out the shocks. 833, 171, left-hand side. It's like it runs out of travel and it's just spinning the tire. New for 2023 from Mickey Thompson, it's the ET Drag Limited Traction Tire. Mickey Thompson's ET Drag Limited Traction Tire is a brand new product designed to perform on a variable set of track conditions. Effectively, this is a slick tire developed for the world of no prep or low traction style drag racing. They offer it in 3 sizes. You can see the Mickey Thompson tires displayed today to see the new ET Drag Limited Traction Tire and the full line of Mickey Thompson drag racing tires we have to offer. Also, if you're in the market for off-road tires, check out the Mickey Thompson Baja Boss, Baja Legend, and Baja Pro line of light truck and off-road racing tires available online at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson.
And during your commercial message, all you missed was a couple of cars going slower than they have been earlier in the day. Austin Mathias is in the left-hand side right now, and that's 66 GMC C15. 1362 at 101, and George Hill on the right-hand side in the BMW, another 1333 104. Here comes the Monte Carlo.
Fantastic car. I mean, Alan Whitaker's 72 Monte Carlo. From end to end, this thing is as nice as it gets.
But he's taken a 22nd every single day. The first 2 days, he took the 22nd, not penalty, but sort of consolation prize for showing up. Let's hope he gets down the track this time.
This is his first drag week, or at least his car's first drag week. And if you come into this thing with realistic goals, sure, you're dropping the 22nd average, whatever. But if you're driving this thing onto the trailer at the end of Friday night, that's a win for your first time out here. How many first-timers do we see show up and not get out of the first day?
Well, 22 thus far, although they're
Correct.
not necessarily first-timers. We haven't mentioned the Havlicks are gone.
Yes.
Yeah, that didn't end well.
Brian Havlick in that 55 Chevy. Super great guy. Unfortunately, some bad luck this year.
And every year.
Well,
it had to be said.
It's consistently not the best, but he keeps trying. That is the nature of the business. All right, so the big green Monte Carlo has rolled itself in. It'll be a solo here for Alan Whitaker. Well played, 136, 60 foot time, very conservative. You heard the engine come back up on the power, 760 at 194 miles an hour. For Alan Whitaker.
I absolutely did not see that coming based on the 60 foot. Did you?
God. The thing made 40 mile an hour in the back half, was 154 to the eighth, and then 194 through the traps. So Alan Whitaker, with a 136 60 foot time and a 347 330, runs 760 at 194. I hope they bring it out again.
He has now made a quicker run than anybody in class. Anybody in that class. The quickest would have been 789 by Hayes on the first day. Nobody has run that fast.
60?
And he just went 60, but unfortunately he took that 22nd bullet the first 2 days in a row, and so he's got no shot at winning unless there is a lot of attrition.
Matt Bunel and John Powell going down the racetrack now. Bunel in the Street Machine Eliminator category, and Powell, the Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated Machine. And that is a 12:04 at 114 miles an hour for John Powell, as Matt Bunel in the 67 Camaro goes 11:009. David, you know that people that want more power, more longevity, and winning performance for their vehicle's engine should choose Molle pistons?
I was aware of that, Brian.
Molle Motorsport makes the highest quality forged piston kits backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that consistently gives the greatest level of proven performance. Power pack kits from Molle are available for a multitude of different engine combinations, and you can go to MolleMotorsport.com to find the power pack for your motor.
They are the official piston sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week, and I have used them personally, and I like them. They're a great value at Summit, who is also here supporting Drag Week. They come in kits, not only with the pistons, obviously with the pins, but also with rings.
So Dan Dinan goes 10:07.136. Frank Veneziano goes 11:79.3 as we continue on at Bristol Dragway. Here, the third day of competition at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. Neil Jenks and Chris Wozniak on the starting line now.
Wozniak in the Firebird with a 327 Chevy and a 4-speed. Jenks on the left-hand side with that Gen 3 Hemi.
.68 Firebird loaded up with fuel, smoking pretty hard like a coal train out there. Got it rolling now.
The coal train or the soul train? You ever see Soul Train?
I have.
Yeah, staying home.
I would say Soul Train is a lot smoother than an 1825 at 89. So
Yeah,
I'm going
yeah.
Coal Train.
It's the coal train.
Well, I'm going to rewind my brain and erase
Pretend you
that.
never heard
and
that.
erase that part.
Yeah. It'll
Jody
stick with you
Koyman
for life.
And Jeff Butlin.
Yeah. It's like Lyme disease. It's always with you. Oh, Butlin has a beautiful leave. 142 60-foot. 8th mile 585 in the Vega. And 912 at 148. Jody on the right-hand side, 1092 at 122.
So this little Vega here coming up on the right side, Andrew Slater's car. I got this confused with Butlin's car. This thing, despite its small tire, can hike the front end pretty good. And Randy Seward is back. He went 8:51 earlier. He's trying to go a 50 and change after he saw Trance do it.
We're trying to see if we get our first 8-second time out of the Vega.
He may be getting there. He goes 5.99 to the 8th, and the Vega goes 9.27 and 8.54, 160 for Seward.
Yeah, that Vega had gone 9-0 yesterday, which is why I had, I wouldn't say high hopes, but a mediocre level of anticipation.
The Viper is in the staging lanes, more specifically being pushed up the staging lanes. Bob Ruppel and Brian Decker are coming up right now. Decker's 83 C10 Chevy truck is legitimately as clean as they come. And Bob Ruppel is not going to stick around to inspect it. He's going past the 8th mile at 109. And Ruppel goes 10.019 at 130.39 miles an hour, with Brian Decker going 16.04 at 81.55. Jason Russo is back up with Tim Bradshaw. Bradshaw is a Street Machine Eliminator runner. Russo in the Malibu is running in Street Race Small Block Power Ada.
.961 Rousseau, 152, and in the right-hand side, 1168, 105.
Alex Corella comes around the corner. Corella, we heard Mike Galimi saying, was carving the corners up as we look at our live feed and see the Viper hanging in these staging lanes. These guys have been fighting the good fight. They got to the hotel at 5 o'clock this morning.
After breaking a damper in half and obviously getting that fixed and a few other knickknacks on their SMX engine in that Viper, the mechanical execution on that car is pretty awesome.
It really is.
Yeah. Here's a strange phenomenon that's happening these days. Did you know that these bed caps from the 70s and 60s are all of a sudden spiking in value?
Yeah, it's dumb. You know, it's not dumb to have one. It's just dumb to pay a ton of money for one.
Well, with our luck, it'll be fiberglass.
Fiberglass, yeah. With our luck, that truck isn't fast enough to blow it off the back anyway. Much like the toupee discussion yesterday.
And Corella spinning the tires out there. He's going to wander through instead of, like, get off the track quickly. Maybe he's just pacing the truck. He wants to get a good gander at that thing.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
1409, 94 miles an hour. 94 is enough to set sail to a good bed cap, I would think.
To me, if you're going to go full old man 70s, you know, stalkers with lockers style, it's got to be the aluminum ones.
Oh, of course.
The metal one.
Yeah.
The fiberglass one, fine, but that's a little chic in that scene.
What you really want is the corrugated aluminum one that has the windows on the side that crank out, like the three
like the ones
flat plane glasses like your grandma had in her house. Yeah. Some people call them Florida windows.
Chris Thompson and Jack Brooks. And Jack Brooks is having a discussion with a guy leaning into his window, which, I mean, maybe something came up, but usually it's not a good thing. Window's getting rolled up. The Vapier is around the corner. Man, the perspective on that, when we're looking at a kind of a rear quarter view here, David, it really is just those big honking tires in the back of that thing. It looks so great.
Man, Jack Brooks in the Nova is another struggle bus. 20 seconds on the first day, 12:77 yesterday. Clearly more capable than that. Or perhaps it's not so clear. Chris Thompson, left-hand side.
It's the same exact thing this car did last time. As Thompson goes 887, 155. Brooks is going to roll likely to about the 8th mile, almost to a dead stop, and he'll be able to fire it and drive it off the end. But a frustrating moment here as the Viper that made that wild, full lane, 6-second, 200+ mile an hour blast yesterday is at the ready line.
You know, what you want from drag racing is consistency. He's got it nailed.
There you go. He's fired it up, and that is a mirror image. It's like I just hopped in a time machine. Went back a few hours, and you still look the same, so that didn't improve, but that just happened again.
Yesterday, Dunphy's very first 6-second pass ever, personally. 669 at 216 miles an hour, as Brian described earlier.
Yeah, it was about 2,160 feet he drove it.
That's roughly accurate.
Yeah.
You know, give or take 3 dozen yards.
So it is a twin turbocharged SMX engine, capability of which is to and can create what 4,000 horsepower these engines can create.
Yeah.
On full puree setup.
So this car, despite his difficulties on day one, is 4th in unlimited. So he only needs Bailey, Armentrout, or Butland to break, and he comes up to the podium.
Would he be able to catch Butland? Because Butland's car runs what, 9s?
He might be able to. Oh yeah, he can overcome Butland because his average right now is 947. Butland's 936. So if he does something heroic here, then yes, he can move up to the podium. It's never over till it's over at Drag Week. You never know what's going to happen. There can be somebody in your class that's dominating you by a second and a half, but you never know if he's going to make it all the way. The Viper almost didn't, but they put the work in and made it happen. I've seen people give up for less.
What are the concerns, like when you break a damper like that, especially it obviously breaks when the motor's spinning at a high RPM, what is the potential for ruin there when that thing comes off, or long-term effect?
I don't think much long-term effect, perhaps, but just, half track, I don't think so. The question is, was it the tire shake that took it off? Or were the bolts worked loose just from driving the thing on the street however many miles?
I mean, they were sheared off clean, too, but it must be one of those things when one of them goes, the load just, exponentially goes up on the others, and that's
Yeah, and if half of them are backed off a little bit, and you double the load on the remaining ones. I said remaining.
I wasn't going to say anything because that's low level.
That's a low-level criticism.
That's a low-level criticism. I was going to save it. All right, Ned Dunphy has come this far. Not to just come this far. The guy wants to really lay one down here. Beautiful metalwork in the wing too. The way it's formed to the rear quarter panels. Just overall, very, very nicely turned out car.
Yeah, and the hand-formed carbon fiber quarter panels.
Here he goes, 1:12.60 foot time. He goes 6:40 at 2:36. Holy Christmas. Dunphy goes 4:32.6 at the 8th mile, 188 at half track. When that thing was 1:12.60, I think all of us took a little bit of a deep breath. That is astonishing. What a run. That is low ET the entire race, but at its big speed of the entire race too, I have to believe, right? What did Bailey run for speed yesterday?
2:03, 2:15.
Yeah, that is the big number of the week so far.
6:40 with a 7 at 2:36. The quickest pass thus far at Drag Week 2023. Certainly going to bring him up into the podium if he can stick with it through the rest of the week.
And that thing, we went from yesterday, that was wear the steering wheel out to get it to the finish line, and that thing wasn't moving an inch left to right from our perspective. It was locked down and gone. They hit it perfectly.
A 1:12.60 foot, 4:32 with a 6 to the 8th at 188 miles an hour to half track.
Wow.
That gave the illusion of greatness.
That's big league stuff right there.
That was actually hardcore.
So what does his average go to now?
I'd have to do the math.
We have the computational technology to achieve that. Hold on. Andy Holman and Chris Vanderwalker. Vanderwalker, the Hellcat Red Eye. Holman, the 71 Chevy Nova. Our man's got a battery. The pickup truck is round to the bend. 11:23, 4:01.22 for Vanderwalker as Holman goes 12:32.1 at 119 miles an hour on the left-hand side of the racetrack.
We just got the word that lanes will close at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. closure. That is roughly 20 minutes. We're virtually out of customers, so you want to get up here if you want to run. We are, in fact, out of customers.
So Fred Sermon got his battery, goes 1409 at 99, and George Hill goes 1380 at 104. And as of right now, we have crickets in the staging lanes. We got a whole bunch of nothing down there. We have given the 20-minute warning. Lanes will close at 1 p.m. If you're in the lanes at 1,
you will run.
But you will be denied entry from that point forward.
Well, I think it can now be said, Matt Sweet in the multicolored big block Nova running naturally aspirated in the 7s is out.
Yeah, I think they may stage it just to get a time slip or something, or maybe they will, maybe they won't, but we know that they will not be running at full throttle. Chris Wozniak's car has lost power on the racetrack. He has refired it.
Yeah, they did frag the transmission in that Nova, so their chances at beating Doc McIntyre's record were just dashed to bits like Brian's soul.
No, my soul's intact.
Really?
Many other parts of my life are shattered to pieces, but my soul is intact.
All right, well, I'll work on that. I guess midday tomorrow maybe is the deadline.
Yeah, you keep chiseling away. You can split a piece of granite with dripping water if you go long enough.
And as I mentioned Matt Sweet in that Nova, he comes rolling around into the staging lanes. They're going to pull up here and just break the beams just to be able to say they made it to Bristol.
Heart.
Yeah, my heart, absolutely.
What's left of it. What was Bailey's time today? It was a high 6-second run that Tom put together, and he was able to make that one shot. Had some repairs done apparently to the car, and then hit the road.
74? Is that what it was?
Some right around there, I believe. Noah Burgers asks, is it over? Not yet. Noah, we have about 20 minutes left of open staging lane time. We are going to close the lanes at 1 p.m. And there is a very steady train of cars heading to the gate and heading toward Carolina Dragway. And it is a good point that's being raised in the chat there that when we watched Ned's run in the Viper, he did pedal that car once or twice. When you saw those little whiffs, little
puffs of
blips
black
out there, that was him actually breathing on the gas pedal. So
he apparently learned that overnight.
Well, hey, listen, he absolute boss level driving job out there. I mean, the thing looked pretty composed, and if he was pedaling it, he must have felt something underneath him that he didn't really like too much. But yeah, that was fantastic. And we've not had any reports of a harmonic balancer running up the side of a mountain.
Right.
So that's also very good.
You know, when we did an exhibition for Roadkill at Brainerd, the NHRA Nationals, we were running our Dragway, which is a 74, I think, Jag XJ12. It's got a 383 small block in it with a 671 supercharger, and we did chuck the damper off the thing, and it was nowhere near the car when we were done. So I think we left it on the track somewhere. And by we, I mean Mike Finnegan.
Yeah. Good times.
You got about 15 minutes to get to lanes. It is closing at 1 o'clock. It is currently 12:45.
Yeah, 677 to 200 for Tom is being mentioned in there after he decided. And if you lost a serpentine belt, we found it on the racetrack. It'll be at the starting line. If you look under the hood and there is a serpentine belt missing where one should be, we have it at the starting line of the drag strip.
Why is my car overheating and not charging?
Why does my power steering cease to function? Why are all these things happening at the same time? So we are back here hanging out, waiting for our racetrack to get turned around, our lanes to fill up a little bit. I got Warren Evans, who is the man who is in charge of running our live stream operation. Been a great job so far all week long. Warren, how you doing, man?
I am well. What a fantastic week so far.
It has been all that and a whole lot more as I'm checking the functionality of my microphone. No, it's been great. And, you know, being able to bring this live stream to a global audience, thousands of people. I think we're, usually 6,000 plus people simultaneously, plus everybody that watches the replays. It's great.
Yeah, it is fantastic. And, you know, we get a lot of compliments for the work that we've been able to do as a part of this. This is my third year as streaming this event, and we've added a couple of new people on the crew this year to bring a few new camera angles, and I think so far people have appreciated the new look.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just right now we're getting a look down into the staging lanes, take a look at the Mountain Motor Nova. Being able to have that kind of wandering eye at the starting line has been really nice, and it's a double win because we get to see it from the tower, but it also gives Dave and I a little advance warning if somebody fast is coming to try to hype people up. So, no, it really has fit the bill very nicely, and you know, this racetrack, there's not a bad camera angle to get here, right?
Well, and yes, we're learning that. It's my first time coming to Bristol, and so a guy could get spoiled with a facility like this. It's just a beautiful place. It's everything that people told me it was. It's just picturesque, and we're happy to be here and part of it. And a big shout out to my guys. Joshua Brannon is out there in the pit area right now. That is the rovent camera that you see right there. Josh has brought that technology with him. Some people know him out in the streaming world as Ticklefits. That's his name out on Twitch. And
David's nickname in high school too, so this all makes sense. That's nice.
I did the Ticklefits twins. Is that where we're at?
That's where we're at.
And also on the starting line all week has been Cameron Hidalgo. Cam out there getting a little bit of break right now.
Holding the wall up. He's doing a fine job of it.
Somebody's got to have a skill like that. He's the guy. Josh and Cameron both out of the Houston area, so they get to do a lot of small tire stuff and bracket racing.
Nice.
But you know, they've been doing this as a tandem now for about 3 years, and I'm pretty lucky to have brought them in and be a part of this. And of course, everybody knows the guy down at the 330 mark, Les Mayhew.
Les Mayhew.
If you don't know Les's work, you worked with him for a little bit at NHRA.
The dude of dudes, absolutely fantastic guy, passionate as the day is long.
Yeah, there's nobody that is more enthusiastic about the sport, and yeah, he's waving to the crowd down there. Les is a wonderful guy, brilliant behind the camera, and he's really got an eye for it and a passion for all of it. You know, I mean, if he's not here, he is in Jason Rupert's shop, helping with that Fuel Funny car out there. And a lot of people probably remember Nitro America, or still can find Nitro America.
Nitro America on YouTube. That's his channel. It's the long form videos that he does are amazing. He just plugged one out from the Outlaw Nitro series, or the Nitro Outlaw series that ran at Bandamere Speedway recently. He's working on some stuff from the Wally Park's Nostalgia Nationals down at Bowling Green. It's high quality stuff.
Oh, it is. It's spectacular. It's feature film quality, a lot of the stuff that he puts out. And of course, my partner in crime up here in the booth, Jay Hullinger. You know, as much as I've been trying to get rid of Jay for about 24 years, he keeps showing up like the fungus on my toe.
The freshly minted great-grandfather himself.
The freshly
Congratulations
minted
again. He is a great-grandfather for the first time as of today.
Yes, and he doesn't look a day over 75, does he?
No, he doesn't. He pulls it off he's like a Sean Connery type. You know, the older he gets, let's just be honest. That's just how it goes.
That's
But yeah.
exactly how it goes. That is exactly how it goes. But, yeah, I just wanted to jump here and say thanks to my team and thanks to the good folks from MotorTrend and Hot Rod for letting us be a part of it. Again, it's our 3rd year of doing it, and looking forward to many more. So
Thank you, Warren.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you, man. We're going to be closing those lanes in 10 minutes. Warren Evans, thus spake Warren. Thank you, man.
And we thank you as well. And actually, while you were speaking, the live feed chat was going nuts with people saying, yes, we support you guys. Thank you very much for doing a great job. Yep. They've definitely noticed that this is awesome.
Yes, despite the audio track that we
Yeah,
have
if they could just shut that down
given them.
for the rest of the week, that'd probably be a little bit better. They can fix this. Aside from the heaping praise for Warren and his crew, we're seeing comments about, has anybody done the average on the Viper yet? We did. We did the unofficial math in here, and it's mid-8, so it does not leverage him up into a winning position for the week. It does, however,
puts him on the podium.
It does put him on the podium, and it bumps out Jeff Butland with that black Vega, who is running in the 9s. And so if we can see the Viper finish out the week, he is at least going to take home a little bit of Hot Rod gold, if not some swag from Gear Vendors.
And, of course, the Drag Week merchandise is for sale in the pit area. Do not leave today without making sure you have purchased your Drag Week shirt, hat, sweatshirt, whatever you got with a logo on it. We've got it for sale down there in the pit area. So Drag Week merchandise, get it while it's hot and get it today before you leave.
And I am seeing 10 cars in lanes, so we do have more tire smoke and burnouts and no tree and poor staging and poor reaction times coming for you later in the day.
We're going to bring you the gamut, the gamut of experience. Has anyone seen Capone? No, Scott Brown and Capone are not present here this week. The Zoomies with the 2 turbos is just weird for me. Great discussion piece. I personally think it's cool and different.
Your opinion is wrong.
Well, my opinion just went 640.
Right. Yeah. Guess what? If the Zoomies fell off, it would still go 640.
He could have unicorn.
If not better.
Have unicorn horns coming off the side of it, and I'd be okay with it.
Has Goldstone run?
Made his best run of the week. One of the best runs he's ever made on Drag Week.
Pretty close.
68.
Yep. Yeah, 6.639, Goldstone's best run ever, which was last year, after he put the car back together after putting it upside down at 131.
I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for at this point. I mean, we're closing the lanes at 1, but we can still be running cars down the...
You took the words out of my brain. Doug Shores, can you tell us where to go sign up for next year? So you want to wait for the announcement at HOTROD.com. You'll see the announcement on Hot Rod social media, and there's a day that registration goes live. And traditionally it is sold out in a matter of minutes. So that is how you get in on this thing, is quick on the trigger finger on your computer.
Yes, if your reaction time is basically the average Drag Week reaction time, you are not making it in. You got to hone that thing down. All right, now we get some cars coming. Randy Seward's back in. So Jeremy Howell and Chris Mary, both of which have been fighting an uphill battle today. Chris Mary's crew guy got mildly spooked when the car was still at full throttle heading toward him. He moved quick. Jeremy Howell, the 91 Mustang. You can see the air dam there in the front of the car covered in stickers. You can see the intercooler for the turbocharger as well.
Have you noticed that the air dam wallpaper with speed stickers is becoming a thing? I think there's at least 3 vehicles here with that.
Yeah, I think that's been a thing for a little while. Yeah. Yeah, the sticker pastiche on the front of the car is or the back of the car, because that's in the RX-8's got on the back of the car. Right?
Yeah. Is that decoupage? Is that right? Is that what that
Sure, we go decoupage, mosaic.
Mosaic.
Jeremy Howell had no luck, but Chris Murray may actually be doing something here. Murray's trying to run an 850 or close to it, and he goes 856.9. 158 miles an hour. Those guys are stoked about it. 856.9, 158. They made it down the racetrack. He's shaking his head. I thought he was pumping his fist in success, but apparently not. Nope. He's saying, no, we need to be tighter than that. They're looking for the O. They want the O. Hey, you got 4 minutes to get that baby back in the lanes. Get one more swipe at it. Mike Reimers and Brian Clark coming up. Reimers trying to go 10-0. Goes 10-14-9. He's not been able to find the sauce today in that thing.
Brian Clark, 1356 at 108. And here comes Matt Sweet in the Nova with the street tires on it. This is going to be taking the beam just to be able to have the forever documentation that they were here on Drag Week. And they did drive it here under their own power. But unfortunately, the Trans is too cooked to continue.
That thing on street tires looks like a big, huge bodybuilder that skipped leg day.
Yeah.
It is from the rear profile. They run a big set of off-road tires. Who was the first one to pioneer that move? Because it was brilliant.
It was this pretty long time ago.
They put a set of boggers on whatever they were driving. It's like, wait a second, that's how you get the tall street tire, and that's become a very popular thing to do. Is you put a set of big off-road tires on the back of one of these things.
Needing that tall tire in order to kill some gear for going down the highway, especially if you don't have that gear vendor's overdrive. See how I worked that in?
That was nice. Yeah, it's pro level stuff.
Very smooth. All right, guy in the chat is now looking for people to help him out with tech tips for his EcoBoost. Yeah, anybody else have trouble eating cam phasers on an EcoBoost? You, Brian?
Cam phasers, F1. Yeah. If it's a V6 F-150 from like 2010
or
2018, the cam phasers, and you start it up and it sounds like the whole motor's going to fall out of the truck.
There you go. So you've gotten your expert advice.
And it's not that difficult to fix, and you can probably do that at home if you have a decent set of tools. Matt Sweet, again, tough break there for those guys, but man, what a neat car, something we've really enjoyed watching over the last few days. Steve Whittingham and Scott Thompson now. We are down to 2 minutes. Regarding lanes, Whittingham looks like he may be doing something here. Whittingham got the car off the starting line, 141, but dial it back a little, but still goes 947, 147. Scott Thompson goes 10:02.7. 118 miles an hour. Alex Carella is down to his last shot of the day. He will not have time to get this thing back in the staging lanes. Paul Nichols in the 55 Nomad.
Yeah, we're at the point where you just cannot cut a hot enough lap to get back here. You got 1 minute. 1 minute for staging lanes closed. 1 minute.
Carella's car, you saw the back of it start to wash out as it broke traction. He's still going to go a 947, but nowhere near where he wanted to be.
Another Flexious 60-foot for Carella.
Ooh, I like it. Joey Nichols and Randy Seward. Seward deciding to take the one last shot to run his 850. And there is a whole bunch of nothing happening down in those staging lanes. Lonnie Grimm, of course, is the ultimate authority on that front. We wait for him. Oh, and Seward's doing the sealed hood as well.
Oh, is he? I didn't see the tape across it. That's very cool. We have awards here for sealed hood, sealed engine. Seward goes 552 to the 8th. Yeah, 855 with a 7. Not going to be a heroic run in that class. Joey Nichols with the Bob top on the back of that thing. The snug top, whatever it is, 1430 at 93 miles an hour. And it is 1 o'clock. Lanes are closed. We got Ruppel on the starting line. It looks like he's going to be the last one of the day. Well, Ruppel Staging, I'll remind you that Gear Vendors Overdrive is the presenting sponsor of Drag Week. We also have support from Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly, NOS, VP, and Edelbrock. Deal on his final fling here, 887, 122. I think that's a pretty good one for him based on what he's been doing this week. Ruppel, 991, 137. I do see another car in the lanes. I do not know if Lonnie Grimm has blessed it with the ability to make a pass. He gives it the thumbs up, so we will see one more car. Apparently that was in lanes by 1 o'clock on Lonnie's clock.
And that is Chris. Those guys are shooting for that 50. They ran 56, 58 on the last one, so they're trying to run the O like everybody else is, and they're going to give it that best opportunity. For those of you that are packing up, get ready to go. Safe travels on what will be a pretty significant drive here. It's multiple hours at regular highway speeds. At drag week speeds, it could be a week. So make sure you're geared up and ready to go. Be safe out there on the roads. Want to thank Gear Vendors Overdrive being the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2023. Want to thank Mickey Thompson Tires, the official tire of Drag Week. Summit Racing Equipment, the official pit and track sponsor. Molly Motorsports, the official piston of Drag Week. Holly NOS, the official nitrous of Drag Week. VP Racing Fuels, the official fuel. And Edelbrock, an associate sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week 2023. Carolina Dragway will be the spot, a racetrack that has been in business since the late 1950s. Has a vibrant grudge scene down there. They get all kinds of great stuff. There's been a lot of great events at the House of Hook over the course of years involving door slammers, and can't wait to make my first visit to the facility, see Jimmy Owen and his whole crew.
Yeah, mine as well. Do you want some chips, Brian?
No, I'm never going to eat food again after watching you eat those chips earlier. So thank you, though. So you're on the clock, effectively, racers. If you have not turned in your time slip, you will have 30 minutes to do it as soon as this car goes down the racetrack. So you have basically 32 minutes to get your time slip handed in. Failure to turn in the time slip is effectively disqualifying yourself from the event. So racers, you're on the clock. 30 minutes to get your time slips handed in. If you've not done it yet, come to the timing tower, follow the signs, see Tanya and the crew. And a big thank you to Mr. Willard for the battery for the Mailbox F100. There's an IOU for 1 bottle of water that has been placed on the usage of the battery.
I'm just getting photos in here of Tony Hayes' car, who is your leader in Pro Street Power Adder, and he's got a connecting rod through the pan. I don't know what they're going to do to try and work on that, but that could be a change-up for tomorrow as we're waiting for this very last car to suit up and run.
So that would take James Voiles and move him to number 1, or Evan Erkowitz, who's sitting 3rd right now. Chris Thompson has that 68 Dart. We know Glenn Hunter is out. Alan Whitaker and his Monte Carlo with the rip and roar and run he made today. It would be virtually impossible for him because of the 20-second ETs he was assessed in the first couple of days. But that being said, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens for the rest of the week there, as Hayes really did have a significant lead over the field.
Well, and as we wrap this up, we're going to do a quick interview with Molly Pistons, and after that I think we will cruise the pits and see if we can see what other carnage is going on in there. I don't know what the news is on the Viper. I'd love to see that thing in one piece. I mean, they were through valve springs with it. They had the damper problem with it. They have to do just the general servicing that's required of a car at that level. So we'll see if they're going to be able to continue.
So Chris is finishing packing his parachute in the staging lanes, a process that we'd like to make sure is done correctly, so those guys are getting it done right. All right, parachute is packed and installed.
You know, Brian, we sold the live feed people the whole seat, but they're only going to need the edge.
Especially the next 2 days, that's for sure. All right, Lonnie Grimm has been on the radio. Chris is going to fire up his Mustang, and we'll officially put our second visit in the history of Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors, to bed here at Bristol Dragway.
Did we miss out on seeing some tracks on our drive yesterday?
Yes.
Yep. How about tonight? Are we going to be able to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The route we'll take, and our competitors I should have told you guys this morning. We're going to drive directly past an active drag strip on the way there. Where Shoals Dragway, we're going to pass. So if you want to, those of you burgeoning track collectors out there, if you want to put one on your list, just pull over and check out Where Shoals Drag Strip, because we're going to drive right by it. We're going to drive by.
And by the way, I mean, see if you can make a pass while you're there. Why not?
Hey, if they're open.
You got nothing else to do. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Another reminder, you're on countdown to hand in your time slip. Get her done. And the vehicle is moving under its own power. Chris Mary, the final pass of the day here at Bristol.
Almost looks like Mary's having trouble with the line lock.
Is he on the brake? Oh, there we go.
Okay, took a second to settle himself. He's all good. All right, this would be a great shot for Chris Mary if they were able to land a final 850 to close their week. They've been mid-50s, but as we have oft told you, in that class, if you're not basically a Hun or 2 Hun max off of a 500, you're in trouble. Okay. I can buy it. 549, I could buy that too, as he goes at 8607. 152 slowed just a little bit. And that will be the final car of the day.
He didn't have it in the back half. Brian, however, he's got it. All right, that is a wrap.
I'm walking to the next track. I'm walking to all the tracks from now on.
Just to stay out of the vehicle with me? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, after that last comment, no one is safe.
We are headed to Carolina Dragway tomorrow, so you want to make sure to tune back into the MotorTrend channel on YouTube. We will be live there all day tomorrow as well. We definitely want to go back in the morning and see a Viper in the staging lanes.
Yes.
You know, we want to see Goldstone. We want to see Bailey. We want to see Vanderhoof. All of our heavy breathers back tomorrow. I anticipate it'll happen. I'm expecting it. I've all of a sudden become an optimist.
No, he hasn't.
No,
maybe
I haven't.
Maybe there was something in the barbecue sauce that was on those chips. Either way, it's been another fantastic day. Hope you've enjoyed your time here at Bristol Dragway as much as we've enjoyed ours. Big thanks to the track staff here for having a great drag strip that was highly prepared. They're organized. They're all together. It's been a fantastic experience at Thunder Valley. If you've never been to this track ever, find a way to get here, whether it's Drag Week, whether it's the Thunder Valley Nationals, whether it's Street Out, whether it's anything. Just get here and check something out. We are going to hop in the car after we go through the pits to see who's busted, broken, and whose dreams have been shattered today. We'll get those sob stories and maybe the thrash stories as well. We'll be right back on camera again, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
And tomorrow, the final blow to Lones' career.
Yes, I will leave tomorrow afternoon and escape back to my comfy pod of NHRA life, but I will suffer the slings and arrows of David Freiberger for one more day tomorrow at Carolina Dragway. You should join us right here at the MotorTrend YouTube channel. Spread the link around. Have people watch the replay tonight. I'm Brian Lones. He's David Freiberger. We're Drag Week, and we'll be back to see you tomorrow morning.